A lot of y'all pseudoscientists, you be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it, you can ride in hell. I don't know who with me or against me, it be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated, it get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, had to be major. Yeah, I got my melanin. Guilty without no evidence. All natural, you know me. Jury, it's on me. Swagger, you matter. That's making me chase a fatter. Michael Jackson, but I'm better. Fuck all lives matter. All my teachers, all non-ether powers, I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher, I just go within. We don't need a leader, no, we gonna win. I see apples with the win again. Tell a friend, we going in. Our skin still ain't kin. Y'all heard the tribunal? They sweat us dead like funerals. Winning record like 2-0. Fly a lot like UFO. Joe Biden, you a hoe. You a hoe and you not original. We ain't going nowhere, you pitiful. We keep coming right back, residual. We over here lit, get no fuck about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do you know about your citizenship? What do you know about your status and shit? I hate sophistics like shit. Whole system ain't shit. Do something about this shit. You ain't gotta say it, something like a king. This is what I seen when I had a dream. Should've had a scene, do the right thing. Carbon-based beam.
Peace and paradise to all American Aborigines. Supreme Chief Holidays in the building. Hey, I got my brother DJ Cut Tackless is on the ones and twos. Cuddy, you killing them. What's up, buddy? How you doing? You already know, man. We got the CEO, y'all big homie, the one and only Tasco, the CEO is right here, man. So shout out to the CEO. Executive producing this thing, man. So shout out to everybody, man. Peace to all the American Aborigines, man. Tell y'all what, man. We just gonna get right back into some music, man. Cut, let's bring it in. Supply pressure, man. Let's get right to this thing, man, and let some people get up in here, man. So I'm gonna say shout out to everybody, man. It's gonna be tuned to this later. We definitely appreciate you guys. Like, share, subscribe. And you already know, man, support the real, man. We in the building. They're not. Let's go. You ain't got no sound.
I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Told me different one time, I don't fuck with you. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Told me different one time, I don't fuck with you. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Told me different one time, I don't fuck with you. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Told me different one time, I don't fuck with you. Red had my bed before we started, bitch, I'm Caesar. Red had my bed before we started, bitch, I'm Red had my bed before we started, bitch, I'm Caesar. Came from the get-go, knew my status, he ain't Red had my bed before we started, bitch, I'm Caesar. Came from the get-go, knew my status, he ain't needed. He fresh out the pen and I'm just happy, Kinfo breathing. Whole time bitch was scheming, I seen but I ain't seen it. Hanging around the niggas who think smart don't make you bigger. Hanging around the niggas think they hard don't make you killers. Hanging around the niggas you just met, they ain't your niggas. Heard they snatch you up trying to play cool like shit was chillin'. Loyalty ain't cool no more, niggas rather be hoes. Lucky I don't pimp no more, I would've put you on. Gangsters ain't the same no more, don't give a fuck about they name no more. Her win ain't the same no more, she bang them folks, she bang them folks. I came from the OG boat, she both ways to look both ways. Never turn the house with dead, no way Jose. I wrote this shit while riding the top down, no shade. Roll these niggas up and then I spark down. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. It's pressure, pressure, pressure. It's pressure, pressure, pressure. Press, riding in the floor, I do not kick it with phones. AK only fans, all my choppers doing porn. Driving in their chest, them hollows, wreck bitch fucking shorts. Cock that bitch backwards, triggers pushing forward. I don't want your play, y'all money, got no gold. Fuck them reparations, tuition, get them gone. Tired of being target on my own. Handy with the crime, wig, tombstone. Say positive like COVID when testings and an investment. Avoiding jabs like critical, they can't stand me. Crazy with the verses 10 full captions. Padded room, tools enough, fumes will burn the masses. At the nose, I gas me and some ratchets acting ratchet. We don't need extend, we aiming at your pimple. So much dope up in the air, you swear the room on fire. Bodies everywhere, these looking crucified. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. I don't tolerate fuck niggas. Show me different one time, I don't fuck with you. Press.
Cut, you killing them. It's the go.
Hey man, that was an infamous Trey Ali. Pressure off that Cowboys and Indians. The return. Doc Holliday. Legends never die, man. That thing out right now, man. Complimentary download, man. Y'all get that thing, man. And share it with everybody, man. If y'all really rocking with us, man. Check the music out, man. Let us know what you think about some real quality music, man. But you know, we just getting started, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So hey man, let's just get right back to him, man. It's us, Mr. LV. When they finish hating, man, let us know when they gonna finish hating, man. But we gonna keep working over here, man. So, cut. Let's get to it. When y'all gonna finish hating, man?
Muller pipe me up for this one.
Hey, I'm a dog, Cujo, know how I pop out, bitch. Till I get new bro. Dog, Cujo, know how I pop out, bitch. Till I get new. Dog, Cujo, know how I pop out, bitch. Till I get new bro. Fresh out of Luso. Yeah, I got shit in the closet. Fuck the shit, I want some new clothes. Nigga want dog, Cujo, know how I pop out, bitch. Till I get new bro. Fresh out of Luso. Yeah, I got shit in the closet. Fuck the shit, I want some new clothes. Nigga want new hoes. Yeah, I understand that. Man, fuck that shit, I got some new goals. I want some cum. If you don't understand that, it's easy. I want some new hoes. Going for the kill. Gotta show them what it is. Stick a fuck in the field. That's how you feel. North Carolina shit. Lately, I've been on their heels. Back then, it was real. Dropped out of trade school. Already had a skill. I couldn't deal. Mailbox got the looking like Buffalo. Lot of bills. I know I'm sliding. Every beat a nigga ride. In the rough from a diamond. Who is you signed with? Independent, but I'm harder than most of these label finding. No, I ain't lying. But you know it's all good. Meanwhile, I'm still grinding. Really be stressing niggas. No, I'm pressing niggas. Like butt. No, like I'm riding. Fuck all that he say. She say, run it up, relay. They burn them up, got them cremated. They be talking. Really repeating themselves. They sounding just like a delay. Getting paid as I speak. I'ma just call it a figure of speech. Talking foul about a nigga, that sound like a reach. No, I got a key. Bitch, I'm from the sea. I still got the key. These niggas know I'm a vet. Yes, I see. I still got the key. These niggas know I'm a vet. I still got the key. These niggas know I'm a vet. Yes, I love it some weed and love it some thing. These niggas know I'm obsessed. Yes, wood. What it look like? It look like the Jets. Yes, new phone, new Fanta with orange. Yeah, I'm sipping the mix. Yes, right on good. I gotta have, but nah, I can't be a lacker. Don't fuck with the team, ain't none of us green, but all of my niggas are backers. When I step in this bitch, I'm bringing the speed, but don't label me as a capper. If I'm up in this bitch, I'm letting it spit like them motherfuckers. You fuck their opinion. So what if they talking about me? Cause when I'm around, that shit get hushed up. Used to be quiet, used to be humble. Now I ain't fucked up. They ask what the music. Oh, I ain't doing it, cause I was fucked up. I'm back in the game, and you niggas like Kane. No, you done fucked up. Get out the way. Stay out the way, might be your best bet. They love when I start rapping. You know they be feeling as if I'm a less threat. Can't rock with no fuck nigga. I don't care if they having it, still I reject it. You might get a pass on it from one of these bitches, but I don't respect it. Fuck the internet beat. Leave that for the streets. Fuck making scenes on you. I stay to myself, cause I ain't the type to go and put the team on you. Bitch, I can mass up. You don't know who is who. Yeah, I can go scream on you. Talking about demon time. Alright, keep playing. I'ma put some wings on. Got me off track. I don't like talking like that. I be on player shit. Hit your bitch and I pass. Like a blood on that ass. Now I don't babysit. Other niggas be mushy when they get in their pussy. Be tryna save a bitch. Not me, I'm plunging. Feel it all in her stomach. Like a baby kid. Hey, feel her a dog. She like how I heard. Feeling like Pop Smoke. Yeah, I'm on their ass. Ain't ran out of gas, but bitch, I do not go. They saying Veal it is. Veal is dead. Veal a money maker. I don't care what they think of me. Cause I'm making blues. Feeling like Johnny Taylor's. Fuck that. Niggas I'm finna wait. Just let me know when they. Me know. Just let me know when they.
Cut, you killing them. It's the GOAT.
Tribe.
Hawk School, peace to the God, man. How you feeling, brother?
Knowledge, peace, and bliss, brother. I feel blessed.
Hey, man, all is well, man. All is well. Hey, so Hawk, man, you know, it's a lot going on, man. In the community, man. You were on the line yesterday, when we were having a conversation with the brother Turtle Gang. Now I wasn't there, and I don't know if you had an opportunity to speak with the brother Two Hawks. Oh, you didn't.
No, I'm listening.
Oh, you there? So yeah, you heard a lot of it, and I missed a lot of it yesterday. So definitely gonna, you know, be asking you some questions about that. But just wanted to get your observation, because I actually seen a video today of an interview the brother Turtle Gang and the Seer Duketeers. Shout out to the Seer Duketeers. Shout out to the brother Turtle Gang. It was an interesting interview, but what really caught my eye was it was the genealogy of the Aboriginal community. Now I don't know about you, right? But the Aboriginal community was pretty specific. Am I correct?
Correct.
It's specific. People that identify as Aborigines and push a certain line, right?
Yeah.
And we all were people that identify as the Aboriginal community, right? Now, we didn't identify ourselves as the Aboriginal community. People who try to separate us identified us as Aboriginal community.
Facts.
Okay, so I want to point that out. We never separate ourselves from anybody. Call yourselves Indians, African Americans, Native Americans. Y'all get it. Indigenous, black, green, purple, whatever you called yourself. As long as you knew that your people was from here, we identified you as American Aborigines. You understand what I'm saying? So when we talk about this word America, right? Now, I know for a fact that a lot of times people like to take things and interpret it the way they want to interpret. Now, whatever definitions you find of American, right? It says that it's the copper color or the Aborigines they found and they came here, right? Now, I say period there, but they say now, right? Now, it is also now applied to more people, right? And we understand how it's applied to more people. We don't have to get into the back and forth for that, but it never excluded us from being the original Americans. See how that work, bro?
Try.
It's super simple. It's super simple. And I think the way these guys are playing it's really ignorant. And once again, when we had the conversation with the brother Turtle Gang yesterday, just a quick quick conversation. I would love to have a more extended conversation with the brother. So if anybody can tag him as well as the brother Duke Tears into this, I would like to ask them some questions, like to just, maybe just have a dialogue about what we're talking about. So it's always people, right, that want to take credit for starting the Aboriginal community. Well, here's the thing, right? Majority of y'all in the audience, right, knew about being from here in some type of capacity, whether your grandmothers, 99.9% of them, none of them said Aboriginal, right? None of them. Some of them said Indian. A lot of them told you the tribes and told you things that they were familiar with, right? But they never told you Aboriginal. Guarantee it, right? I can guarantee it. I'm almost at 100% with that. It's 99.8%, almost 100%, but nothing's 100%. So I just wanted to say that. So that's why we're in there. So knowing for a fact that they never had this conversation with you. They never told you was Aboriginal to this land, right? Now, this is something that was later developed. Now, these two particular brothers that we're about to see, right? We're going to pull up this video, this interview, right? Now, they're gonna say some stuff, right? And once again, we're gonna check it. We're fact checking things. We're gonna talk about. I just got to get a baseline. I got to get a baseline of what we're talking about. We're talking about a lot of us grew up in certain time periods, whether it's the 70s, the 80s. Some of y'all grew up in the 60s. Some of y'all grew up in the 50s, and it was terminologies and things. Once again, we're talking about being Aboriginal. That wasn't the terminology that was used. Even though Malcolm X, for instance, said that you Aborigines, we played that, right? So that would be somebody that would have had mentioned Aborigine in a time period that would be predate myself, as well as the Duketeers, as well as the Brother Turtle Gang. So that would be something that obviously have been taught to him some type of way, right? The word Aboriginal. Right now, we're talking about the word Aboriginal, of course, that, we talk about the nations of gods and earth. Brother,
don't forget,
am I not mistaken?
Don't forget, Martin said that we found ourselves exiled in our own land.
Absolutely. But did the nations of God and earth spin off from the nation of Islam, brother?
Correct.
So they took the supreme lessons from the nations of Islam. Am I right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, rest in paradise to the Prophet Noble Jew Ali. You know what I'm saying? The things that he brought. And then other people, once again, like Honorable Elijah Muhammad, forming the Nation of Islam. A lot of people say that he took some lessons from there, from what he had learned from being in the Moorish Science Temple to create the Nation of Islam and some of the things. But when we talk about the supreme lessons that come from the nations of gods and earth, that's a spinoff from the supreme lessons of the Nation of Islam. You understand what I'm saying? Now, a lot of us, me and this brother included, we came up in the 90s. X-Clan, you know what I mean? We were all indoctrinated. But some of us, depending on where you come from, you grew up in that environment. Some of us are from the South. So our lifestyle would be of an Aborigine. When we go to family reunions, aka powwows, right? We're getting that experience when we're growing things with our hands, when we're hunting, fishing, and all the indigenous things and Aboriginal things that we grew up doing. But as industrialization happened and stores opened up and more people started moving in that direction and moving away from the South, moving away from your heritage, right? So a lot of people that grew up in the urban areas, New York, New Jersey, and stuff like that, they don't have those same experiences unless you left and came down south somewhere to get that experience. So a lot of things that you guys are going to hear from these guys, especially the brother Turtle Gang and the brother Two Hawk, is them telling us that we're not doing it right, that the culture and the heritage and things that we're supposed to be practicing is the Native American culture, right? Now, remember he talked about coming across the Bering Strait Bridge. We're going to get into that tonight. We're going to debunk these theories that haven't never been proven. And see, that's a problem. It's like trying to disprove Bugs Bunny. Like Bugs Bunny had a daddy and a mama and family and all this other shit. And we trying to disprove that. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you don't have to disprove fairy tales, bro. So this is what we're dealing with, bro. I was cool. Hey, you got something you want to say, bro, before we get into this?
Oh no, I was gonna say I got Two Hawks audio on my channel if you want to get it from there, so you ain't got to worry about nobody hating on your stream.
Okay, so
I don't think
the video.
Ab TV would. I know Ab TV, I know he would to try, but that shit like 12 hours long.
Oh yeah, that shit was crazy. Well, whenever you want to pull that up, man, we can definitely get that in there. I want to pull up this. I want to pull up this video. Like I said, man, this is for educational purposes. This is not to tear these brothers down or whatever. Once again, I have respect. I have respect for both of these brothers because they've been doing this stuff a long time. Once again, we all have ideological differences. Nobody thinks the same, but once again, there has to be certain things that we have to all agree on. Right now, it's a very interesting conversation that had in this conversation that you guys are gonna see. Yeah, it's just really interesting. So we're gonna get into this video. Hold on, yeah. Hey, Cut, you want to put a record on? Put a cut on, man. Before we get it.
Whatever you want. Whatever you want. I got you.
All right, shit, man. Let's get Royal, man. By Ja Bricks. Y'all know Ja Bricks gonna be coming through tomorrow, 6 Eastern, man. We're gonna be dropping some new fire, man, tomorrow, man. We wanted to premiere today, man, but we're gonna wait till tomorrow. The brother come through, man. Shout out to the guy, Ja Bricks, the scheme killer. Hey, let's go, man. Press gold if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history. It's the GOAT. Cut, you kill him. But they gonna do it to him.
Yeah. All of my knees, they roll you.
It's the GOAT.
Roll you. All of my knees, they roll you. All of my knees, they loyal you. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you roll you. Wait, roll you. All of my knees, they roll you. All of my knees, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you roll you. Wait, I just had to catch my breath. Wait, I just had to catch my breath. I just had to stack my checks. Shorty got ass, God bless. Wait, I just had to catch my breath. I just had to stack my checks. Shorty got ass, God bless. Damn. I just had to stack my chips. I just had to grab my grip. A lot of niggas mad I'm rich. I'ma have to smash they bitch. Pull up in a maxed out fit. VLN on the logo, moving solo with the stick. Block jumping like a pogo, come and pull up on the strip. Told her pull up and get lit, so she pulled up and she stripped. Damn, I don't need all the attention, I just need all of the pension. Ran the bill up like a piston. Told them but they didn't listen. Fuck it, I teach them a lesson. I ain't got time for the stressing. Damn dog, is you kidding me? You know that we Aborigines. I don't give a fuck if you feeling me, as long as you watch how you grilling me. My knee G's making history. Brother, some diamonds at Tiffany's. She a carbon queen and she feeling me, so you know she matching my energy. Roll you, all of my knees they roll you. All of my knees they loyal you. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you roll you. Wait, roll you. All of my knees they roll you. All of my knees they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Wait, adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you roll you. Wait, so to fix your crime, girl, you roll you. You ain't got time for the low vibes, but you know I'm feeling your vibe. You a black woman, you go God. Hey, you could trust me, girl, I promise. My only choice to be honest. I feel like it's perfect timing. When we hit your party, we getting it lit. Hit it YBs if I need me a fit. He got the sauce, yeah, he got the drip. We gon' keep grinding until we get rich. Exotic, I need me a zip. My Aborigines be with the shit. Shit and I call it a blitz. We tryna find us some money. Can't break bread, then you fake then. Free all my guys out the state pen. Her only wet is leaking. She say she want me to eat it. Had to ice her out, now she blinging. Dying for what I believe in. Dropping new heat every season. Vet cause I'm seasoned. Call me a vet cause I'm healing the dogs. Roll me a wood, I ain't talking the law. Land about to buy me a mall. Stand up nigga so I cannot fall. Clout then I won't get involved. Oh that's your girl, then I'm testing the jaws. Blame so she gave me the draws. Feeling like Rick Ross because boss. Roll you. All of my needs they roll you. All of my needs they loyal you. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Baby girl I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you roll you. Roll you. My needs, they roll you. All of my needs, they loyal. We ain't the same, we ain't normal. Adore you. Baby girl, I adore you. Pretty face and she loyal. So to fix your crime, girl, you roll you.
It's the GOAT.
Hey, that was Ja Bricks, the scheme killer. Royal. Hey, Hawk, why you in here, man? We might as well go ahead and
Hey, that was
pull up
Hawk.
one of your.
Shout out
We
to
might as well pull up one of your records, brother.
Oh man, that's top secret.
Hey, it's top secret. You don't want to let them hear something?
I don't know who made that song, Chief.
No. That was Ja Bricks, Royal. You know what I'm saying? We about to play one of your records, right? Try. Hey, y'all, this Hawk School, man. Let's get to it, man. Hawks on fly with pigeons. Let's go. Cut, you killing them. Hawk School. Let's get them.
It's the GOAT. Cut, you killing them. Since I got my cake up, I feel like the world is mine. You better wake up. You know how we ride. You know how we ride. You know how we ride. Better wake up. You know how we ride. Ever since I got my cake up, I feel like the world is mine. I ain't lying. Better wake up. You know my demeanor. It's assalamu alaikum till I hit you with that Nina. She think I'm a roster. I keep some fire. No more smoking roaches out. We smoking out of beat. Smoking swishes by the zippers. Call me Jack Tripper. Dudes with me cause I think I'm Pimp C. Competition's distant. I gotta be a G. Victory is written on me. The game belongs to me. Better wake up. You know how we ride. All my weeds designer hit me. All my fly. Hate ain't in my nature. I can't even lie. Ever since I got my cake up, I feel like the world is mine. Line. Better wake up. You know how we ride. You know how we ride. You know how we ride. Better wake up. You know how we ride. Ever since I got my cake up, I feel like the world is mine. You better wake up. You know how we ride. You know how we ride. You know how we ride. Better wake up. You know how we ride. Ever since I got my cake up, I feel like the world is mine. I ain't lying. God on my side, I got nothing to lose. Forget all I got, you must got me confused. I'm not a prophet, I'm more like King Solomon. Dead to the fake, I give haters the proof. Give them the truth in the booth. And my life is the proof, I'm the truth, I got nothing to hide. You hide and we ride and you know how we ride. Bullets and blunts on the passengers, take out the trash and we back in the sky. Wake up and kick up, go get it or die. The devil's a lie, the world is mine. Open your eyes and I open your mind. Ride with the riders and follow the blind. I hope you get yours, I always get mine. Why should I lie? Ever since I got kicked, I think everything mine, I think everything mine. Better wake up, you know how we ride. You know how we ride. You know how we ride. Wake up, you know how we ride. Ever since I got my cake up, I feel like the world is mine. You better wake up, you know how we ride. You know how we ride. You know how we ride. got my cake up, I feel like the mine, I ain't lying.
Cut, you killing them.
Tribe.
Yeah, man. Old school. Hold on, real quick, yeah. Fix my audio.
Salute to the high flying, all seeing hawk.
That's right.
What did do?
Oh yeah,
So
hey yo hawk. Hey man, I got you queued up. Just ready for you to tell me to read.
Now which one is this? This just the audio from Two Hawks, I think. The read is on that. That's Aboriginal America, where I'm building on that Raftsman's Journal, 1858, January 6, 1858.
yeah, well, we can just read that live. We can read that live, but you can play the audio.
Yeah, the audio of Two Hawks should be on the video I sent you in the back.
I got him queued up now.
So let's play that one first then. Because like I said, we'll play a little bit of this, man, and see what Two Hawk was talking about. But like I said, when y'all see this video right here with Duketeers and what you call it, because once again, they're having a conversation because everybody's seeing the movement of the Aborigine awakening. They're seeing people moving. People are talking about being from here, and it's different levels of this awakening, and that's what I don't like about these type of guys, man. They try to cut people grass. Shout out to Professor Griff. Told me all blades of grass don't grow the same. Y'all got to understand that. And some people are, and it's condescending and it's so, especially coming from, it's so mulatto of them, you know what I mean? And not to be saying certain things, but when people are pushing for the pale skin and they pale skin damn near, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got to understand that, man. And so once again, y'all gonna see a lot of that in these conversations from these guys. And not that I'm not one of them type of people that be like, oh, you think you better than somebody, right? Because everybody's supposed to feel like they somebody. But when you try to push other people down is the problem I have with you. And that's the only reason why I came up on there yesterday, when that brother was talking so condescending to the brothers, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm smarter than you guys. Well, you're not. And we're going to prove that tonight. Because once again, if you can regurgitate something, that doesn't make you smart. It's about understanding. It's about interpreting. And we go within, and we don't start with these Johnny-come-lately ass tribes. And we don't have the same origin story. We sprung from this land. Now, remember, he said he wasn't an Aborigine to this land. And that's, I feel, is where the animosity comes from, y'all. So I just want to say that. So yeah, let's get into this video, man. Fair use, y'all. And we say, fuck fair use. Hey man, y'all know what it is, man. Y'all tuned into the greatest of all motherfucking time. We got DJ Cut in the building.
Cut, you killing them.
Fly high. Let's get right to it. Let's go.
They charged Jesus with sedition. Didn't they do that?
Courtesy of the high flying hawk.
Tribe.
Because he told his disciples, go not the way of the Gentiles, but rather go through the lost sheep. He discriminated. Don't go near the Gentiles, go through the lost sheep. Go through the oppressed. That's right. Ride. When you see me ride, don't you see me switching lanes? Bitch ass niggas switch sides, don't hate the riders. Hate the game, don't hate the riders. Don't hate the riders, don't hate the riders. Don't hate me, man. Don't hate ass niggas switch sides. Don't you see me switching lanes? Let me by when you see me ride. Don't you see me switching lanes? Bitch ass niggas switch sides.
The birds of prey are the owls, the vultures, the eagles, and the hawks. Hawks and vultures are often seen soaring majestically high in the sky.
He was really nothing but an antisocial gangster. He is a sort of gangster, you know, because this is a gangster story, but a gangster with a difference because this is a gangster with a conscience.
I don't need no gun to do my thing. Mao Zedong said that power grows out the barrel of a gun. He never said that power was a gun. That's why I don't need no gun to do my thing. What I need is some freedom. What I need is the power to determine my destiny.
So if you can promote your stuff better, your message is going to travel farther. If you can figure out the algorithms and these things, so you're going to see a lot of people coming from the music, right? Like people who at once were doing music and were trying to be this and trying to be that, they now move into this educational space, and they're able to promote because they're using the same tactics and tools that they use when they were promoting their gangster music. Because it's a trend.
Hold on, Heiko, pause it right quick. Because I don't want to get too far back from what was initially said. And the brother was saying that's not what he was meaning when he was saying it. So I just wanted to get your interpretation on that, Turtle, when he was, the first part of it, when he was talking about the people who've been misclassified don't have a right to do things their way and shit like that.
And this is the thing. Everybody think we're talking about other people. When we say we don't have the right to do what we want because we've been misclassified, we're talking about ourselves as well. You understand? Meaning I don't have the right to misrepresent Native culture because I know I'm really a Native. I don't have that right. I'm not. That doesn't say you don't have the right to pursue it. And to
what is Native culture?
Bro, Native culture, bro, listen. Native culture, history, like Native culture is our lives, what we've been through. Like I don't
like what's some characteristics that you can say?
You asked him a simple question. What's Native culture? He couldn't even tell the question. Right. But the point is, he's pushing Native.
You know what I'm saying?
He's pushing Native. He's pushing Native.
You're associating yourself with a people, a culture, and you begin to become representative of those people. So you're asking me what is Native culture? It depends on what you're talking about. Are you talking about farming? Are you talking about the dance? Are you talking about the language? Are you talking about
food? Name food.
Hey, drop the link, Ab, for Two Hawks in the chat. So he could tell us what he meant.
Yeah, the man of the hour.
The food we're talking about would be
I'll jump down.
the rice, be the corn, be the beans. It be whatever was a part of the environment. It's different from place to place. So what I'm saying, when he's saying you don't have the right, it means you don't have the right to just run out there and do it however you want to do it. There's protocols that you could follow, and those would help you. And these aren't
That's not true.
Set up by a man. These are protocols set up by what nature has deemed indigenous culture. Like back in the day, when you were getting ready to travel into another person's territory, another tribe's territory, you ain't just walk through. You got to a certain point and you erected a certain type of signal. It might be a way you set up some rocks. It might be some things that would ask for permission to travel through that territory.
Well, we still do that. We still do that in the hood now.
I know that,
right.
So you understand protocol.
So right, my point, what I want to say, Turtle, is some of this shit is in our DNA.
Let me say this. I get it, but the protocol is there too, because if you wanted to start a Crip set in your neighborhood and there's another Crip set somewhere, you want to go through them.
Right.
You wouldn't just set it up.
That's a fact.
You know this too.
That's
you
a
want
fact.
to sell drugs on a block and another nigga
but that's just
you would go through.
like where is the
You
culture?
get banged on.
Listen,
Well,
some of the culture, like that's what I want you to be. See, that's what you can correlate to the people, like we just said. Because even though you saying, you know, niggas don't have a right to do things their own way, it's a lot of shit niggas out here doing that is the way, and we just don't know it. But it's natural.
Yeah, and I could. And guess what?
There's a lot of shit
Guess
niggas
what?
out here doing.
somebody got an echo. Somebody got an echo. Somebody got an echo.
And I could. Guess what? And
a lot of shit niggas out here doing.
Mute yourself, man.
I think there's two hawks with echo.
Two Hawks, your TV on or something, man.
That ain't my TV.
Two Hawks.
Well, you playing something in the background because it's double playing.
Yeah, turn the video down.
Hold on, yeah, let's get a mic check
I'm
from
muted.
everybody.
It's not me.
Yeah, everybody, hold on. Everybody else mute up. And two
Hey,
Hawks.
mute me, Ab. I'm driving. I ain't want to reach for my phone.
I got you. Go ahead and open up your audio so we can check it to make sure. Mic check.
Hello.
Okay, we clear now. Do y'all still hear the echo? I think we are clear. All right, real quick, before we get this conversation started, we got 187 people in the building. I appreciate if y'all hit that like button, share this video out, support the channel. We got two Hawks in the building. We got Turtle Gang. We got both of the brothers here. I would ask that anybody that's on the panel or anybody potentially that's gonna come on the panel to show some discipline, show some respect, not for these brothers, because we all know they don't give a fuck about what you think, but for yourself. And so
that's slick. Like you already set it up.
No, that's what y'all said. That's what y'all said out your own mouth.
That ain't necessary. You just
okay. Let me take that back. You're right. You're right. You're right. Let me take that back. You're right. I'm gonna take it back. I rescind that. That was me being petty. I misspoke in words. Let me show more respect to that. Make sure that when you come up here, if you do, that you ask your question or make your statement or comment or whatever, and let's move forward for the sake of the conversation, so we don't get stuck on certain things. I'm also gonna make sure that I allow the guests to speak so that they can actually have enough time to explain themselves if they would like to about any subject matter. Everybody cool on that? Everybody good? All right. It don't matter if you ain't, because goddamn it, that's how we roll. All right.
It's hot in here, bro.
Two Hawks, what's going on, my brother?
What's going on, man?
We was watching the video with you and Turtle Gang that y'all did, and a lot of people from this community felt like you were speaking to this community as a whole, or really specifically to not necessarily just the people in the chat, but the people who identify as Aboriginal. And you had some what they thought to be some harsh words. And so we want to actually quantify and get actually what you meant by these things, and actually see if how we interpreted them is what it was, or are we just trying to make something that it's not. We just want to get it from the horse's mouth, as well as from Turtle Gang. We want to just get it from both of y'all perspective. Turtle Gang already said what he believes, but we would like to actually hear from you. And then we can ask questions or whatever the case, or you could just make your statements if you would like as well.
Sounds good. Do y'all have particular questions on anything I said in particular?
Do you want to Hiker, you want to, because we were just listening to some audio and you were saying something, I think, I don't want to misphrase you, but I'm paraphrasing, but something to the extent of, we don't have certain people who are misclassified or who have been, don't have the right to do it their own way, don't have the right to kind of go against what is already traditionally set up for you to tap back in. I think that's kind of what you were saying, right?
Absolutely.
Can you expound on that a little bit? Like, what exactly did you mean? Because the way that it came off, it was kind of like, at least from what my first initial, what I thought about it. And after I look at it again and again, it don't seem the same way, especially after Turtle Game explaining what he thought. But the way you said it made it seem like there's certain individuals out here, right, who fake Indians, who is misleading the people, and they call themselves the Aboriginals. And so the people who identify with this term or utilize it, you know what I'm saying, to identify themselves, they feel like y'all was taking shots at this community. And so we want to hear from is that what it was? Or are you speaking about individuals in particular? And if so, is there any way we can actually identify these people so we might can clear some of this misunderstanding?
Sure. And first of all, I'll share. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to come and clarify some things and then come and asking us directly, because that's the way we do things traditionally anyway. If we got a question, we go directly to the source and ask what's going on. So yes, and I'll give you an example of what I mean. I am a Narragansett from a place called Mashipog. There is a particular culture that is associated with Narragansett people. It's separate from Pokanoket culture. It's separate from Nipmuc culture. It's separate from Pequot culture. But we all live here in the same general area, and since we've been colonized, we've been intermixing and all of that sort of stuff. Despite the fact that I live here around Pequots, Nipmucs, Pokanokets, whoever, I can only practice the Narragansett culture. The Pokanoket do an annual renewal of the covenant, where they go to a specific sacred location for themselves and they hold a ceremony there. Even though I'm from this region, I don't got no right to go to that ceremony place on my own and hold no ceremony there. I'm not Pokanoket. So when I say that they don't have the right, I mean it. No one has the right to take from someone else's who they aren't and utilize it because of a particular experience they had. And if you notice, in that same dialogue, I spoke about the Moors as well. And I spoke about Pan-Africans, because this is an issue that we deal with as quote unquote Indians who are actually engaged with our tribal nations. Now, when I'm speaking to the Aboriginal community, I'm not speaking to anyone directly. I'm speaking to people who are conducting themselves in that manner, that are identifying as this particular thing. And this actually was initiated from a particular individual who I've been respectful enough to not say his name, who reached out to me to badmouth Turtle, talk about Turtle didn't follow protocol. And I said, well, who's giving Turtle protocol? And that's where this particular dialogue started from. And my thing is this, like Turtle said, I came in on the tail end of it. Everyone seems to understand protocol until it comes to the Indian tribes. Then when it comes to the Indian tribes, things just get crazy and haywire. And beyond that, showing respect is the bottom line in any of the traditional indigenous cultures that I've engaged with, from here down to Mexico, over in West Africa, wherever. Respect. So not only do you not have the right, you know you don't have the right, and you respect you don't have the right, and then you go and ask for the permission because it's theirs. And then you ask if you could be taught how to do it correctly, so you don't disrespect.
Hold your questions. Hold your questions. My fault. Go ahead.
I'll stop right there. We can take some questions.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
I just want to know who are we supposed to ask permission to? Like, who we asking permission?
Who's your tribe and what's your culture?
Well, my last name's Shannon, but I'm an American. I'm saying, like, who do I have to go to do whatever I need to do? Like, who am I supposed to be asking?
It's particular to you and your tribe, because your tribe's gonna do things a specific way, and that's what I'm saying. Even though I'm a northeastern woodland Indian, I'm Narragansett. I can't even go down to Narragansett where my cousins are and do nothing down there. They'll be mad if I don't check in first. And we're all Narragansetts. And that's the way it goes. So this is what I'm saying. You got to find out who you supposed to check in with and get those permissions, because it's going to be specific to you and your people. There's no generic.
And they the ones that going to
So this nigga, this nigga's the Indian Big U, huh? Y'all got to check in when y'all come to powwows, nigga? Stop it. You know what's interesting, though, about this conversation. Once again, when we talk about protocols, just the terminology lets you know that it's some Zionist shit. If you understand anything about the Zionists and Zionism, and these brothers who are pushing Zionists and Zionism talking points, right? When we talk about the protocols, the learned of the learned protocols of the learned elders, right? Y'all got to read that. Y'all got to get into that. But and once you see people who have aligned themselves with that, and once again, we already talked about the Jews who came and took over these tribes and then created these nations. So I just want to point that out, man, and created these origin stories and everything else that they created for them by way of language scripts and stuff like that, as well as books, movies, so on and so forth. Now, when these people are pushing a narrative and they're just so right and exact, well, you put it under the light and you start shining anything on it, it falls apart. And you ask certain, questions, just simple questions like, what about culture? What about food? These things, you know what I'm saying? We got to talk about that. So these are things we're going to talk about, building things. And I guess earlier in this conversation with Turtle Gang, ask them about the mounds. And see, then they were like, oh, well, I'm not an expert in that. I don't know anything about that. But that's our culture, and that predates any Johnny come lately cultures who have came and usurped our shit. So and this is what we're going to talk about. I just want to say that, man. Shout out to Hawk School, man, for audio, man. Let's get right into it. That's right.
Yeah, so you asking, so I'm still confused. Like, who are we asking? You saying that the Aboriginals can't do it their way, right?
I think what he's saying, hold on. I think what he's saying is like, as far as southeastern tribes, you know what I'm saying? I think he's trying to like figure out.
Hello? Hey, I'm saying
cut out, Al.
Brother.
Territory.
I'm saying all
Hey,
tribes.
repeat that, Al. You cut
all
out.
tribes operate.
You had cut out, Al TV. Repeat what you said.
So we were talking about earlier. We were talking about the tribes who have, let's just say, they say went extinct, or people who have been misclassified. Their tribes have been, disbanded. Whatever the case was, like that. What would be your advice to those people?
So that's what happened to my tribe, and you can look up Narragansett Indian tribe in 1881. The state of Rhode Island illegally
he asked you about
in violation
now. He didn't ask you about your people.
Act
bullshit.
Under the claim that we had too much African blood to be real Indians, and took the land. My third and fourth great grandfather, Brister Michael, was a full-blood Narragansett on the council. I got a copy of his death certificate. He's labeled a Negro. So we all know this misclassification thing happened. Despite that, our people maintained our community. That's what they call it now. And we maintained our governance structure and our traditions. There's still people around that speak the language. There's still people around that have the culture. So in our way, we do things a certain way. Now, when I go out to Turtles people out in New Jersey, they do things a certain way. When I show up to their powwow, I can't just come into their powwow and drum if I want. We got to get invited. If they don't want me to dance in a circle, I don't dance in a circle. And that's the way it goes, and the same respect is given. So when y'all say Aboriginal can't do it their way, my question is, what is the Aboriginal way? What heritage does it come from? What are the traditions?
When it comes to Aboriginal culture, everything that we do, whether it's talking about playing basketball, singing, dancing, that's all Aboriginal American culture. So what we're confused on is when y'all saying us Aboriginals can't do this and we don't have no culture, we don't have no language, when in actuality we do everything that we've been doing, but it's just the fact that we've been misclassified. So we think that we're from another landmass when the whole time we're from this landmass. So brother, that's why I'm trying to figure out what's the issue with the Aboriginals. Like, what's the issue?
Yes. Well, let me ask, brother. Let me ask. What's the difference between that experience and a white person who finds out that they were French? They're all Americans.
No, they're not. They're not Americans. Any so-called white person is not American. They're immigrants.
Now, what definition are you basing that on?
The definition of American, my brother.
Which definition is that?
The copper-colored people.
From what source?
Well, what I'm talking about is from the 1828 Webster's Dictionary.
All right, so the 1828 Webster's Dictionary, what does the specific language say?
What American is?
Yes.
American is the home of the copper-colored races, the Aboriginals, the inhabitants, the original inhabitants, which now apply to the white Europeans.
Exactly. What was that? Those two letters, 3, which is now, right?
Okay, that don't matter. Just because it applies to them now doesn't mean that
Whoa,
shit.
hold on, brother. Hold on. How the definition don't matter when you just used it?
Okay. So you're trying to say just because they're calling themselves Americans, now they're the fucking Americans, bro?
That's what the definition states.
They said belongs to.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on, everybody calm down. Hold on, real quick. Everybody calm down. Let me just say this. I'm gonna let you get it right back. I'm gonna let you get it right back.
You're not thinking from
Let me just say this.
You're thinking from a emotional perspective, and you're thinking from an anger perspective.
Hold on, too. Let me make this statement real quick.
Hold on. If you gotta run the mouth,
hold on, I'm gonna be quick. You can't talk over the host, Hold on, bro. I'm gonna be very quick. I think what people are saying is, right, with this specific definition, right, it gives credence to being evidence, right, of the Aboriginals, right, or the Americans being copper colored or the copper colored race, right? So I think they're saying they're utilizing it as evidence to support the claim.
That's fine.
And not necessarily taking the definition for what it says, if you understand what I'm trying to say.
People are talking about.
My question is this: if you're doing that and not taking the definition for what it says, how are you going to enforce any rights with it?
Bro, so you saying white people are Native Americans? White people are
no. The definition is saying that. It ain't saying
okay. So you saying okay? Y'all got to respect the definition. No, the fuck I don't.
No,
white people are not Americans.
Hold on.
White people are not Americans.
Getting violated.
White people are not Americans.
Do what you want, but don't complain about your rights.
You weird, bro. That's some weird ass shit to say.
It's
applied to white people, so they're Americans. That's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit. No, you telling me
to calm down, Tashawn. Calm down. No, I think what he's saying is if you're trying. Hold on, too. I think what the brother is saying is if you're trying to apply this legally, right?
There you go.
Then you can't utilize this specific individual term to stand on as an identifier.
There you go.
Hold on, real quick. Real quick.
Well, I think that's what he's trying to say.
Hold on, real quick. Let me explain something.
And correct me if I'm wrong,
No, you're absolutely right, and I'm not disagreeing with the brother that's what one of the descriptions was of the original people that was here. I'm not.
So here's the problem, right? And he's going to law school. He act like they're gonna pull out the Webster Dictionary for a legal definition. He knows that. And once again, we go to the etym of words, the etymology of words, and we're gonna get to the right exact thing. And it's interesting how he's pushing for them to be the Americans now, as if they excluded us from being Americans, right? Once again, it was like, who are the first Americans? That's all I care about. And there's a reason why that's all I care about. Because when we talk about social, political, economic empowerment, we have been pushed away from our land. Just knowing that this is your land and that if anybody got any rights, that we should have them first, period. If anybody's getting any wealth from this land, we should be getting it first. Anybody getting any royalties from this land, we should be getting that. Y'all understand what I'm saying? And
that's right.
We're not. And you have tethers, linebacker, blocking. These niggas is motherfucking right and left tackles right here. Y'all understand what I'm saying? These niggas is blocking for the system. And then making excuses about the 1828 as if it wasn't tampered with and wasn't changed, as for them to socially put themselves into this position. That's the problem I have with Two Hawks in, bro. This is it just so slow, and it's like you're so smart, but then it's like smart ass dummies, and this is the shit I'm talking about. Oh, he was just waiting on Ab to use the 1828 definition. That's just like Reneeum's like they can't wait for y'all to use the 1828 definition so they can, because they know they're gonna dissect the part that was changed by these motherfuckers. Fuck the part that is the copper colored
or the Aborigines that they found when they came in. Fuck that part. Just skip that part. See what I'm saying? Skip anthropology, skip archaeology, skip paleontology, skip geology, skip all the fucking ologies, right? And then go to DNA. So when you motherfuckers is talking about genealogy, right? And they talk about genealogy. And it's like, see, once again, genealogy is a new study. When we talk about family trees, that's old. Same thing, tracing your genealogy, knowing who you come from, knowing your tree, tracing your people back, going to these powwows, aka reunions, and all the things, the games, and all the things that we played, man. You dancing, line dancing, dancing a circle, dancing squares, whatever the fuck. We the best everything, bro. And we have the land. The Native Americans don't own no land to be cultivating shit, to build shit. Stop playing with us, man. Stop. Like, we gotta just go backwards and regress to some European ass shit, nigga. Hey, wait, they don't allow me to. I gotta ask permission to go somewhere. You gotta check in, nigga. I ain't checking in nowhere in America, fool. Fuck is wrong with you, man? Every square inch of this bitch is ours. What is wrong with you? And I dare you. Tell me I'm gonna check in. I ain't checking in nowhere. How about that? Weak as hell, man. I ain't never heard no shit like this before. Bro, y'all are dead wrong, because you're not going to use that definition in any legal terms. And according to the UNDRIP, that's the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. He knows about that. And the American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. I wonder why he didn't never say nothing about that. He knows about that. He understands. He just talked about misclassifications. He knows that so-called air quote Indians have been misclassified or declassified or reclassified as Negroes to take us away from this fucking land. He knows that happened to all of us. He knows that. But instead, he still wants to push that narrative because it makes him feel better than you. Slightly a pet under them, but better than you. That's how you niggas look, bro. And I don't give a fuck who give a fuck about it. That's how you niggas look. And y'all ain't bringing shit to the table for everybody. Because once again, it ain't about y'all. And going back to the origin of this shit. See, I was around. And I'm going to get to that when Duke of Tears, I'm going there. Y'all know I was around before you motherfuckers. First off. Second off, right? Second off, when we talk about the awakening that happened on YouTube, on the internet, right? And waking people to fuck up. You motherfuckers, bougie motherfuckers, y'all still ain't a part of the fucking community. So how the fuck you start something that you ain't even a part of, my nigga? And I already asked you niggas to stop saying this shit. I asked you niggas to stop saying it. Stop saying all this shit, because my motherfucking master teachers are my elders. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? And if we count and score, nigga, I've been doing this shit since the 70s. And I'm still on my fucking land. Fuck is wrong with y'all? Niggas talk so crazy and condescending. It ain't even about everybody. It's only about y'all. And the Narragansetts, what the fuck the Narragansetts have done? But be fucking traitors, nigga. Fuck is wrong with you? What we gonna do for all our people that's suffering, nigga? Don't sit around. That's the problem that I have with you bougie ass Indians. You bougie ass niggas.
Your weak ass.
That's the fucking problem, brother. You niggas y'all ain't for everybody, man. And this is the reason why y'all are still doing the same things that got us in this position. Trading on y'all people. Giving everything to the pale skins and then turning around and saying, well, aren't they? Why you got to start talking about the French? Nigga, we're not talking about the French. We're talking about right here, us, right now. See what I'm saying? They always deflecting. Watch when we get back to it, they're going to deflect. They're not talking about us and our people, man. Fuck just this particular tribe that was separated from the rest of the people in the region, bro. Or y'all are lighter than the rest of them, so now y'all shit on the Pequots because y'all helped them, bro. That's the history. Tell that history, nigga. Why y'all act like that didn't never happen? Oh, yeah, we the first contact Indians. Okay, that means y'all the first niggas that traded and let these motherfuckers come off the boat then, huh?
God.
How about that? Fuck you mean? So don't stop telling us about all this shit y'all done did and y'all doing. I can ask them one thing. What have y'all done? They gonna say dance around in a fucking circle. They ain't built shit. So I guess that's y'all doing the same thing that the Native Americans have done. Nothing. Ain't built shit. So stop talking to me like y'all like hey, we ain't did nothing, bro. We built this country. This is our shit. So when niggas is talking, it's too disrespectful because we're not having a conversation about Native Americans fighting or going through all these other stuff. We're talking about now, yeah, you had mulattoes, you had mestizos, you had different people, but you didn't have Native Americans. No Native Americans were on the Trail of Tears. Wasn't no such thing as Native Americans on the Trail of Tears. And he wants to keep saying Native. So let you know just how Sinetium was doing the other day that Two Hawks can take his weird ass, aka Jabari, and he can take his ass over there and talk, and they will be clapping, yay, brother, yay, yeah, you natives, yeah, you native and African, because that's hot, that's what they're saying. We're saying we sprung from this soil. We never came here. We've been here, and the bones, our muscles, our sinews are American. Oh, you guys are American. Okay, so you're a Native American, right? Still American. See how they work? See, once again, it's always double speech, bro, with these niggas. Just keep it real, and that's why I don't like y'all, bro. You niggas is cowards to me. That's a coward ass shit. Just keep it real, bro. And they're gonna act like we have egos because we are standing on something. Shout out to Tayshawn. He a baby in this, and he know that it was just some shit is common fucking sense. Once you understand, this common sense, bro. Like bro, my brain hurt just watching this shit. This is why I wasn't even tuning in. I was like, bro, I'm not about to listen to these weirdos. Shout out to Brother Rich, go over to Brother Rich and say all these weird shit on people. And bro, y'all own, bro, listen, that, and once again, it goes back to family members. But once again, the only people who had to get people from Barbados was the pale skins. We didn't. We was fucking. We was making babies. So we had plenty of people doing the things that we needed to do to cultivate the land and build the things we built. Hence, that's why we built all the shit we built. So we didn't have to have a fucking slave trade. We didn't have to have people go and bring in workers. We didn't have to do none of that. So only a person who's infertile or can't produce, like a lot of these failed, and I'm not even calling them colonies, because once again, when you have a colony, it is a denoting that somebody is colonizing us. And see, once again, we got to stop having the same conversations. That gives them power. Okay, that's what we're gonna talk about. So let's get back into this video, man, because we got a lot more shit to get to, man. Shout out to Hawk School, man. We got some real interesting stuff, man. We got to read for y'all, man. Shit is crazy, but we gotta let these dudes talk, and then we're gonna debunk everything that they're talking about, from the Behringer, from out of Africa hypotheses, and all other things that they are standing on, bro. All these made up ass tribes that was literally just made up, literally. Late 19th, 20th century. Y'all can respect it to check it. I really don't give a fuck. I don't care. What you gonna do? Show me your history. Show me where it came from. And I'm gonna show you where it came from. That's all we're gonna do. So once again, stop playing with us. Stop going back and forth. Like if they're declassifying or misclassifying the Indians and Negroes, and now we have people who have been classified as African Americans, then hey, Two Hawk, Turtle, according to the UNDRIP, an American Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, all we gotta find, nigga, is colored. The color don't mean black color. That means copper colored, nigga. Aboriginal. That means that you are indigenous to this land. That's according to law. And Two Hawk knows this. And instead of him trying to bring everybody together and tribe up, he wants to be a special Indian. See what I'm saying?
Your boy Turbo said they got gatekeepers.
Man, all right, gatekeepers. But see what I'm saying? But everything he's saying is all a part of the system that we saying that the design is that he's pushing for. So I just gotta keep that real, man. Let's get back to this video, y'all. Hey, man, this shit crazy. But once again, this is the confusion that's going on. Then you got a bunch of other people that's just sitting around confused as hell. And this just makes them even more confused. They're like, well, what's going on? Why is this happening? What? Okay, when we said that they're avoiding Aboriginal and autochthonous, why? Why are they doing that? Because it does not fit their out of Africa hypotheses and theory of evolution and the whole racist Jewish Indian shit. Okay? Hey man, y'all can respect the jacket. We prove this over here. Everything that we say, we put it on this channel. We show it. We're gonna show everything tonight. We're not gonna keep going back and forth. If a theory has made the law stage, okay, then let me know when the rules have changed. And until then, a hypothesis and a theory still has not made the law stage yet. To be able to do experiment, we should be talking to monkeys every day. You should be walking. You be out walking in the park, walking your dog and shit, be like, and there go a monkey walking his dog. And he be like, hi, monkey man, hi, Susie, and keep on going. Right? We should be able to see the evidence of monkey people and all these different types of humans, species, flying humans, water humans. Yeah, y'all get the point. All right, let's get back to this shit, man. Shit, man. It's retarded. Let's get them.
Saying that anymore, but the
Okay, you know another description? Do you know another description of the people?
Yeah,
Negroes.
my people, hold
Negroes.
on. My
Negroes.
people that were misclassified as having too much African blood in 1524 when Verrazano arrived. He said our skin tone ranged in color from fair skin like Europeans to a tawny brown. And it still does the same thing today in my family.
Hold on, bro. Hawk. You this nigga just I remember when I was listening to this, I was like, yo, did y'all hear this nigga? So Verrazano said he found Europeans when he came here. Yeah. Is that Hawk? Is that right? Zach, brother? And he said, just like in his family now, that it ranges from Europeans to him.
Shame. Yeah, I was noticing he was really trying to like put that in the side. You know what I'm talking about?
Whoa. So let's be clear. Two Hawk, you are a liar on top of that.
Shame.
Okay. If they found if Verrazano found in 1500s, if Verrazano found Europeans here, you know how they got here? By the slave trade, sir. And if once again, this is a Negro continent, and not to say that you're not going to find any lighter people or people, right? Because once again, we were moving and colonizing Europe and going to Europe before, air quote, the 1400s. That's how that work. And y'all can respect that or check it. We really don't care. We really don't care. We have the scientific evidence that we colonized the world and gave civilization to the world, Craig. So that's the work that's been done over here. And as opposed to saying that everything came here, that the Moors brought this here, that the Chinese brought this here, that the European brought this here, and they didn't. They didn't bring shit with them, bro. And that's the lies that they're telling. That's the problem I have with y'all, bro. Everything that y'all teach is a fucking lie, and it's based off of lies. And it's almost like y'all know it, but y'all have to be a part of the ghetto informant program. And so Two Hawks, he's literally telling us that he's about to go join the Royal Society in the bar.
That's right.
So he's about to go be an esquire. So he's already as if he has already taken the oath to work against our people.
Following in the footsteps of his ancestors.
Absolutely. And the white ones on top of that. The pale ones on top of that, Two Hawk. You're ashamed. That's shameful, brother. Everything that you're saying. But let's get back into this, man. But that right there, pale skins come from Europe, aka Slavs. So it's interesting that they always put the slavery on us and never put the slavery on them. Raymond Two Hawks.
Bro, you so
huh? Talk to him. Talk back to me, man. Go ahead, you got it.
Your family. Hold on. One at a time. Hold on, y'all. One mic. Right now. I'm gonna be quick. Yeah. Finish your dialogue with him. Make it quick, and then let's get somebody else's opinion, or let him finish. We'll move on to something else. Go ahead.
The original people of this landmass. This is what I'm trying to say. Okay, forget I said American and copper color. The original people of this landmass, they was called Negroes longer than anything else. Any other Indian, Black. If you're Negro the terror, bro. Negro the terror. No, they was not.
Brother, how you gonna tell me
what my Indian, they did not call the people here Indians first. They called them Negroes, bro. They even called them more. They gave them the term, bro.
You can't tell me about my people.
What does Indian mean? What does the word Indian mean?
No, we don't call ourselves Indians. We call ourselves tribal names.
He's never gonna answer that question. I noticed this too. He didn't answer that question. Hey, Two Hawk, why don't you do a lecture on what Indian mean, nigga? Good, keep going. As well as Narragansett, by the way. Keep going, brother.
You tell me what they called my people.
What does Indian mean? What does the word Indian mean?
What Europeans do.
What does the word Indian mean?
All right. Let's move on. Because we got people in the back. My studio is blowing up, and I want to make sure I want to get things addressed. So make sure when y'all come up here and make sure y'all have what y'all want to say and what y'all actually want to talk about in specifics. Make sure y'all have that together so we can actually address points and we don't get into like the arguing matches and shit like that, because we actually have an opportunity to do that, which I didn't expect. Shout out to the ancestors for that. So let's actually utilize this opportunity to at least try to bury the hatchet or go outside. Whatever the hell is gonna happen, whatever it is, let's take care of it right now. Hiker, did you have a question or something that you wanted to postulate?
No, I'm just listening to playing. Like I say, bro, I'm paying attention to, like I say, understand both brothers got good information, but by him saying that we run into the internet like hoes and all that shit, I say, nigga, you a fucking hoe. You understand?
Did I say your name, brother?
Man, listen, man,
why
fuck all that.
Why you mad at me if I didn't say your name?
Man, look, I don't.
Someone ran to the internet and said something about me.
Why you cutting me
off?
You just
said because you said you're a hoe to me.
No, you said
I
on
didn't
your
say your name.
platform.
I didn't say your name.
Man, listen to me. You said the Aboriginal community.
Brother, how's that an insult to you if you didn't do that?
Man, listen to me, man. Quit crying like a bitch and shut the fuck up.
Here we go. See, here what?
God damn.
So instead of saying my bad, you're right. Now I'm a bitch. This is what I'm talking about.
So real quick, hey, Two Hawks, were you privy to the encounter that me and Turtle Gang had prior to that?
Say DJ.
Okay.
I'll tell you right now who I
Say, bro, how you gonna do that, man? Fuck that bitch ass nigga. Fuck no bitch ass nigga. Fuck that bitch ass nigga. I don't hear that shit. Fuck you, hoe ass nigga. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, nigga. Fuck you, nigga. You fucking right, bitch. You cut me off, bitch. You cut me off, bitch. Shut up, bitch. You cut me off, bitch ass nigga.
Hold on,
fuck that nigga, man. You cut me off, bitch. I
want to get some order. We gotta get some order.
Red ass bitch.
Go ahead.
Shut up, you pretty mouth, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Fuck you, nigga. I'll cough in your fucking face, bitch. I'll cough in your motherfucking mouth, bitch. Shut your bitch ass up. Shut up, bitch.
I'm trying to give you the floor, Hiker.
Shut up, bitch. You sold us out, bitch.
Bro.
Go eat nuts, nigga. Eat nuts, nigga. You sold us out, bitch.
This is why people have the issue.
All right, we gotta move on. We can't do that, yo. I literally gave my public service announcement. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to give you the floor to talk, Hiker. Like,
That wasn't Hiker's fault. That was his fault.
Y'all got like.
Let me put it out there just to clarify, so there's no miscommunication. The young man's name is Tyrone Long. Now, I just spoke to Tyrone a few times that I think Tyrone's over the top. I think he's insulting. I think he's disrespectful. And I told him, I think, Tyrone, you cause a lot of problems generally because people associate stuff you're saying with what everyone's saying. But Tyrone just continues on. So Tyrone got into it with Turtle over calling Turtle a Pan-African. Now, I usually stay out of this stuff. Tyrone sent me a personal message, like I said, talking about Turtle broke protocol. And I was like, bro, don't hit me up about Turtle. What do you mean protocol? What are you talking about, Tyrone? Then Tyrone went and made a post about me, tagged me and Turtle in it. So then I hit Turtle up like, look at this clown. I was like, yo, what's up, man? Let's do. So here's my thing. I talk directly to whoever did something to me. If you didn't do nothing to me, then there's no problem. There's no reason to take any offense to what I'm doing. And what I also said in that communication several times was, I'm speaking a little tough love because there's a lot of people out here selling people on stuff knowing they're wrong. Now, I ain't had no conversations with none of y'all. I'll be honest, I've been in law school for 3 years. I ain't really been paying attention to nothing other than trying to graduate. If someone comes at me about family, I'm going to hold it down like it's family. But other than that, I got my own tribe to worry about, and I got my own family to worry about. What that brother's mad about, I'm not sure, but that's not for any energy I directed towards him. I don't got no problem with the brother. I don't know the brother. I don't got no.
Well, the issue was this right here, brother. Hey, brother, this was the issue, right?
Yes.
Like right now, you just clarified who you speaking about, right? But when y'all was having y'all discussion, y'all said Aboriginal community run into the internet like hoes. So instead of you being direct how you is now, when you stated that at that time, it made it a broad statement that a lot of people can basically look at that and be like, damn, they disrespected everyone, but you just clarified that. But the fact that it wasn't clarified at first and directed at who it was supposed to be directed to, it left it open for other people to take it a certain way instead of it being directed just to who it's supposed to be directed to. So I think that's where the problem came in. But now you clarifying who you were specifically speaking about. You get what I'm saying?
And I respect that, brother. And let me say this, because this is our way too. Apologies to anyone that I did insult for not clarifying properly, because I should have communicated myself better.
And let's not minimize the role that Tyron has played in this. Tyron, whatever the fuck your ass is at. Nigga, what the fuck?
Man.
Like,
he gonna make a page. Listen, after I block him, he gonna make a page with a woman on it. So I'm like, yo, who's this?
Bro, what the fuck?
Oh, you and Turtle blocked me. I said, yo, come on, Tyrone, man.
Hey, so brother Two Hoes, can I have a conversation with you real quick, brother?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let me just state who I am for the record before we get into it, right? I'm Truth. You know, I haven't been doing bills lately, but I have been doing bills with real research based off the actual scholars in those fields on what I produce, and I put out my evidence to show where it come from, to let it be known these are not just my words, right? Now, all my life, right? I'm from Mississippi. I also grew up in Chicago, but all my life, not only my grandmother, but my whole entire family, they always stated that we have always been here and we did not come over here by no slave ships. We don't have no documentation or family documentation of any slave in our family. Never had. So right now, what you see going on is a lot of other people who did know this are starting to do their research on their family and starting to get the same stories. So we actually, at the beginning, and I'll be honest, when I seen Turtle, I also seen you, brother, when you did your thing at Brown University, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm like, damn, it was finally good to see someone who looks like me that doesn't have to go through the bullshit about people trying to call them something they ain't. I also did the research to see the type of fuck shit that y'all are going through with people that I technically, with all due respect, I don't think they are originally from here. I think they are migrants. I think they are hijackers of our culture, our name, and our lineage. And it makes it hard for people that look like us to basically be who we are and stay who we are without no pushback from other communities, because our identities have been hijacked by other people. So not only are we waking up, and a lot of us have been waking up with anger, and I was there at one point in time and I had to calm down, but we're also looking at not only y'all in the Northeast, but also our brothers and sisters that's out there in Oklahoma and seeing the fuck shit y'all are going through with these same people that I view as really our enemy. And we're looking at it like we need to bridge the gap, not only with the urban Indians who are waking up from their indoctrination, but also the ones that also been on who they was, but also the ones that keep getting reclassified like, yeah, you an Indian, but you a freeman. I done met so many people that is classified as freemen that originally, even by documentation of these foreigners, they was just Indians at first, but now they're freemen. And they constantly keep doing that. And it's basically trying to bridge the gap to not only amongst the ones who is waking up out of indoctrination, but the ones who know that that we have strength in numbers and we don't need none of them but each other, and start doing business with each other, but also with connecting with each other and standing behind each other, doing all this bullshit that we're going through with foreigners. Like I told Turtle, I was just at Oklahoma. I had the best laugh of my life because I'm constantly seeing people with Choctaw plates, Saxon Fox, Kickapoo, Cherokee, etc. hopping out, and I'm seeing a fucking European. Ain't no denying it. Blonde hair, blue eyes. You feel me? I don't consider them my people. I had another brother telling me how out the blue, a Mongoloid Indian out of nowhere wanted to press the issue with him, and he didn't even bring up this topic on how his people is originally Africans and they're the real Indians. So those are the shits that we are really battling. And I also seen y'all battling. And I also see the brothers and sisters out there in Oklahoma battling. And I'm saying we got the same fucking fight and the same fucking enemy. And we need to stop accepting a lot of these adopted Indians, a lot of these bought on Indians. And we need to start dealing with the real Indians, because from my understanding, based off just my family and also the research that I done dug in, that America was a Negro continent. And the original Americans are the people that they're classifying as Negro. Just like how you're saying you Narragansett. If you didn't tell them that, you're a Negro to them. If Turtle didn't tell them that he was Lenny Lenape, he's a Negro to them. If y'all wasn't already established already, even with telling them that, they're trying to battle y'all, but they can't, because y'all family did keep y'all shit intact. And salute to y'all for that. But what it is now is we got to stop fighting amongst each other and bridging that and realize, hey, this is a Negro continent, and majority of the Negroes in America has always been here. And the majority of us have lost even the understanding of who they truly is. And we need to start waking them up, and the ones waking up, helping them, guiding them back into their proper standing with coming into this information about their family. How do you feel about what I just said, brother?
Hey, brother, listen, I'm in full support of everything you're saying. And I hope that no one has construed anything I've said in terms of how you engage with the European system as anything opposite that. I think what Turtle and I bring is the conversation about what you do once you've come to that knowledge. Because you're absolutely right. People need to wake up. You're absolutely right. What they portray as the original Indian, especially here on the East Coast. And that's one of the other things, when you go back in time, you start to realize that out West, they were different cultures than here on the East Coast. So I'm not in opposition to anything you're saying, brother, at all. I will add these as some caveats. We can't assume that just because the individual looks European, it's because they were adopted in. A lot of Indians married white, because they saw going through that it was an easier life being white. If anyone follows me on my IG, you've seen my daughter, you've seen my aunt, you've seen my grandmother, you've seen my great-great-grandmother. Our colors change with nothing to do with us, nothing to do with the mother and the father. They shift. So what you had up here, and I've heard the same thing down in Louisiana, is something called passing, where if the Indian was light enough, if the hair was straight enough, they'd go and pass as Indians. And then, you know, and now what ends up happening is, I'll give you an example, the Nipmucks. So the same tribe that Chief Cisco comes from, that's the Hassamanessett band. There's a Chungabungamung band. You would think they was all white people. You would literally think they was all white people. Then when you go to the powwow, all the Hassamanessets are like, hey, what up, cuz? Did you? Because they descend from two brothers, one who married another Indian, one who married a European, and then the family spread out. So what Turtle and I are saying is, once you get outside of this European system, you got to then release all of those European concepts of what norm is, because race isn't a norm in indigenous communities. It was imposed in 1676 after the Bacon's Rebellion, because Europeans, poor Europeans, Africans that were here, free Africans and enslaved, and indigenous folks that were assimilating, revolted against the local tribes, then revolted against the English in 2 wars. After the Second War, when they finally put it down, they introduced this concept called white to divide them. And what white was anything that's not looking like this or this status is white. And that's where Negro came in. So Negro is in relation to white. And white, as we know, wasn't necessarily a skin tone at that time. That's why later on the Moors got put into that Negro status. So all of these things are very nuanced, but what you're going to find is that tribes dealt with them very differently. There was a general sort of thing that happened, misclassification. But how did misclassification happen? Misclassification didn't happen to Narragansetts like it did to Pokanokets, even though we're sister tribes and in the same region. And when you get past the European system, when you get past their structures and their words and all that, when you start to get back to who you fully are without any reference to them, without any reference to Europeans, without any acknowledgement of what they're doing or what they're saying, fully being you, it becomes your family, then who your family is connected with in terms of your clan, and then your tribe. And this is what we would temporarily call your community. It all goes back to your family. And it's through the family that rights are exercised and protected. But if it's not through your family, then legally speaking, there's no rights to be enforced because there's no family heritage or lineage to tie back to. And that's where the problem comes in, especially when we start to talk about formalizing tribes, because what's going to happen is they'll let the tribe get going until it's a point where they've done enough, then they'll come arrest everyone. And that's what Turtle and I don't want to see happen. We don't want to see people get arrested.
Yeah, we don't want to see nobody get arrested, brother. I'm in agreement with you. So,
yes, sir.
And you said something that is true, and I've stated plenty of times.
Hey,
what happened
hold
in the
on a second.
Northeast ain't what happened to my people.
Hold on a second.
They
We'll stop
reduced
this for
my
a second.
people
There
into
you
the
go.
into
This is
the
good. This
1800s.
is a good place to stop this right here. Let's stop this right
something
here.
that happened to my.
Now I didn't hear this part right here. That when he said that he don't want to see anybody pretending like they Indians and doing stuff and then getting locked up. Is that real? So if a person, right, identifies himself as something, he's saying that they could be locked up. I haven't, Hawks, you heard that before? Have you heard about that?
Nah, but I'm gonna stay away from any nigga talking about jail.
Yeah, man.
Hey, cut. Let's put some music on. We're gonna pull up the I want to pull this Duke of Tears up, man. I don't want to get away from that tonight. But that right there, man, just you see that he's caping for the pale skins in his family. He's applying today's standards and today's family to the 15, 16, 17, 18 in the early 1900s. That's what he's doing, y'all. And I really think that's really interesting. I mean, I know y'all be like, Chief, what are you doing? Where you going? Where are we going with this? We're getting there, right? But the problem I have with this, right, is once again, niggas are disingenuous and don't want to really tell the truth, right? I see you back there, Cut. Cut, you killing it, man. Let's get right to it, man. Let's get something in. Let's get some music going, man. We gotta shake that stuff off, man. We're gonna get back to this, man. Let's go. Cowboys Indians, got now. Okay.
Look at this motherfucker. He just got low, you know what I mean? He got to get out here. Ain't no pressure here for us, you know what I mean?
RIP to the realest from the side, Chad Butler. Hey, I know you heard of me, yeah. Another first degree. I know you heard of me. Another first degree murder. It's a capital murder.
I'm a pimp C, bitch, so rum in my bucks. I so pussy on the street cause I knew nothing but sluts. Pimp C, bitch, so rum in my bucks. I so pussy on the street cause I knew nothing but sluts. Pimp C, bitch, so rum in my bucks. I so pussy on the street cause I knew nothing but sluts. Just came back from Dallas, Texas in a 6'8" lack. Bitch, I got ostrich on my seat, my candy paint red and black. If I had one, but I'm coming back with two. And she bought a girlfriend, hey, so now I got a few. Hey, hit the website and make it do what I do. I make 3,000 in one day, so motherfuck what you do. If I told you pussy number, you would think I was fibbing. Going in and out of town, you might think I was tripping. In the game, ain't a thing coming foreign with Jag. I spent 1,000, I just shot your shirt and left on the tag. Bad, no bunny, and that bitch is legit. I hooked that hoe up with my plug and that bitch hit for a brick. Whipped it up, double back, cut them rookies some slack. Bitch, I came up corrupt, I'm selling pussy and crack. Got some kush from California, had to take me a trip. Bitch, I mailed myself a 30, made 2,000 to split. Hit the studio with Sam, cause I got something to say. Pussy stay up out my face, cause I got something to spray. True, out the South, big bag, man. Haters see me drop his head and get mad. And see my new bitch and get sad. And start crying cause she eating out the trash can. Texas motherfucker, that's where I stay. I be in corrupt city every goddamn day. Big paper, I'm stacking. Hoes gon' let me beat they back in, cause all this dick that I be packing. A black man and a poet. Pimp C, one of the best to ever do it, and I'ma make sure that y'all know it. My best friend a real killer, so you best not trip. Pussy keep on popping off, he gon' get shot in the lip. Slow ass nigga.
It's the first degree. I heard of me.
Cut! You killing them!
I heard of me. It's a first degree murder. It's a first degree murder. It's a capital murder. I brought it back. Shut up, beach.
Just like Bun B, bitch. I was a king of moving chickens in my kitchen whipping. Never slipping, pop the clip and I kept my sink dripping. Just in case the task force is flipping, they got them stitches tipping. I ain't tripping, pain dripping, plus I got bitches stripping. Now peep this game from a heavy brother, the fetty lover. Overeating belly stuffer, never been a petty hustler. I get his dick to your mother, cause I'm a motherfucker. Chew me up like some hubba bubba, she'll never love another. She like to eat nutter butter, I need another rubber. But keep that shit undercover. I'm ducker, sucker, yes, Mr. Master. Hit your sister faster than pastor to the pastor. He fucked my church in the pastor. Seen the bitch walking almost past her. Let the window down, then I passed. Gassed, then I asked her if she had asthma. I gassed her. Told the bitch forget her, pass her. Skin is yellow like hello.
Booty poking like an elbow and shaking like a bowler. Yeah, ho, hit the track and she ain't talking about no railroad. All she said is yes, she can't even spell no. Yeah, bro, strap like some Velcro with nail blow. Brother better have my mail, ho, before I catch a murder case and go to jail. Oh, hell no. Suckers gon' suffer. I bust a buster at this brother with this cutter from Russia. If the 12 wanna discuss you, I'd never discuss you. Throw your body in a mechanical car, crush you and crush you. Don't know what the fuck is up with Usher, but I'm burning your lover. Be at your funeral smoking with the preacher, deacon, and usher. Bust your head, have your head leaking red like a gusher. Throw your body in the wall, some tissue and flush it. Chop you up like a machete, like you been fighting with Freddy. Some belly looking like a bowl of meatball and spaghetti. Ready. All of my niggas dead and they'll piss on you like R. Kelly and shit on you like a white freaking leave you stanky and smelly. It's the go.
Mic check. Yeah, man. It's the Panthers. It's my OG with Re-Murdered. R.I.P. to Pimp C. Yeah, man. Hey, man, let's get one more cut in there, man. Let's get this Threads, 3 stacks. My Niji. Let's do this for my Nijis, man. Strictly for my Nijis. Let's get to it, man. Threads 3000.
Threads 3000. Of my tribe, I offer mine, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my Niji. Oh yeah, my Niji. I do this for my Niji. I do this for my Niji. Should've left me where I was, cause I ain't never scared. Took that little ice off my neck for this arrowhead. My nation, my Niji, someone thorough said. Real Americans, still pure blood, we thoroughbred. I'm like, let my people go and just take me instead. When it's red or blue pill, I'm only choosing red. I'ma always choose my people, you can keep that bread. Our government owe $1 trillion, you can keep that bread. If it's one thing Jim Crow is showing me, I don't want no white folks ruling over me. I don't want no politicians ruling over me. I don't want no po-po ruling over me. Only somebody that's like me gon' treat me like me. I'm Anya Cherokee, the Chief and Dr. G.L.E. I'm still a G like DST. You might not be as G as me. You think you free, but you need remedy to be as free as me. I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people. They got us good, they still hating on my people. When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to dancing, the whole world wanna be like us. Foreigners are doing everything, trying to weaken us. Sports, y'all can't fuck with us. Rhythm, know we killing y'all. Anything involve a ball. Mentally, we figured out the cosmos. After all inventing shit, we smashing y'all. It's time to take the asking y'all rights by blood after all. Vatican and the Smithsonian got all our shit. Artifacts and relics still keeping us away from it. When they say it was a long time ago, that's racist shit. Y'all holy land keep stolen shit. We don't need y'all holding it. Reverse engineering our technology, controlling it. Gave it everything you got, but you can't put no soul in it. I ain't go see the new Matrix cause I'm living it. Everything is not what it seems, but I'm killing it. Can you afford to pay attention who you living with? Now they trying to mandatory vax, but is you getting it? Fall back off my Niji, I'm peeping y'all tactics. This ain't no Earth war, this here is galactics. Goddesses and gods warming up like practice. We gon' put arrows on your chest like patches. Mongoloids can't style like us, them fake natives ain't wild like us. They ain't got a soul, destiny as a child like us. Nobody power like us, nobody peace pipe like us. Boxing, y'all can't fight like us. Nobody lost they right like us. Wake 'em up, I'm in the way. Say too much, I'm in the way. They tryna kill us anyway, so listen what I'm finna say. Everybody, our kids, we raised y'all anyway. What that since it's finna say, everybody ain't here to stay. Is you with us this or against us, ain't no in between. I'm a non-ether being, not a human being. Got fucking 1492, but all my allies what to do. Renegade got clipped for days, be careful, I advise you to near my tribe of opera mind. So what's happening? Love them in and now y'all crossed the line. So what's happening? Ancestors wouldn't like you crossed the line. So what's happening? Original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, Nietzsche. Oh yeah, I need you. Do this for my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche, my Nietzsche. Do this, Nietzsche.
It's the ghost.
Cut, you killing them. That's right. Shout out to DJ Cut on the ones and twos. Hey, so here's the thing, right? Hey, y'all, I think we should pull up that document that you talk about, bro. Hawk School. You know what I'm talking about? What you say? From 1853? I want to pull this document up, man. I want you guys to see something Hawk School discovered.
It's on the way.
Let me see his documentation, man. Because it just doesn't add up to when we talk about culture, man. And okay, well, culture, it ain't just dancing around or you know, playing face painting and you know, just having a powwow, man. It's more than that, man. It's food. When we talk about food, you know, this barbecue, jerky. These are just other reasons and things why we use these mounds to preserve meat for the winter and things like that. You understand what I'm saying? So he might not know about these things because that wasn't a native culture. Once again, native is a Johnny-come-lately culture, you guys. And so they're pushing native specifically. So that's what we got to do. What's what we're dealing with? We're dealing with people that are pushing native. You know what I mean? So you gotta understand that. So we got here.
Can everybody see this good?
Yes, sir.
All right, Hawk, you got it, man. Show discovery.
All right, let me.
Ross, what's that? Ratsman's Journal. Rats. Is that Ratsman?
It's got an F there. It's Raftsman.
Yeah, it looks like a rats to me.
Yeah.
Right.
Ratsman's. It's the Ratsman's in them. Sound like Ratatouille to me.
Straight up.
Real shit. Hey, man, like, share, subscribe, man. You already know, man. Just say share my shit. Share this on all your social media platforms, man. You already know what it is, man. Support the real.
I'm going to blow it up and I'm going to start reading for Hawk Schools. When he says, read! We the Israelites today. Read!
That's what we doing. Read!
Oh,
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let's get it. I'm going to read.
All right. This is Raffman's Journal, Clearfield, PA. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I'm sorry about that. I had this TV going. All right, here we go. This is the Raffman's Journal, Clearfield, Pennsylvania, Wednesday, January 6th, 1858. Let me get up in here. Let me zoom this up here. Let's start getting this stuff cracking. Boom, boom, break it down. All right. All right. Y'all can see that pretty good. Is that better?
Hey, so I just want to point out this is pre-Civil War and pre-Native American. So just want to point that out.
That's right. All right. First paragraph or first column says Old Winter is Coming by Hannah F. Gold or
No, go ahead.
Cold.
Go ahead. Scroll down to that. That's somebody's
Oh, you want me
article.
to get busy? You want me to get busy where
Yeah.
we was?
Yeah.
Tell me when it looks familiar.
It say Antiquities in
Oh,
America.
there we go. There we go. There we go. All right. Antiquities in America. Throughout the entire length and breadth of of the country, washed as it is by the waters of two mighty oceans, and abounding in natural resources enormous beyond what is excuse me, what is impossible to conceive. We find much to admire and aspects of beauty of nature, and whether we traveled from the distant shores of Maine and New Brunswick to the golden sands of California and the shores of the great Pacific, or from the bright crystal lakes of Minnesota to the orange groves of Florida, we behold throughout immense extent the features of nature, grand and beautiful in every form and aspect. The mineralogist and the geologist, excuse me, I might have been fuddled that, the naturalist and the botanist, and even the antiquarian have all rich field here. Strange as it may appear, America abounds in antiquities, so extensive, so beautiful and majestic as to rival those of Thebes or Nevada. Ruins of ancient cities of immense extent, fortifications, mounds, and pyramids, temples with walls built of hewn stone, showing refined taste in architecture, and adorned with human figures, beautifully executed, large altars ornamented with hieroglyphics, probably given a record of those who reared them. Excuse me, but which no man has been able to decipher. Remains of ancient palaces with beautiful specimens of sculpture and paintings, with many other marks of ancient greatness, prove to us that this was not a new world, but that a powerful empire existed remote period, at a very remote period of time, teeming with the population highly skilled in arts and in a state of civilization far beyond anything we have had been led to conceive of the Aborigine. Previous to the discovery of them,
Wait, of
the
who?
continent. Excuse
Of
me.
the Native American?
Oh no, it says far beyond anything we have been led to conceive of the Aborigine.
Of the Negro?
Of the Aborigine.
Or the black man?
Of the Aborigine.
Read.
Previous to the discovery of the continent by Europeans. The antiquities of America extend from the eastern shores of Maine and Massachusetts to the Pacific, from the Great Lakes of from the Great Lakes and British dominions to Peru and La Plata in South America. In fact, throughout the extent of both continents, immense forests grow over ruins and large cities, and the gigantic
Hold on, large villages?
no, large cities.
You just said large colonies.
Immense forests grow over the ruins of large cities.
Right. Now we know that they'd use this thing called LIDAR to find in Guatemalan jungle over 80,000 structures. So I don't know what y'all gonna do, man. I don't know what y'all gonna do. And they use that as a map to navigate through the jungle. That's how accurate the LIDAR is, because LIDAR is a new technology that they didn't have even back then. And they still knew that America had mounds, pyramids, ancient ruins, and all the things that they had. And this is 1858, right? But they're not saying Native Americans, because that term hasn't, for another 120 some odd years, been created. Okay. Just like African Americans wasn't created this time. So they're not talking about Africans built these pyramids here in America. They're just saying, well, we don't know who built these pyramids in America. Well, guess what? It's bones. There's a whole goddamn mummy inside one of the pyramids where we just did that like a month or two ago. He was like 2,800 years old in Mexico. That's a nigga. My bad. The mummies, the gold teeth, the locks, everything, the measurements of the bones say that these are Negroes. Now, when we talk about using LIDAR, right? They see, because you believe in the lines in between the states, you believe in the lines in between Mexico and New Mexico and California and Arizona. Y'all believe in all that shit, right? But we didn't know nothing about that in ancient times. So the architecture as well as the people are the same. So when we're talking about Maya is just another descriptive term of dark people, just like Indian is a descriptive term of dark people. Okay? So when they're trying to exclude you, or the Maya don't exist no more. And the Mayas are descendants, according to them, of the She. And they say that all tribes. Now, I don't understand this. Why are they excluding? Once again, when they know that they say all tribes supposedly come from the She, or aka the Olmecs. So why is that you understand what I'm saying? Why are they trying to get away from that? You see what I'm saying? Because of the discovery of us exposing a lot of the racist things that they're doing. So once again, you have these mulattoes, I call them the Wonder Twins, you know what I'm saying? Pushing pale degeneracy, and that's what they're doing. Period.com. And I know people don't understand that. I get it, but you even seen Tupac. Once again, he has to cape for what he has in his family, as opposed to telling the truth that these people came into his family after Reconstruction. Okay, this is what it is. Y'all gonna respect the check. Let's go.
Immense forests grow. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I need to hear that. What'd you say? What'd you say, Hawk?
No, I said read.
That's what I'm saying. I need to hear that. Okay, read. Immense forests grow over the ruins of large cities and the gigantic size of the trees, and with indications that other generations of trees sprung up and grew before them, prove that the ruins were in existence before the Christian era. In every portion of the United States, interesting ruins have been discovered. In the state of New York, have been found scriptures, figures of 150 animals of different species, executed in a style far superior to anything exhibited by any of the existing tribes of Indians. The state of Ohio, excuse me, the state of Ohio abounds in ruins of towns and fortifications with extensive mounds and pyramids. At Marietta in Missouri, beautiful pottery, silver and copper ornaments, and pearls of great beauty and luster have been dug from the earth. In the caves of Tennessee and Kentucky, mummies have been found in a high state of. Let me turn that shit down.
Wait a minute. You
Excuse me.
said in the caves of Qumran?
No, in the caves of Tennessee and Kentucky.
The caves of Egypt
No,
and Cairo.
no, no, in the caves of Tennessee and Kentucky.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Read.
Mummies have been found in a high state of preservation, clothed with cloth and skins of various texture and inlay with feathers. Let me scroll up here. Let me get my mouse. All right. Like discoveries have been made in Carrollton, excuse me, near Milwaukee in the state of Wisconsin. Ruins of high fortifications appear. Similar ruins appear in the state of Missouri. On the south side of the Missouri River, in the western portion of the state, is an enclosure of some 500 acres, which include the ruins of a building, no doubt ancient tower, in parentheses, with walls over 100 feet high and 80 feet wide at the base, attached to which are what is that? I don't know what that is. Redoubt, a redoubt or a citadel, with the work much resembling the structures of the tower in Europe. So, wow. 80 feet wide at the base, attached to which are redoubt and a citadel, with the work much resembling the structures of a tower in Europe. Okay. But it is in the south of Mexico that magnificent, beautiful ruins present themselves in abundance. Ruins of majestic cities, magnificent temples and altars with beautiful works of sculptures, tastefully wrought palaces adorned with paintings, colors chiefly sky blue and light green, which show by their richness and elegance to be the work of a highly cultivated people. These ruins, majestic and beautiful in appearance, but overgrown with thick forests of mahogany and cedar of immense dimension. Let's go over here. Let's go over here. All right.
That redoubt, that's a fort. It's a big ass fort. It's a redoubt historically. Redoubt is a fort system usually consisting of an enclosed defense emplacement outside a larger fort, usually relying on earthworks, although some are constructed of stone or brick. It is meant to protect soldiers outside the main defensive line and could be a permanent structure or a hastily constructed temporary fortification. So it's obviously an army too.
Yeah, definitely. Our people was definitely strategically placed and had their shit together for real. And the great age proved to the world that a great empire existed here at a very remote period of time, and that this empire teamed or maybe even deemed with a immense population, a people skilled in mechanical arts and in advanced state of cultivation. The most extensive ruins are to be found in, I don't know what that says, Unama and Palenque in the southeast of Mexico.
Palenque.
Umike? Okay.
Is that Palenque you talking about? The PLENQUE shit?
Oh, Palenque. No, it's, what is that? UXMAL.
Oh yeah, that Uxmal looking shit. I don't know.
Yeah, Uxmal.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck the X doing. It's probably silent and shit.
Straight up.
Shame.
All right, here we go. At Uxmal are a mixed pyramids coated with stone and quadrangular stone, antiquities and terraces. Yeah, and the highest of the pyramid is 130 feet, and on the summit it supports a temple. On one of the facades of the temple are 4 human figures cut in stone with great exactness and elegance. The hands are crossed upon the breast. The head is covered with something like a helmet. Above the neck is a garment of the skin of an alligator, and over each body is a figure of a death's head and bone. Letting it be known that if you come over here, you fooling with people that will kill you. Straight up.
My skull and crossbones. That's what he just described.
That's pretty much what it sounds like.
Oh well, yeah, I was gonna say that it's the skull
Like
and crossbones.
the pirates.
Well,
Perhaps.
absolutely. And once again, they made something negative. Even rat poison has the skull and crossbones. So the skull and crossbones is a representation of our ancestors. So even when you look at the skull and bones secret society, you know, they talk about the head right there is of an Aborigine man. So we're talking about the skull and crossbones. Once again, they're taking our science. They're taking credit of our ancestors. We gotta talk about
it. All right. Let me see. Where was I at here? At Palenque, a city of great extent, are immense ruins with the remains of a royal palace. One temple, that of Copan, 520 feet by 650 feet, and supposed to have been as large as St. Peter's at Rome. Another temple of great dimension is here, having an entrance by the patio, I would like to say that, portico, or maybe even 100 feet long and 10 feet broad. It stands on an elevation of 60 feet. The pillars of portico are adorned with hieroglyphics and other devices. Different objects of worship have been found, representations of the gods who were worshipped in this country. These temples, with 14 large buildings and many other objects of curiosity, stand here as monuments of ancient greatness, to remind us of the remote origins of a mighty empire. The city has been described as the Thebes of America, and travelers have supposed that it must have been 60 miles in circumference and contained a population of 3 million souls. Centuries must have elapsed, and dynasties succeeded each other before such orders of architecture were introduced. and a great length of time must have passed before an empire would have come sufficiently powerful enough to erect such temples and possess a city of such vast extent. In looking back to the past, we feel interested in the imagination that this people once in the noonday of glory, enjoying all the fruits and luxury of an advanced civilization. But when we behold these ruins and a melancholy reflection must have at once seized our minds. On the ground where once nations met in their strength and power, wild beasts now roamed, and venomous serpents wind their way. And over the vast cities were once the busy loom of industry and the voice of merriment, merriment resounding. Grows the vast cedar on which branches the owl chatters discordant notes, and the bats sleep at Meriden. In this country is exhibited the largest pyramid in the world, that of Colula, near Puebla.
Cholula, yeah.
Colula, in near Puebla. It covers 44 acres and is 200 feet high on its summit. Was a temple, and in its interior has been discovered a vault roofed with beams of wood containing skeletons and idols. Several smaller pyramids surrounding this large one. It appears to have been formed by cutting a hill into an artificial shape. Wow. They cut a hill into a pyramid. Wow. And then they call them mounds. That's crazy.
But so that's not right and exact though.
Okay.
When we talk about the basket weaving technique, it took a effort. Once again, they took the stone off of the pyramids to leave the dirt mounds under it, or I guess we could say the skeleton of the pyramid in this case, because there's a progression of pyramid making before there was, and we got to think about this, right? Before there was metallurgy or the ability to mine, and then after you mined it, as you could tell, they tell you where they went and quarried the stone from. And a lot of times they would carve the stones before they bring it to the location, right? Hundreds of miles pulling big tons of stones. So the sheer effort, all the manpower that this took, it took food to do it, bro. You gotta have food to live. You can't, and the build shit, you can't even come up with a dance routine. Your ass hungry, you ain't got the energy to do it. You can't think, you can't do nothing without food. And then your everyday life is just scavenging for food, looking for food every day, right? Or fighting motherfuckers to not be eating or to eat people, bro. This is what we're dealing with. So when we're talking about all this magnificent shit that's happening in America, what is happening in London? What is happening in France at this time? What is happening in Germany? What is happening in the BC times? What do they have in this time? You understand what I'm saying? Like, we got to stop. Like, they be like, well, it's described like Thebes and all this other stuff. What are you talking about? What are y'all talking about? Why are they not talking about all these great civilizations? Why are they not talking about that then? See, they were even pushing their agenda, even in this thing in 1858. They're still pushing their Greek philosophies and their Greek shit, Thebes and all this other shit. That shit is new over there. and little. We got massive shit here, bro. That's ancient, older than anything. Languages older than anything. All this other stuff, they took it and remixed, singled, and gave it back like they brought it to us, bro. This is what they have done. So this is what we dealing with.
That's right.
Hey, but keep going, bro. Read.
All right, on this. Where was I at? All right, here we go. Its dimension immense, being nearly, hold up, let me keep it $1,000. I'm over here jumping up to read for everybody as if I liked to read in front of the class when I was little. I hated that shit. But I'm here with y'all, family. Bear with me. Bear with it. All right, here we go. It covers 44 acres and is 200 feet high on its summit with a temple. Okay, I think I skipped the part. But it's great. With its summit was the temple. And in the interior has been discovered a vault roofed with beams of wood containing skeletons and idols. Several smaller pyramids surrounded this large one, and it appeared to have been formed by cutting a hill into an artificial shape. Its dimensions are immense, being nearly 3 miles in circumference and about 400 feet high. It is divided into terraces and slopes, covered with platforms, stages, and bastions, elevated one above the other, and are formed with a large stone skillfully cut and adjoined with cement. In some respect, the style of architecture resembles the Gothic, being massive and durable, while in other respects it resembles the Egyptian. Yet the general construction, manner, and style of the architecture is different from anything hitherto described in the world in Egypt. In the world. I don't know what that is. What is that? HITHERTO. Y'all know what that is? Y'all can break that down. I don't know what that is.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Egypt in North Africa wasn't called Egypt in 1858.
That's a fact. Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I just want to point that out. So, we don't know what we're doing, like, but
yeah, it's okay.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. In Egypt, hieroglyphics on the stone denote remarkable events which no one has yet been able to decipher. A dark shade rests on the antiquities of America, and a few rays light enliven the gloom, and a few rays of light enliven the gloom. When we have ancient history to inform us of the events of Egypt, how the empire was founded and how it prospered and fell. We have the same record of Babylon, Nevea, Greece, Rome, and Carthage, but not the least information have we relative to those who erected these cities, what people and whence they came. Not a ray of light to dispel the dark gloom which seems to rest on the earliest history of America, Architecture, sculpture, paintings, and all the arts that adorn civilized life have flourished in this country At a period far remote, there is evidence sufficient to prove that these cities were in ruin at least 16 or 1800 years ago. In Palenque are the remains of an altar over which grows an immense cedar, which powerful roots enshrine it. The whole city is overgrown with mahogany and cedar trees of enormous size. The centric circles of some of these trees, the well-known circles for a year, have been counted, which show that they were more than 800 years old. And there were indications of another generation of trees having sprung up before them. How few reflect on the fact that America is an old dominion, the seat of an ancient mighty empire. These facts are opening themselves every day to the eyes of the astonished world, and it is to be hoped that the spirit of the inquiry, which seems present to animate all the classes of learned men, may throw light on the earliest history of this remarkable region. The following is on the tombstone in Ireland. Here lies the body of John Mound, lost at sea and never found. Okay, let's go up here to the top. All right, Colonel Yale's first court. When Colonel Archibald Yale, afterward killed at a battle in Buena Vista, had taken his seat for the first time upon the bench in Arkansas, the bar was composed of a set of lawyers who had always browbeaten his predecessor and they had their own way. Excuse me. The judge determined to put a stop to this. The first case on the docket was called, and the plaintiff stood ready. It was a case that had been in litigation for 5 years. General Smoot arose for the defendant and remarked in an overbearing tone, "Our witnesses are absent, and therefore I demand that the case be continued until the next term in course." Let me scroll down here. "Let the affidavit be filed, for not until then can I entertain a motion of continuance," was the reply from the judge. "Do you doubt my word as a fact, as the fact?" General Smoot exclaimed sharply and involuntarily raised his huge sword cane. "Not at all," replied the judge with his blandest smile, "but the law requires the facts justifying the continuance must appear on record, and the court has no power to annul a law, nor any will to see it annulled." Excuse me. "And the court has no power to annul the law, and nor any will see to it annulled." The judge's calm and business-like tone and manner only served to irritate the bully, and he retorted, shaking his sword cane in the direction of the bench, "Whatever may be the law, I, for one, will not learn not learn it from the lips of an upstart demagogue and a coward." The Judge Yale's temper was a little moved at this reply, but he only turned to the clerk and said, "Clerk, you will enter a fine of $50 against General Smoot, as I see him named on my docket for gross contempt of court. And be sure you issue an immediate execution. He had hardly communicated the order when Judge Smoot was rushing towards him, brandishing his sword cane. Every glance was fixed on the continuance of the judge, for all wished to know how he would bear the shock of the duelist's fierce assault. But none, however, could detect the slightest change in his appearance. He did not change his color, nor did a nerve seem to tremble. His calm eyes surveyed the advancing foe with little of perturbation. He sat perfectly still with a little rod of painted iron in his hand. Smoot ascended from the platform and immediately aimed a tremendous blow at the head of his foe. At that blow, all expected to see the victim's skull shivered to atoms. The general astonishment then may be conceived when they behold the little iron shaft described a quick curve, and as the sword cane flew from Smoot's fingers and fell with a loud clatter at the distance of 20 feet in the hall, the baffled bully uttered and yelled and snatched his bow knife from his sheath, but ere it poised it for a desperate plunge. The little iron staff cut another carve. Or what is that? What did it say? Yeah, cut another curve, and the big knife followed the sword cane. He then hastily drove a revolver pistol, but before he had time to touch the trigger, his arm was struck powerless by his side. And then, for the first time, did the judge yell, betray perceptible emotion. He stamped his foot till the platform shook beneath him and shouted in trumpet tones, "Mr. Clerk, you will blot this ruffian's name from the roll of attorneys as a foul disgrace to the bar. Mr. Sheriff, take this criminal to jail." The latter officer sprang to obey the mandate, and immediately a scene of confusion ensued, which no pen could describe. The bravos and the merriment friends of General Smoot gathered around to obstruct the sheriff, while many of the citizens lent their aid to sustain the authority of the court. Menaces, shunt, and curses were commonly some old super white word. The straight up, the new judge used his little iron cane with terrible efficiency, crippling limbs, yet sparing life. The sheriff imitation of clemency of his honored friends, disdaining use of the either knife or pistol, actually trampled and crushed all opposition, singing out at every furious blow, "This is the way to preserve order in the court." And the sentiment which he accompanied with a wild pearl of laughter, or peal of laughter. In less than 2 minutes, the party of the judge, triumphant, the clique of General Smoot suffered a disastrous defeat, and the bully himself was borne away to prison, such as the debut of Archibald Yale in Arkansas. And from that, his popularity as a man, as a judge, as a hero, and a politician went on rapidly increasing till eclipsing the old and the most powerful names it set on the bloody eve of Buena Vista. Y'all got anything on that? Cause yeah, the judge wasn't fucking around, sound like. All right, here we go. Kansas. The special session of the new territorial legislature of Kansas, called by acting Governor Stanton, had been held, and we believe it is hardly pretended that its acts contravene the pledges made by the leading Free State men to Stanton to introduce him to call it. The legislature has provided for all fair and full submission on the 5th of January Constitution lately framed at Lecompton. Such a submission, as Mr. Buchanan said, no, or he would have preferred, and Mr. Douglas said must be had enacted stringent provisions and against illegal voting and fraudulent returns, provided for an organization of militias, which will render it difficult for the invading border ruffians of Missouri hereafter to pretend to be militia of Kansas, and resolve in the favor of the Topeka as against Lecompton Constitution. The vote at the election on the 21st was mediocre, and the Lecompton Constitution, with slavery, was adopted by a large majority. Now you know what?
Let's stop it right there. Huh?
Let's say, because I'm about to play some music, man, and get back on my motherfucking runts, nigga. This shit took me back to school, nigga. Hey, I'm out. I'm done with that shit.
Yeah.
Hey, thank y'all, family. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. And it's written like it is written in 1858. I just want to point out, this is like a newspaper, so you're getting some sensationalization as well. But you don't see Native, you don't see African. See, they write terms back in time. So they love to do when you're looking at microfiche, looking at stamps, time stamps, newspaper clippings from the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, the 20s, early 1900s, late 1800s. You know what I'm saying? You could kind of get a snapshot of what's going on. Not to say that that's accurate, because once again, you still have people putting their agendas, and you have editors, you have people lying, you have a bunch of stuff. But what you're not going to have is people, you can kind of go and see what we were calling ourselves, what they were calling us, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man. Shit, man. I still want to pull up that video. We're not going to play much of the video of Duketeers and Turtle Gang. But, yeah, let's get back to some music, man, and then we get into that video. I just want you guys to see a few things, man, because once again, this is the Aboriginal awakening. We are still a part of the general community of all our people. So what happens is, when you say there's a Hebrew community, there's a Muslim community, there's a Moor community, you're already separated. You're already divided. You're already defeated. So the Aboriginal community is the glue that brings everything together. So when you guys are saying that, like I said, we never separated from anybody. You guys created that. distinction. And once again, why? Because that's a part of dividing and conquering. So we got to stop that as well. We're not no different. Oh, FBA has their own community. Huh? Make that make sense. FBA could be Christians, they could be Muslims, they could be Moors, they could be natives. You know what I'm saying? All these things, bro. So that shit don't have nothing. See, once again, they're conflating too many things together. So that's what we got going on. Yeah, bro, you can take that off of there. Yeah, that's January the 6th, 1858. Hey, man, shout out to all American Aborigines, man. Press go if you truly descend from the greatest human beings in world history, Craig. Hey, it was talking about, it was like from Maine, from the East Coast of Maine to the Pacific Ocean to the top, all the way to the bottom. All the way to the bottom of the Americas, man. The Palo Verdes Island, man. Like, come on, bro. Y'all got to get it together. Like, what is we saying right now? What are y'all saying for real? Like, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to America, man. Shout out to the Americans. That's right. Let's get to it, man.
That's right.
You killing them. What you got for us? Hey, Trey Ali, Turtle Island. Let's go.
Tell me gon' die every day. Swear we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. We been here, lived here, open borders, got deported, fought for rights. Kidnapped, bitch slapped, blacked out, covered up, washed white. Drugged up, slugged up, beat bread, left for dead, fuck your life. It's all a plan, kill your man, take your land, slave your kids, rape your wife. Why y'all look so mad if all this shit I say is true? Why y'all look so mad if all this shit happened to you? White man quick to tell you was a slave, nothing before. But he himself only been free since 1840. Young recording, I'm an ancient Egyptian from Atlantis, head straight for Canada, that's Israel. Nothing fake about me, no capping rapping, y'all just fed the ink and I'm digital. No caveman, I'm original. Kentucky fried, extra crispy, wear a lot of gold, cause my family history. I'm the guy to know, I bring death to him. We die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They tell us we black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. Swear we gon' die every day. They said Jesus gon' save us. Well, I know we die if we wait. I know we die if he can't. They ain't black, but we ain't. Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day. Cause we don't know where we came. Power, only respect power. What's been said can't be said no less. Stand for something, no, you die coward. They bombed our churches, set our kids on fire. Police keep erasing cause they backed up by the nation. Nation ain't complaining cause the Indians still hanging. Comanche, Sioux, Apache, ain't no history in blackness.
That's right.
Reason for that chatting if you bitch up when it's action. AR on my body, tell the bro to grab the shot and loading up that new. Cause we don't know where we came.
Yeah, man, that's an infamous Trey Ali. Hey, man, let's just keep this thing going, man. Keep the tunes going. How about that Judgment Day? CT, Finesse, St. Louis, stand up. It's Judgment Day. It's the GOAT. Cut, you killing him. Let's get it.
No. It's the GOAT. Say what they gonna do on this Judgment Day. Yeah.
Brand new Glock just came today. Make 4 to 5 bands on a rainy day. I done ran on my cake in a major way. Hold on 1 second, just made a play. Had a convo with God, ready to pain away. Say I'm leaving too fast, take a day. I'm a blessing for sure, so I say my grace. Gotta answer that dough in this judgment day. Brand new Glock just came today. Make 4 to 5 bands on a rainy day. I done ran on my cake in a major way. Hold on 1 second, just made a play. Had a convo with God, ready to pain away. Say I'm leaving too fast, take a day. I'm a blessing for sure, so I say my grace. Gotta answer that dough in this judgment day. Remember them days I was broke, I wasn't having no dough, bitch, they never knew cause I wasn't popping. I'm not a baby when I was there looking for money, I'm tapping off for my pockets. I was a young boy, no NBA, going broke again, that ain't no option. Houston, but I keep me a rocket. Dressing all white, got me feeling like Gotti. Judgment day coming, I ain't scared of nothing. I got off my ass and I start counting hundreds. Turkey bag started off as an onion. Finesse, man, he ain't see that shit coming. See his ass, butterflies in his stomach. Throw the window down, boy, start dumping. Like a shooter round, he got a bucket. He a shooter now, he say he thuggin'. Bangin' like he David Ruffin. Gun in hand, he look ready for something. He Superman, he feel like he the tough. Ain't with the plan, don't keep pressing his buttons. Then he go in the dumbest. Pole, you would think he a plumber. On his ass, hop out right on your bumper. Oh, you stepping with this nigga be stomping. Brand new Glock just came today. Make 4 to 5 bands on a rainy day. I done ran on my cake in a major way. Hold on 1 second, just made a play. Had a convo with God, ready to pain away. Say I'm leaving too fast, take a day to day. I'm a blessing for sure, so I say my grace. Gotta answer that dough in this judgment day. Brand new Glock just came today. Make 4 to 5 bands on a rainy day. I done ran on my cake in a major way. Hold on 1 second, just made a play. Had a God ready to pain away. Say I'm moving too fast, take a day to day. I'm a toe, so I say my grace. Gotta dough when it's judgment day. Thou shalt not judge, they do anyway. Sour niggas mug, turn to lemonade. Don't care who we was, we not that today. Don't show me no love, you not here to stay. Yeah, like a bug, they be all in your face. Straight off the mud, they ain't do me no favors. Up a dub, I got too many flavors. Call us up, but ain't all y'all good play. They man, I be ballin', they bitches be callin', swear I hit them often. I swear that I do. These niggas put trust in the hoe and don't even know she the one talking. Now soon as you see them, no need to ID them, they laid in the coffin. Be careful when looking for trouble, might knock on the door of a slaughter. Brand new Glock just came today. Make 4 to 5 bands on a rainy day. I done ran on my cake in a major way. Hold on 1 second, just made a play. Had a convo with God, ready to pain away. Say I'm leaving too fast, take a day to day. I'm a blessing for sure, so I say my grace. Gotta answer that dough in this judgment day. Brand new Glock just came today. Make bands on a rainy day. I done cake in a major way. Hold second, just made a play. Had a convo with God, ready to pain away. Say I'm fast, take a day to day. I'm a blessing for sure, so I say my grace. Gotta answer that dough in this judgment.
It's the go.
That's right. St. Louis, stand up. Mound City. Yeah, man. Hey, man. You already know, man. Tomorrow night, man, 6 Eastern. We got Job Bricks gonna be in the building, man. It's gonna be crazy, y'all. We're gonna be dropping some new heat tomorrow, man. Matter of fact, let's get that Feather Girl in, man. Y'all gonna be shooting this video end of the month, Memorial Day weekend, man. So, hey, like I said, we got a few things we're gonna be announcing next week, actually, you guys, pertaining to Memorial Day weekend and things. So y'all be on the lookout for that. But yeah, definitely gonna be dropping. Gonna be shooting a video, so we're gonna be behind the scenes on that, y'all. Memorial Day weekend, y'all. So tap in, man. It's the GOAT. It's Job Bricks, Feather Girl for all the lovers out there, man. I get y'all a Feather Girl. Got me one. It's the GOAT. Let's go.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm just looking for a feather girl, you know?
Cut, you killing them.
What's your name? What's your sign? I'm just trying to make you mine. Chocolate girl, you know you fine. Do I ever cross your mind? Get it wet, make it rain. Be my weather girl. I'm just looking for a wife. Won't you be my feather girl? Name. What's your sign? I'm just trying to make you mine. Chocolate girl, you know you fine. Do I ever cross your mind? Get it wet, make it rain. Be my weather girl. I'm just looking for a wife. Won't you be my feather girl? Bad, Yeah, you fine. I'm just trying to mine. You ain't worried about these pennies, girl, cause you know you're a dime. And I knew that I would have you. I just had to wait my time. Didn't know you passed looks, cause you know that love is blind. Met you at the powwow. Asked you what's your tribe. You asked me, mom, we politicking, then we caught a vibe. So you rocking your feathers. You can say you caught my eye. From that moment, girl, I knew that I could probably ride. Girl, you the truth, shorty, what you wanna do? Come and be a winner, you know I could never lose. Wanna be a man now, tell me what I gotta prove. You the realest, so that's why a nigga really fuck with you. What's your name? What's your sign? I'm just trying to make you mine. Chocolate girl, you know you fine. Do I ever cross your mind? Bet, make it rain. Be my weather girl, I'm just looking for a wife. Won't you be my feather girl? Man, what's your sign? I'm just trying to make you mine. Chocolate girl, you know you fine. Do I ever cross your mind? Bet, make it rain. Be my weather girl, I'm just looking for a wife. Be my feather girl. And girl, you do that thing damn well. I know you indigenous, what's your tribe? I can't tell. Are you Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cherokee? No interracial, girl, I only fuck with chicks that look like me. I like a long-haired, melanated vibe with no guidance, shorty, I'ma be your guide. Let me show you how to live. It's not enough to just survive and maybe have a couple kids if I end up between your thighs, for real. Intellectual convos about a book or something. That smirk emoji like you giving me that look or something. Keep it real like you carrying a hook or something. So if you want it, you got it. Ain't kinda look for nothing. Name, what's your sign? I'm just trying to make you mine. Chocolate girl, you know you fine. Do I ever get it mine? Get it wet, make it rain. Be my weather girl, I'm just looking for a wife. Won't you be my feather girl? What's your name? What's your sign? I'm just trying to make you mine. Chocolate girl, you know you fine. Do I ever cross your mind? Get it wet, make it rain. Be my weather girl, I'm just looking for a wife. Won't you be my feather girl? It's the go.
Yeah. Ja Bricks. Feather Girl. Yeah, man. Hey, man, shout out to Cut. DJ Cut Tack on the ones and twos, man. That's what's up, man.
You killing them.
Hey, man, we're going to open up the panel, man. Hey, yo, Cut. Let's pull this video up, man. Let's get a little of this video in, man. We got the Stuketeers. I know should have been had this thing up, but we had to bring that information out, man. Shout out to Hawk School. Why that's important is, once again, you know, we could pull up so much evidence of ancient civilization that was ancient when they got here in the 14, 15, 16, 17, 1800s. You know what I'm saying? So you guys act like they came over here by the millions in the 1500s, like they came over here by the millions in the 1600s, like they came over here in the millions in the 1700s when they was not over here like that. So once again, they're writing themselves into history and writing you out of history. So once again, you have, and I don't play the colorism game because that's a part of the caste system. So that's what these guys are playing. They're playing the caste system and the colorism game. That's Two Hawk and Turtle Gang. They can deny it if they want to, but they're pushing pale degeneracy. Y'all can respect it or check it. But once again, when you go back and you listen to their conversations, you listen to the conversations we had, interactions that we had with these guys, they wasn't trying to bring shit together. You people, them niggas sound like they was like, white power, white power, white power. You know what I'm saying? They was over there like, they had a Klan hood on his head, like talking crazy, man. But this is what I'm saying, though. They exclude themselves from us. See what I'm saying? And once again, there's a reason for that. And this is what we're dealing with, y'all. So I just wanted to point that out. Which one is it? I'm trying to see which one. Which one am I sharing? You got so many screens. What the hell's going on? All right, we got you back in there.
Okay, got you. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Our peoples, right? And also some Eastern band niggas was a part of this, especially with the Yasu land grab. They tried it twice, it didn't work. And they tried to speak on lands that they had no connection to, especially when it started getting to the Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, Tennessee, and Arkansas area.
What is happening?
So I speak on something that a
Technical
lot of people speak about.
difficulties.
They call it the Trail of Tears,
Yeah.
and I call it the Trail of Lies, with all due respect, right? Because clearly an article.
No. This not the video, bro. The one I sent you with Turtle Gang and the Duke of Tears.
Where's that at? Did you email it to me, brother?
Say that again.
You sent it to my email, brother?
Yep.
Barren Land Bridge. Is that
Right
it?
before that. Nope, right before that.
Okay, I don't see it, to be honest with you. Oh, Rap Battle of the Century Shorts?
Nope, before that.
Nah, I don't see that. I don't see it. Don't see it, my brother. Hawk School. Nope, I don't see it. Why don't you send it to me real quick and I'll get it popping for us.
Hold on 1 second.
Damn, turn this goddamn shit down. Yeah, let me turn that down. Yeah, let me turn that shit down. There we go. Sorry, folks. Thanks for bearing with us. I'm sorry about this. We put on for you guys. Straight up. We put on for you guys. For real. Big Chief, fuck you, cracker. That's the homie. That's the homie. That's the brother. It's all tribe. You know what I'm saying? Salute to everybody. We salute to everybody. Thanks, E-Not. Thanks, E-Not. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate you guys. I got it, my guy. Let me get this here popping for the family.
Yeah, I had texted to you.
You sent it to my text message? Yeah. It's all good. I'm about to pop him on right now. Hey, salute to the family. Thank you guys for bearing it with us. You know what I'm saying? Thank you very much.
Yeah, let me shout this out, man. I see E-Knots 0407 in there. Profitable Pat. New Era. Grass. He's dirty. Shout out to everybody, man. Tap in, man. Really appreciate it.
Our family tribe is just, whew, come on with it. All right, let me know when you want me to play it. I got you.
Yeah, you can go ahead and pull it up.
It's on the way.
Yeah, you might want to fast forward. You might want to fast forward a little bit when the Duke of Tears, right before the Duke of Tears come on there. You don't really say shit. Yeah, go back just a little bit, right before he come on there. Right there.
Their friends, yeah, see what friends they had, see if any of their friends are still alive, people they grew up with, talk to them, and possibly get information. You know what I mean? Talk to the children. So, you know, but once again, if you speak to a professional genealogist, they'll know all the ins and outs of these things. They've been doing it for years. You know what I mean? You know, it's their job. So, Ben Skywalker, peace, bro. Digging this copper. Okay, our guest is here. I'll have to bring him in.
Hey, Turtle. No, bro. You looking like
Peace,
Curie Mayo
brother.
over there right now, my nigga.
Peace, bro.
Shit.
My brother look like straight Ray Caruth.
Oh, God.
How you feeling?
I'm well, my brother. How are you, man?
Okay. Good to have you on the show. Thank you very much for being here and giving us some of your time.
Thank you, bro.
As I stated before, just to get the formalities out the way. Briefly, when we was having a conversation on the phone earlier, I let you know that you were actually somebody who I was inspired to be more active in what was the conscious community. I guess it would be in the early 2000s, whenever when I first started seeing movements that was going on. We had met at Long Island University, I believe. It might have been Bobby Emmett.
Back in the day, big up to Bobby Emmett.
Yeah, back in the day. So, ever since then, I think you had left New York not too long after that. So
Yeah,
we never
2008.
had an opportunity to connect. But all things come in time. You know what I mean? So first of all, I want to get any of the awkwardness out the way that might have come about, because not everybody in these communities agrees on everything. You know what I mean? So outside of that, you know what I mean? I'm looking at new ways to deal with confrontations and things of that nature. You know what I mean? A lot of times it has to do with how you internalize things. You know what I'm saying? So
Indeed.
I'm taking the responsibility on myself as opposed to looking at others. You know what I'm saying? So this is a part of my new approach. You know what I mean? Sitting down and having real intelligent conversation. So obviously you're well known, but for those who might not know, and just for myself, if you could just give a little background on your history and what brought you into the Morris science.
Well, first, thanks again for having me. Tatanka, peace to your audience. Salam, Abarigani. So many of our people speak so many different languages and come from different clans, and just want to give respect to everybody. So thanks for having me with that. In terms of my beginnings in it, it is the same as most people, came up in Brooklyn, I would say with a conscious mother, blessings to my mother, her birthday just passed. And, my father was active in the music industry, you know what I'm saying, as well as the literary, like journalism. So I was exposed to a lot of stuff, early. Whereas a lot of my friends, peers, you know what I'm saying, who didn't have that type of stuff, you know what I mean? That was still a time where you could still be cool with people like that. You know what I mean? You could be cool with people that wasn't into the stuff he was into. You know what I'm saying? And still be all right. And it wasn't a political thing. So being exposed to all of that and then having a certain degree of understanding growing up, I really wasn't aware of race, racism, things like that, just like everybody else until a certain point. And then once I started really getting into it, I went through the phases. I went through the the angry phase, which was like demonstrated through, like, I would say, like my Black Power, you know what I'm saying, situation where it's like, okay, the police, you know what I mean, the white man, all of that type of stuff. And then a friend of mine and myself ran into a person from the Nation of Gods and Earths, and then gave me a whole different perspective on all of that. You know what I'm saying? And then that's what kind of opened me up to like looking at our people in different ways as opposed to just one blanket.
So let me just say peace to the gods and earth, very important chamber that we all came through. I came through that chamber, the youth of my whole community came through that chamber, you know what I mean?
Islam. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the basis. And then that, they would tell us stuff like in the Supreme lessons, like, X amount of land is allotted to the original man, X amount of land is allotted to the half original man. You know what I'm saying? The Indians make up like, what was it, like 9% or something like that, 9 million or whatever. So
18 plus 2 million Indians.
Islam. Thank you. Plus 2 million Indians. And then in that, that opened me up. And then around that same time, my grandmother, blessed dead, started going out with a dude who was the attaché to the ambassador of Gambia. You know what I'm saying? And so, being who we are, born here, and then having somebody from there, I'm trying to like understand and get knowledge on, the motherland and all this stuff from him. And he the first one that told me, like, you're not African, though. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not, your grandmother, like y'all not African. No, I'm African. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm from the Gambia or whatever. Y'all from Mississippi and Louisiana and all that. So you should get more into that. So back then I thought he was bugging because I'm listening to X-Clan and Public Enemy and Two Kings and a Cypher and all of this quote unquote conscious rap. And then I'm rapping myself, and then I'm in the Nation and Gods and Earth. So I'm trying to get my pen, you know what I'm saying? I'm doing the knowledge to the lessons and the alphabet and all of that. And then that verb, what I didn't realize at the time was also creating like positive currents and negative currents. And so in seeing like people that's giving me the knowledge, but then seeing like them not necessarily like living that, you know what I'm saying? Or like, you know what I mean? It became like discouraging to a certain degree. So, I'm seeing like people's enlighteners like coked out, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. And then in the RBG side, I'm seeing people like going to jail, get beat up by the police all the time, you know what I'm saying? Like protesting, like, you know what I'm saying? So then I'm looking at the street people. They always gonna be the same, always doing what they doing. But then outside of that, it was only like back then there was the Nubian Islamic Hebrews, Dr. York, and they was out there. So by the time they transitioned from that to the Nuwapians, like in between that era is when I think I discovered or came across more science indirectly through another elder who passed, named Bilal Muhammad, peace be upon him. He used to have a store down the block from Spike Lee's joint. And yeah, right over there, right across the street from Park. And he used to, he used to sell like books, incense, stuff like that. And one day I came there because he was cool with my mom. Somehow he was cool with my mother somehow, I think through her girlfriend. So she sent me there to pick up something from him one day. And when I went there, I was bugging at all of the books, the culture stuff, And then he had this book on the counter that said 100,000 African horsemen. And when I opened the book, they had a map in it, and in all of Western Africa, it just said Moors, right? So I'm like, well, what's that? What's Moors? He's like, you don't know what Moors are? He said, that's you. I said, what you talking about? I said, Moors. Like, what's that? He said, that's our culture. So I was like, you know what I mean? At this time now, I'm doing the knowledge to the American Indian side of my family now. So now I found out that, you know, we Southern Creek, we got family from deep in the bayou in Montville, Louisiana. So I'm doing all that. So I'm like, yeah, well, you know, so I started picking that. And he's like, yeah, but you know, you can be more than one thing.
Mm-hmm.
You said, matter of fact, tomorrow is our anniversary in which we dress in habit and ride the horses, because he was an equestrian. And we ride the horses through the hood. You should come out and, you know, see it. I've told the story before, but this is what kind of sparked it. So the next day, I'm out there. I was on the block just messing around, and I almost forgot. So I was like, oh, let me run, you know, get down there. So I get down there right when they mounting up. And it was like, it was like seeing, like, it was like just being transported. Like when he said he was going to be in habit and stuff, I'm thinking like quote unquote Muslim type clothes. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
These brothers, bro, they was decked out like in royal garb, feathers in it, and all of that, and the spear and the you know what I'm saying? Like, was really doing it.
Yeah.
With the horses now. And this is in Fort Greene. This is like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So he was like, yo, you should, you know, we're gonna be down, we're gonna ride through. So if you want to meet us here, you can jump on the train, whatever, or just walk with us, or just hop on and shit. I was like, nah, I can't even. Like, I ain't even trying to. Like, I was in like Tim's, and you know what I'm saying. I'm like, I'm not even messing that whole vibe up. Like, you know what I'm saying. So that's when I realized, like, wow, this is something real. Like, this is real. So from that point on, I started investigating, and then right after that is when I discovered the Prophet. You know, with Ali, and then through that, the Morning Science Temple of America, and then the rest, you know what I'm saying, was history per se. But in all of that, the underlying current in all of the movements was like a lot of the set tripping.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? A lot of the like, well, you can't be this and that, but it's like I could get that on a certain level, but when you start to like choose this ancestor allegedly over this one, or this, you know what I'm saying? That's like choosing which relative you get blessings from. Like, we don't know where these blessings and this drive to be what we believe we are is coming from all the time. And it's us, but it's a genetic thing that's passed down to us. So I can't say my so-called Tasalagi ancestor was somehow more this than my West African one or Persian one, you know what I'm saying? Like, so that kind of carried with me to kind of like see everybody as Moors, whether they see themselves as that or not. Because I was taught, or we're taught that when the Prophet said, come all ye Asiatics, he wasn't discriminating on which ones should come, whether they was Christian, Buddha, whatever. Because in the end, it's not really about like, it's about you having pride in yourself and seeing that reflective in another that's now connected to this ancient thing that we use to carry ourselves into the future from the past, you know.
So what I'm hearing is that obviously, you know, we both came on the East Coast. You in Brooklyn, I'm in Jersey. You know what I mean? But a lot of the same influences. You know, primarily, you know, Fox and Nation. You know what I mean? That was very influential in our youth, and also more Science Temple. So just to piggyback off your story, you know, to show how similar, like the culture, like what we was going through in those periods is, I can tell you that I was introduced to more science about 1982, right? And that's when I was old enough to ask questions. My uncle, now get this, my uncle, his name is, currently goes by Noble Justice L. Bay. He's been Noble Justice since the 80s. Okay, so
from the 80s, right?
From the 80s. And he studied under Sun Ra, right? So I know you're familiar
I
with.
was just thinking about Sun Ra today, bro. That's crazy you say that.
Bro,
go ahead.
Let me tell you. So my uncle's home, and I have pictures of it, had an 8-foot scarab beetle painted on the eastern wall, facing the ocean. Now, I mean, the whole house was like a Kemetic temple. So
that's a blessing, bro. You came up.
Yeah, it was a blessing. You know what I mean? We grew up with the, you know, obviously we called it the Book of the Dead. You know what I mean? We were kids. You know, we grew up with it sitting in the house, paintings all over the home. You know what I mean? And my uncle, who got into this through Sun Ra, my uncle was actually he was a DJ, right? He was an electrician and a DJ. And he developed Sun Ra's light system, right? So anybody that knows about touring or is into it knows that Sun Ra was one of the first people to have a light show.
That's right.
Accompanying his musical performance. My uncle, coming from the engineering background, incorporated those things into the show. You know what I mean? So he would be one of the people that kind of created the lights pulsating to the beat and different phenomena taking place in the show. And he was doing that with Sun Ra. Sun Ra, in turn, you know, his whole camp was all under Moorish science. This is what he was, Kemetic and Moorish science. So that's how my uncle got introduced to Moorish science. I remember Sun Ra coming to the crib, and he was an intimidating figure. His eyes, you know what I mean? Like, so we remember like having to clean up because Ra's coming. Everybody's coming, Ra's coming. Everybody's going crazy to clean up the house. And then as kids, he would come in and he would be such a powerful figure, and these eyes just like we were almost scared of him, you know what I mean? But it was a reverence. The presence he held. But the ironic thing about it is my uncle, Noble Justice L. Bay, is born Kenneth Mann. Kenneth Mann is the direct bloodline of the lineage of Man, which are Ramapo Lenape Indians. And Chief Mann is one of the signatories in the first treaty that allowed the United States to exist, the Treaty of Fort Pitt, right? So, so to show how, like, what we discussing was very much interwoven, you know what I mean? We're talking about a man who was of Ramapo Lenape ancestry, but he's taking on the, he joined the Moorish Science Temple, and when it was first explained to us, it was kind of explained like, as long as you ain't got no trouble, you can join the Moorish Science Temple, and it's gonna almost make you so you're exempt from, certain laws. Now that's just what we got as kids. Obviously, that's not what it really was, but that's what we learned as kids. But the demonstrations I saw, truthfully, was my uncle being defiant in the face of law, police, demonstrating this, driving without a license, and those demonstrations put his family through a lot. You know what I'm saying? Caused a lot of stress on the family, and it's not something that as a child you grow up having great memories of seeing your uncle get beat up in the street because he don't got a license and he's being defiant.
He's not demonstrating and he's trying to stand up for rights, or demonstrating in a manner that even though he right, it's not coming out correct, and that's giving him an instance to take it up to another level. I agree.
Yeah. So as youth, it affected us in a way to where, we didn't really look to it as any type of remedy. Now, but what I will tell you is that knowing our ancestry, knowing that we, who we are, we descend from Lenape and Cherokee people, it was like, well, why are we so engulfed into Kemetic culture? Like, what is the, you know what I mean? And it was explained to me by my aunt that the beauty and art of Kemetic culture is something we can learn from. And it's something that was more
and embodied the energy of what our cultures would have been like before colonization. So it was almost like pre-dynastic Kemetic culture was a blueprint for those of us who had kind of been stripped of our culture, because it was something that spoke directly to nature. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this is why I grew up with a heavy influence of Kemetic culture. Also grew up knowing exactly who I was, still living in the territories. You know what I mean? So there's always been, at least in my life, there's always been a blending of the two. You know what I mean? If not actual African and native, the African influence over natives, and all this having to deal with the oppression we was facing, and many of us being thrown in the same pot together. You know what I'm saying? And figuring out a way to come up out of this. So just a little bit, that's, you know, so I can identify with everything you're speaking on in terms of, you know, being introduced to these different chambers of study. You know what I mean? So
because when you think about it, not to cut your wisdom, when you think about it, all of those are like, we experienced that in America. So those, by us receiving that on our soil, you see what I'm saying? And then still maintaining connection to what we already are. That's what makes those indigenous as well. You think what I'm saying? Because it's coming from people who was born here, who have a certain understanding. Now, certain practices are, in a sense, could be perceived as more foreign to us than others. You know what I'm saying? However, I feel like a lot of the differences that we have with one another is just based upon our the customary laws that we adhere to in our present circumstance. So some people, it's hard for them to see themselves in other people. So if certain Moors, for instance, like if you use the term black around them, it's like you pulled out garlic on a vampire. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I get it. There's a time and a place. However, if this individual still identifies as such, you dig what I'm saying? And they take pride in that, it's maladaptive for me to correct them outside of the proper usage, maybe, of when to use that. Like, for that inference, based upon the fact that that term has a surety connection, whether we know it or not, to the present legislative structure that allows for these inhuman practices to accompany people who get identified like that. You understand what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean that because this person is identifying as that, I should look at them like they not about their liberation. You dig what I'm saying? Absolutely. And the same afforded to me. Because the enemy is the ones that the actual enemy is the ones that don't look like us, but the true enemy is the ones that look like us, that are secretly basically working together at the top of all of these groups.
Okay, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
Clubs. You know what I'm saying?
We're gonna get there. Let it simmer a bit. We're gonna get there. So basically the conversation that I'm interested in having today, right? And we've already begun certain aspects of it. I deem it the genealogy of the Aboriginal movements. And I'm talking about the specific movements that are emerging today, right? You've mentioned a lot of the influences that lead up, right? 5%, Nation of Islam, Dr. York's movements, Moorish movements, you know what I mean? So I want to speak about today's representation of what we call, and there's multiple ones out here. I guess it's the FBA. You got the Aboriginal movement. Got the
Black Americans,
Copper Tone,
descent from slaves.
Yeah, exactly. Ado, whatever, all these things. So I want to talk about the
the genealogy or what led to the emergence of these philosophies. Because I remember about 10, 12 years ago, people didn't want to hear anything about you not being from Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like, now it's almost flipped completely, and it's like if you connect yourself to Africa, you're an outlaw. You know what I'm saying? So
you see what I'm saying? It's swung
what I
all the
like
way.
that, yeah, it's completely flipped the whole, yeah, like 360. So what I've noticed, or what I would like to start the conversation with, is there was a time when no one was talking about we're indigenous outside of the native communities, of which those native communities were not including people that we would consider colored, Negro, or Black, right?
Right.
So the first people that I heard publicly making these claims and speaking to this were the Moors, without a shadow of a doubt. You know, I told you I was educated, or I was introduced to Moor science in '82 as a child. I did not revisit it until I was well into my 30s, when I started to attend classes by like Taj Tariq, Ali Muhammad, right, at the National Black Theater. That's when I started to get my deeper education on what this Moorish movement was. And I was drawn to it because they said we're the indigenous people. And me having my family history and knowing who we are, I'm like, oh, somebody's having this conversation. I need to go hear what's being said. You know what I mean? So this is why I say, prior to the Moors making these claims and putting this information out, people were not claiming to be indigenous Americans, not at the rate that they are now. So if you could just speak a little bit on that, because
Now you see how he double spoke right there. Hold on one second. Hold on one second, bro. Real quick. So once again, we pointed out earlier, Martin Luther King, exile on your own land. My grandma, your grandma, everybody grandma said this. We got indoctrinated away from who we are, who we were at the time that he's speaking of. The time period that he's speaking of, a lot of us are all in the same age group of these two guys right here, right? Some of y'all are even a couple years older than us. And y'all knew about this, but once again, you were indoctrinated away from your shit. So when this brother is saying that wasn't nobody talking about us being from here, wasn't nobody talking about we wasn't from here, sir. And how you grow up, if you grew up with your people on your tribal stuff and all that stuff or whatever, then that means that your people were taught away from who you are. So just pointing to you, I was born in this. So that's all I knew. And once again, it wasn't Aboriginal. It wasn't Indian. It was specifically our culture, our tribe, or what they were calling us. You know what I'm saying? So once again, just the terminologies and the things. And these brothers are intelligent enough to know the words and shit that's come out their mouth are not ancient words like native. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like Native American, like African and stuff like that. And well, I'm curious to see if Duke of Tears, right, could show any documentation of any of his people in Africa. Y'all understand what I just said? Not saying that he doesn't. I'm not saying that he does. But when somebody say this is your culture, right? He shows a map of West Africa, and you say, yo, this is my people, then you got to be able to prove that, brother. You got to be able to prove that and not just say, just the blanket term, call yourself a Moor or an African. Y'all get what I'm saying? Or a Black, and just say, hey, man, I'm from West Africa. You from North Africa, Central Africa, South Africa. Doesn't matter. Or even the Horn or the East Africa. None of that shit matters if you can't prove it. You understand what I'm saying? So this brother's saying something that doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me. Now, I understand he was telling his journey, how he got to where he at now. But the point is, you wasn't born in it. And so for me, since I'm a 70s baby, I technically been doing this longer than you two niggas. And I know for a fact that when we talk about starting this Aboriginal awakening and what you guys are calling the Aboriginal community, there was nobody before me. Meaning that I'm not going, because like, wasn't nobody in the gym with me. This is prior to Six Dynasty, prior to YouTube, prior to y'all understand what I'm saying? I've been doing this. So yeah, and it ain't about, because I'm always a underachieving motherfucker. Like, we haven't got anything done. I remember in 2015 and 16, it was like, yo, hey, sheesh. You know what I'm saying? Now it's Aboriginal this, Atanchan is that, Indian this, Indian that. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Original this. Y'all understand? People are finding themselves going back, talking about lineage and bloodline. You know what I'm saying? Wearing feathered crowns and war bonnets and all the shit. You know what I'm saying? Because there's levels to this. There's levels, and people are learning. People are waking up every day. And so now we see some fools that are not even in the community, that is identified as community, trying to take credit for the community, and they're still not pushing the same information that we're pushing. So I just want to point that out, man. So let's get back to it. Appreciate everybody, man. Tapped in, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Y'all already know, man. Y'all tuned in to the greatest of all motherfucking time. And I will have a sit down with anybody, and we can have a cordial conversation about any of these things, these claims and things that you guys are talking about. Because it's going to get interesting right now. So let's go. Let's get to it. You already know.
Back from stepping into it. So if you could just speak a little bit on that.
Islam, I appreciate that. For me, when I really like, okay, I'm a more, and I'm going to pursue this understanding. When I got to that level, for me, it was really about getting to the root, you know. So unfortunately, the path is beset on both sides, you know what I'm saying, by people who have the right intention, right? But they may have been taught the wrong way. They may have been taught more science in a whole nother way, based upon coming from one of the three factions that came from the schism that happened after the prophet returned to that. So in dealing with that, I realized early on, if I'm gonna get anything from this, I gotta get it like myself. Like, I can't go to somebody else. It's like save yourself, like in the alphabet, you know what I'm saying? So save you. So I really got into that and started to put more trust in my own experience and knowledge, because at the time I was also going through family court, you know what I mean, with
I remember
dealing with that stuff. And you know, it sobers you up real quick, and then it fast tracked me in learning how to understand how government works as per how I'm being told by people on the street. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So at a certain point, I realized that it's all moral science. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all moral science in the end. So if it's physics, it's more science. If it's oncology, if it's eschatology, it's more science. If it's navigation, it's more science. If it's cooking, it's more science. Like, so once I looked at it like that, it took me out of just the dogma aspect, right? And it made me see and think about the man who founded it in a whole different way. Like reading the Circle 7, reading the oral statements and stuff, and then seeing how little things have changed, if not regressed. It really made me realize that certain things stood out. Like when you said, when the European got here, there was Moors up and down the Mississippi River. If we look at historically who was up and down the Mississippi River, that's mad clans, or so-called tribes, as they say. You know what I mean? Who today they refer to as Native American. But see, me personally, I think that there's a distinction between a Native American and an American Indian. The American Indian is a copper-colored melanated person. And the Native American is one of the Siberian people that came over with in the 13th century with the whole Macedon invasion and all of that. You know what I'm saying? That they don't get into. But in reading that, that's when I was realizing, well, there's a connection between these people. You know what I mean? Who they're calling Moors. Because at this time, I'm going through this, they still making it seem like Moors is white people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would be hard pressed to find like real subject matter. At the time, it was only people like Hakeem Bey from the Moorish Paradigm. Big up to him. Jose Pimenta Bey, Ivan Van Sertima. You know what I'm saying? That was credible. Like, you could really go in off what they showing. J.A. Rogers, all his books and stuff. But outside of like day to day, and then by the time I actually came to like a temple and going through that, you know what I mean? It just showed me like the difference between like what, again, I'm reading and seeing and what the overall movement was to be. So then that made me investigate even more. And that's when I started seeing like there was this whole thing about this guy, you know, really anchoring the undoing the Marcus Garvey thing, while at the same time still giving him honors to a degree. Because for all intents and purposes, Garvey did bring many different types of melanated people together for a common cause. However, whether you think he was a charlatan or he was used or whatever, it doesn't change the fact that when he was gone, it was a huge vacuum. And the prophet stepped in and basically let the Garveyites know that you could actually be a part of something that also connects you to North Central South America or whatever. Because the fact is, we're the indigenous people, we're the original people of these places. Yeah. And then from there, and bringing all of that in is when he started talking and writing, you know, about that type of stuff. And in that, it engendered a whole generation. You see what I'm saying? That got to a point where they needed to get people in there and turn that part off. You see what I'm saying? So that way they could restart it under this whole new fake paradigm, because now they got these new people that they referring to as Indians based on the Indian Act, which is really a Civil Rights Act, right? That puts them in a dual position in which now those same ones can now claim to be what they weren't, to be able to maintain long-term homogeny over the land, while still segmenting these people who already feel so much segmented from the greater so-called Black population, because the Black population is still under the Pan-American stuff, you know what I mean? Or cultures, and they have adopted it to believe it is them. But I've spoken to Africans, and the ones that I've spoken to never told me that they found any stories of them selling people like us over here. You think what I'm saying? From different parts of the continent. So I know it's not a thing, but at the same time, they'll still call us Akatas. They'll still go with the story. You dig what I'm saying? Because everybody is benefiting off of our lack of understanding that the aboriginal thing or the origin thing is tying you to the land. But when you say you're tied to the land, that also gives you proprietary control. And to negate that, they needed to splinter the divine and national movement and move it into a Black liberation theology thing. You see what I'm saying? And then from the Black liberation theology thing, they're moving further away from the indigenous thing. You see what I'm saying? They're also marginalizing anybody that's really from the original movement that knew what it was really about, that now can't be down with it because the people that's sitting in those seats are agents. You see what I'm saying? And then that Black liberation theology thing eventually gets joined in now through the COINTELPRO thing into a Marxist communist thing. And then that Marxist communist thing becomes the model for so-called Black liberation, which then takes them out of the American thing, you see what I'm saying, out of the indigenous thing, and now makes them enemy combatants to the state, in which then this trickled down to other nationalities that thought this was a way to go. That's where you get the young lords from. That's where you get armed from. the American Indian Revolutionary thing, whatever it's called. It was a whole like Black Panther thing just for Native Americans on the reservation.
Yeah.
And they needed to keep all of these little things away from the head, which at the time was the Panther thing. You see what I'm saying? Because the Panther thing, the Civil Rights thing, remember the Civil Rights Act is still listed as the Indian Rights Act. So the civil rights that they put blacks under is really still for so-called people who are Indian, which then is proven that the blacks are the so-called Indians. But those Indians, you see what I'm saying, or some of those so-called people referring to themselves as Indians were referring to themselves as that based upon the Los Indios contracts that the old people, we call the conquistadors, and these people had already set in place, because Indies, the three Indies, there was one Indies in Europe, one Indies in Africa, one Indies in America, and one Indies in Europe. So the three Indies that they were dealing with, anybody that was on those lands that they felt they had proprietary rule to were then referred to as Indians. You see what I'm saying? And that became the process by which they would distinguish who was going to be who, because they didn't want anybody to go back to the ruling power at the time, which again was the Moorish Empire that had been fractured. If you notice, most of these conflicts is coming after 1492, after the 1300s, when all of this stuff started to play, and now people from what we call Europe, which is really Asia, started to try to create differences based on the customary laws of the individuals they were trying to encroach on due to their expulsion, you see what I'm saying, from whatever area they was at. But these Europeans that was doing this looked like us. But the difference was they brought their woodwolves, they Slavic serfs with them, you see what I'm saying? And in some cases sent their serfs to do their bidding for them. And in return, by those serfs, these whites or whatever, taking those lands, they now could have renting those places. See what I'm saying? In the name of these people. But because you see it's a white dude, you think that it's him that's owning it, when really he's taking the name of some lord, you see what I'm saying, who pulled him out the dirt and then put him in position to then take our position, in which now you can stay on the land if you agree to go with the program, in which now you're not a noble, you're just a Negro, Indian, colored, African, whatever. So that affects everybody.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the end results, right? So the end result of what you're speaking on, like I can attest to that. The end result, right? The small nuances in the journey.
Yeah, that's the details.
That's the deep. Those are the things that, okay, as an individual, I would say, okay, I got to research and see it for myself. But that's mathematics. You know what I mean? That's not personal. That's mathematics. But the end result of what you're speaking on is absolutely true, because that's the story of my family. We were able to stay on our land, but we lost our status, right? Which leads to taxes, us being taxed for the land. Land that in the time we didn't think we had to pay taxes for, because in our minds, we the Indians, we've been here. But because the paperwork got changed, after 50 years, they come hit you with taxes. You ain't paid taxes on this land in 50 years. And at this point, the people who have inherited the land don't even know what these people are talking about. Like, what do you mean
because they
on our land?
They took them out of the republic and then put them into a democracy. Once they were in a democracy, they put them into a corporate fiction. And once they put them into a corporate fiction, they put them into a human chattel. Once they was in human chattel, they now became human capital. That's where we at right now. Okay. So everybody's technically human capital. And remember, under the Indian Act, it said that they would no longer recognize Indians as a nation. They would only recognize them as individuals. This is in the Act of Congress of 1871. In which they stripped the power from the individuals because they couldn't. Because the real ones, like there's a difference between a Kitwa or a Kitwa Ananuia, right? Than a Cherokee. You dig what I'm saying? Or there's a difference between the Tasalagi, you know what I mean, and a modern white Cherokee. You dig what I'm saying? Like there's difference. If they're using the European name, you see what I'm saying? Which is the English translation of it. That's the G. That's what allows them to anchor it themselves into the fiction because they bought their way in.
Yeah,
and then ever since then, they go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I can attest to that because what a lot of people like the steps they moved us in. You had territories that would be considered tribal territories, and in order to do anything on them territories, you had to get the tribe had to agree on it, right? Now, if you can put the tribe up into individual families and assign the land to the individual families, you can now broker deals with those families and not the nation. So when we talk about we have deeds, land that's in deeds, and it's our family deeds, that's evidence of the point in time in which they broke up our tribal unions and they separated the land into individual family members, which now, once you put it on paper, right, now that paper can be traded, can be sold, bought and sold.
Right.
So, as I said
brought you into the fiction, democracy.
It puts you into the fiction, exactly.
And then they keep here selling the paper back and forth between each other
Mm-hmm.
while you're trying to get it. And so what is people get tired of and they go into the next best thing or what they see as less hassle. And what's that? The Negro, the black designation. You see what I'm saying? We don't want to go to the Moorish because we done basically killed everybody in the clans that was even talking about that. Like that was a secret thing sometimes kept amongst clans that was holding the fire, what they call the fire keepers. Those fire keepers were the ones that had access to that type of knowledge, that they was connected to a greater situation. That's why we had so many so-called clans that was able to speak all these ancient languages. Because this was an ancient thing of the Moors. We're the ones that kept all of that ancient priesthood going and disseminated it through a lot of the different clans that had already descended from the root. Because at one time, remember, the whole planet was such that, or the whole plane was such that you could walk from one part to the next. So
Absolutely.
we would use oceans and stuff like rivers, but we keep going by their time frame for this and their map version of this. When anytime we see a map today, we're supposed to reverse that in our mind, make it upside down, first of all, because that also shows you the consistency in how our people, regardless to where we was at, kind of kept certain customs that allowed us to reestablish ties with one another. That's why you can have a tribal name, which is your family name, and then you can have your clan's name, which is the thing that's tying you to the international side, the imperial side, the Moorish side. That's where the Bay come in. So like I'm a Rogers, right? I'm a Southern Creek Rogers. That's also on my father's side. On my mother's side, right? I'm Washoe, which they also refer to as Raccoon or Washita, right? But that's also Yamasee, because remember the Creek and the Yamasee went to war. You know what I'm saying? At one point, and then they got together, and then in that another clan came out of that they're calling the Seminole. You see what I'm saying? Who they mistakenly saying we run away, but I don't believe that. Like running away, why would we be running away from something when these people still had their own nations? So that's the Rogers, right? Or that's the Rogers Wilson, or in my case, Rogers. But then Eel, you see what I'm saying? That's the Moorish clan. You see what I'm saying? That adds to the tribe. So when they working together, I got the power over the land, power over the sea. You see what I'm saying? And we unified that when we were working together at places like Mount Moriah and some of the ancient mosques and stuff that's been here, that they repurposed and turned into something else. So it made us believe that we didn't build. Like our peoples wasn't like nomads like that. Our peoples is the ones that built with these mounds, these cities, these things. The nomads were the Siberians that wasn't from here, that was living in wigwams and wickiups up in the plains and all of that we gave reserves to. That and that forest culture, or those Moors that were responsible for them, gave them an aspect of their name because they were the stewards of them. They were the big buffalo people over these ones that's now adopting a name because they had been bled in. So you got the Moors, then you got the Zambos, then you got the Chicanos, then the Chicos, the Chicanos, the Mestizos, the Spaniards. You see what I'm saying? Like it's all coming out the same thing.
So I'm gonna try and find a
But the treaty and land and all that, that's the part that they need to ixnay. So they get the Moorish connection. So you stop talking about business to the land, and they get you start talking about Africa and Europe and all of that. You dig what I'm saying? And then that becomes our focus. Pan-Africanism becomes the thing that's marketed to us all. However, most of these African so-called nations, well, at the time was only like 20 years old. It was like 30 years old. So how could they be giving us back a culture that they just got freed up for themselves that was still infested? They still wearing European wigs in Parliament over there. So how are we getting our so-called real culture of us being born here from them? I don't get it.
Okay, so
we need to know that because they're our cousins and stuff, but I don't think that we as native, autochthonous born beings from this hemisphere need to totally assimilate and get rid of what we naturally are to be like them. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so now there's I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but there's a Lakota elder. He's passed away now. I can't recall his name. I'm gonna find the information for you. But this is something I've sat on for a while. I know some people who are aware of this literature, right? But he speaks about how Native Americans had an ally, and that ally was responsible for. They are the ones who are responsible for the actual laws that we are living under now, right? And basically, he was talking of, and there's a treaty that exists, and I believe it sits in, I think not the Pima, somewhere like somewhere in New Mexico. There's actually a treaty that sits there. I'm gonna find the information, but
you might be talking about the Eagle Bowl Treaty. I'm not sure though.
Well,
I'm more.
Yeah, that's a part of it. The the Eagle Eye Treaty, it's can be accessed in that book. Yeah. So if you're familiar with that, then you know about this Lakota elder, and he's the elder that represented the unified Lakota case against the United States. So he wasn't just you know what I mean? He was an international lawman. He was a medicine man.
I remember that case back then.
Yeah. So he speaks on a treaty and us being allied with the Moors. You know, he speaks on a time when he was taught about them sailing up the Mississippi. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I know there is truth to an ancient union and alliance that took place between certain indigenous nations here and the Moorish nation. Like I know that.
There's a book called Time Walker by Meredith Quinn.
Yeah, Time Walker. That's what I'm talking about. Meredith Quinn.
You're talking about Meredith Quinn. Yeah. Time Walker, B. That's the one. You got I've seen the giant redwood engraving of the Pueblo city that the
Pueblos. There you go. Yep.
Yeah. It's a giant rendering of it. But the actual joint is in the Brooklyn Museum. The British Museum. But that book is real good on it. There's another book written by a brother named Sultan Abdul Latif called When Nations Gather. It was real good getting into that. But this is the connections. Like it's there. Everybody knows but us. Like we were so revered around the world that people from other nations would come see us and then go back and then put our effigies and visages on their palaces and stuff. Also, that way they could curry favor with us when they would come back. Because remember, they was getting tobacco and all of that. Like that was only growing here: coffee, tobacco, cocaine. We was doing all of that. Hemp. We was rocking that in the ancient world from the time when they was calling us Phoenicians, from the time when they was calling us Carthaginians, from the times they was calling us Chaldeans, from the time they was calling us, you know, all of these different whatever, from the ancient to that. So these trade routes, these things that we're in, were always stewarded by that class of people that descended from those group of high priests and priestesses, who they call Anu, who brought more, right, knowledge or wisdom, understanding to that. And then those people revered for that would be referred to as that, for the religion of Islam. Moors existed before noble duality. You know what I'm saying? And that's no disrespect to either one, but it is to say that our people are such that when those of us that are not learned or not into this level of investigation and building and stuff like that, they'll just go with what the Romans say it is. You dig what I'm saying? So if you've always seen these people and they're saying that they're the so-called Indian, but then like it's like watching movies like Gods of Egypt, and you seeing all of the pictures on the walls and everybody's mad dark skin, black, and all of that, and then the dude they got playing Anubis is like Christian Bale, and then you know what I'm saying? Like there's a degree of disconnect in the fantasy that can't exist. So all I'm saying is these different groups with their different agendas, even with the Moors, like I said, all of the groups are fractured based upon the things that I was saying earlier, based upon them wanting to move us away from the fact that we are already home, that we're already complete, that we already have a culture that's way older than hip hop. That if it didn't exist, hip hop wouldn't exist. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't have to anchor ourselves so much to the norm when everybody else that's in the world takes their culture and puts whatever hip hop or whatever on top of that and rock with it. We want to just bleach. We want to rip off stuff, put on a dress. You know what I mean? Whatever to just assimilate, knowing we never will. You know, and that's because we are constantly thinking that we are ransomed victims instead of like POWs or people who have been disinherited unlawfully. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so at this point in time, like there's been a shift, right? So it's been a shift, kind of like at one point you would like I would say that you had the Kemetic groups were kind of leading the way. The Hebrew groups stepped up. Before that, the RBG movements were paving the way. Seems like we're in a shift now where more of the conversation is about being indigenous Americans, right? And within that conversation, there's a divide. You know what I mean? There's people who are claiming the most extremes, you know what I mean? And then there's people who are speaking on a truth that is more in line with the complete world history as it's been told. You know what I mean? So where do you lie between these two? You know what I mean? Obviously, like when I say the extreme, I'm saying there's people out here saying things like Harriet Tubman didn't exist. You know what I mean? And Nat Turner didn't exist. There was no enslaved trade. Like, so where do you lie, and how do you feel about where these movements are going? The Tariq Nasheeds and FBA and all that. How do you feel about all that?
I don't believe any movement for the ultimate liberation of our people is going to come off of social media or the internet. Okay. Personally, because it's not a forum for us in that way. Like social media is just or the internet is just a physical version of the subconscious mind. You know what I'm saying? So only difference is you're able to tap into it consciously. You dig what I mean? And they have the algorithms and everything keyed up so much that you could say something and one of the devices in your crib pick up on it. And as soon as you go into your phone, as soon as you turn on TV, it's right there. So you're talking about instantaneous, simultaneous information access. So in a system like that, as soon as somebody make a plan, as soon as you put that down and you key and press send, everybody got that. So you're not going to be able to pop it off like that.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't believe that a lot of these movements are there for what they say they are. Like, you got to ask yourself, who, okay, this word came out, ADOS, this word came out, FBOA, who owns the trademark or the copyright on those words? And when you go out promoting and testifying and being a part of that, are you going to have to pay licensing fees to use that? You dig what I'm saying? Can you be shut down if this person doesn't like the fact that you found out that whoever owns the copyright really owns it? Now you want to expose it. Now you can't use the term itself. And then, like, that's more distraction. That's more stuff that's taken away from the overall thing. It's the same thing with all of these movements. That they have great talking points that usually come from the movement before them.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got, so that what that shows me is you got people from the last movement now putting on a new clothes, now putting on a new fez, putting on a
Things
new
and clothes,
apron, putting on a new kippah, putting on a new sarong, right? A new burqa. Now they this and that. You know what I'm saying? That was the problem with a lot of people that I started to see. That's not to say a lot. Certain people I would see come out of the Nuwapian situation. Like, it was like I could be cool with, like, I was cool with this dude for mad long, and then one day he just told me he was a Nuwapian. But all this time I'm thinking he's a Moor. You dig what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. Like, be yourself. But it's such now that because the indigenous thing is there, because we've been banging on the door so long against this Negro black color thing, like as Moors, you know what I'm saying? Like, just keeping the pressure on with that, because you can have different Moors with different opinions and different this and that, but when it comes to certain things, they all gonna be across the board. They all gonna be like this. You know what I mean? And if they not, something wrong. When it comes to knowing law, when it comes to learning physics, when it comes to knowing how to present yourself, when it comes to like what side the tassel or whatever's supposed to be, like certain things is uniform. But they just are not spoken, and people who are not Moors may not see that. The same way it is for people in RBG, same way it is for people in the Hebrews. You dig what I'm saying? If I'm not in the camp like that, then I don't know what is going on. I can only go about what I see on what? Social media. And social media is fake. Social media is fake. It's a fake subconscious created. It's a fake subconscious created to distract us from our own. So these movements, they all wind up the same way. Like, there was like back in, to get away from the Moorisan temple, they broke that up into 3 different factions. You dig what I'm saying? And then from that 3 different factions today, you'll see like different remnants of that creating their own little joints. You know what I'm saying? None of them is getting directly to the goal, even though all of them may be claiming to do that. You see what I'm saying? Just like you got people in doing the same thing. But at the top of a lot of these movements, like I was saying, you got these guys who are working the same grift in all of the movements to keep the young bulls and the young queens from coming up and actually changing it towards the better. Like, to me, the Black Panther thing ended with Khaled, to me. You know what I'm saying? Once Khaled was gone, and Khaled, before he died, the first thing he said, he was a Moor. Remember that? Came out, declared his nationality before everybody, and then like 2 months later, he was dead. You see what I'm saying? So there's a power in that, especially if they always trying to throw dirt on it. They always trying to throw dirt on it. There's something to it. You dig what I'm saying? Especially when the people that throw dirt is dirty themselves, or they're not as schooled as you. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's Moors, based upon like what you just told me tonight about your upbringing, there's Moors who would presume, based upon stances that you've taken, that you are like anti that. But I never thought that. Me personally, you know what I'm saying?
I mean,
however,
I came up under the shadow of the Moorish Science Temple. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Like
But
peripherally,
in us dialoguing, the people can see that. You dig what I'm saying? There's no there's nothing that actually gives you more credence in certain instances because you saw things in a sense in an earlier time. You see what I'm saying? So it kind of shaped you into you seeing that and having a nose for the BS when it comes to that. I tell people all the time, if you could be in a movement more than a year, you a vet. Because at every instance, there's people posing like this because it's kind of easy to get into.
Yeah.
However, it's very small, and there is a certain tenets that go with it, whether you're in the temple or you're not. Just like the street. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's no different because we're the same people. We're just working to evolve ourselves as that. But the way that these movements are structured now, they're all structured under the liberal ideologue, SJW, communist, Marxist, feminist thing. So it's not about dialogue. Dialogue today hurts people feeling so much that they get physically depressed. Therefore, they can't be exposed. This is how they have it. They can't be exposed to it. So hate speech, when they say they're stopping you down from hate speech, they're not talking about you hating, you promoting hate speech. They're just saying they hate the speech you have. So they're shutting that down and replacing it with an algorithm of somebody that's going along with the narrative. All of that's being shut down now, though, with this Twitter thing happening with this dude, and with the Instagram thing happening, with the World War thing failing. All of this is a wrap. All of the blue states are like wastelands, whereas the red states is thriving. So they've already created the seeds for a civil war, for some bull BS. And then to exacerbate that with blowing up the food plants, because the food started coming in because Florida and other states saved the supply line. So the stuff was coming in. So what do they got to do? They got to blow it up. But they're not talking about that on social media. No. What are they talking about?
That's something my wife has been bringing up to me. She's kind of been on that, watching the situation with the food. And even I'm like, we going to be all right. We not going, you know what I mean? But the conversation continues.
What state you in now?
Right now we're in 2 states. We're between DC and New York. So what I see in DC,
so you just might want to stock up because those are 2 strongholds for them.
Yeah,
well,
and
not really
in DC is very different than what I see in New York.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
New York,
like, so I'm sure the more south you go, because it just seems like, you know, when I'm down here, it's like it's less. You know, when we're down in the DC area, there's less of an abundance. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure if just because New York, the way where we situated, and you know,
it's because it's being run by the present establishment, and they all in the bed with China and all that and all of that. So all of that is, that's the other thing. See, the other thing about the indigenous thing people not understanding is that once you coalesce that thing properly, like we coalesce this thing properly, like if we was to, let's say, do it, let's say we form a confederation of different clans that say, we speak hypothetically, that say, okay, we're going to pool our collective faith in ourselves and our land and make this saying this is us, right? And then we say, okay, well, we're going to take this and we're going to turn this into we're going to take a aspect of this, set up a foundation, a charitable foundation, and we're going to set up a investment group for it. So this way, everything that the investment group is doing for the Confederation is going into the charity, which then gets spread down to the people. But all of this is backed by the full faith and credit of us as so-called American Indians, Moorish Americans, whatever you call it, because the CDC done linked them both up on the website. So all of the debate is done. We type in Moors, it's going to take you to the southeastern tribes, and it's going to list every tribe from North, Central, South America. That's facts. I got that on my Facebook page. So they don't already done all of the work for us. So what are we still arguing about? So the question now becomes is once we do that, now you know what we could do? We could establish an NGO for the preservation of these lands as natural preserves for our people. You know that, right? And we can charge tax on all of the people that's on that land right now. And all of the proceeds of that go into the trust itself. So we're not paying nothing.
So my question for this would be, because all right, so when we start talking about land, right, our land, people use that loosely, right? But the land, getting back to the deed situation, when the land is in our name as individuals, it can't be protected. Right?
Yes, but if those individuals are part of a tribal collective, that constitutes a nation.
That's the point I'm making. So the land, in order to be protected, right, has to be in possession of a nation, right? And when we talk about land, every parcel of land here in North America is tied to a nation, whether that nation still exists or is on paper or not, right? It still has a legal, historical connection. You know what I mean? My people are the Lenape. Our land is Lenape-Hoking. It's now called New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. But there's historical continuity, right? That says, like even in the Treaty of Fort Pitt, the Lenape have a right to create their own state. They just never did it. But that was a part of the negotiation rights, and create their own state. So what I'm saying is that all these things are possible, but how do individuals who are not necessarily connected to tribal communities and nations that have been continual, like how do you create organizations and where do those organizations fit and how do they work? Because like if anybody's going to have say so over, like the final say is going to be these individual nations that are in those territories, right? So how do we, and this is what brings me back to the Aboriginal movements that are going on now. How do we create a unity between people who are in search of a remedy, but are looking past the ones who could possibly give them that remedy? You understand?
You don't wait for those people to do it. You who have the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to do it, bring forth the culture. You see what I'm saying? That creates the power that borns the equality, which then produces the gods who can then build and destroy and born a new cipher. So
true indeed.
It's really simple. It's this whole
now
thing
the
was
thing
never
is,
about getting everybody.
So
This
so
thing
the
was
thing
about
is,
getting those people who know they have to do it for everybody and make them do it.
Now
Like the
this is what
of the ring. Like they was all living a life. They wasn't together, but they had to get together to put the evil in check. And then once the evil got put in check, they all went back home.
Now this is what's going on, right? So we, as you spoke earlier, what goes on the internet is not really per se the real work that's being done, right?
It's not.
But it's where the conversation is, and at this point in people's existence, the conversation they believe is the work. Just talking about it, right?
Right,
Then
that's what I'm
there's
saying.
nations.
It's not that though, bro. It's not.
Yeah,
that.
I know. No, I'm just setting it up. Then there's nations, right, who are actively doing things, but they're not online promoting it. So the people who are doing the talking appear to be the ones who are geared up and wound up, ready to get things popping, and the ones that actually have it popping are sitting back and taking care of the real work. So what I'm saying is, how do we get people who are so energetic and ready to make this push to understand that there's a format, there's a way to make these things happen, right? And it's not just by a group of people who identify with something and create an identity, right? And stir things up. Like there's way more to it. Like as a Moor, you understand law, right? Moors are meant to understand law. you can go into a court and say everything how you want to say it, but if you don't say it the proper way, if you don't hand these papers in the proper way, under the format we're living in, it's not even going to be recognized.
If you don't know what you're doing.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you don't know what you're doing, but that's everything. That's everything. You don't know what you're doing, you're going to get jammed up.
But the thing is,
the
people who don't necessarily know what they're doing are making the most noise. And I feel like that's dividing the people.
That's what you call a pundit.
So how do we remedy that?
You exercise the view option on your computer and stop engaging things that sound like rhetoric. If you listen to your own self, remember I said they set it up so you don't listen to yourself. They got us trying to go by the gut, but our people go by the heart, because the gut is the foundation in a sense, but that's where the acidic. That's where everything gets ready for waste to be expelled. We go by what we feel in our heart to balance what's in our mind and our gut. You get what I'm saying? So because we live around a bunch of sodomites, they worship the bowels. So they want us to go with how you feel here, because they know that they're giving us all types of GMO foods and all types of shit to make us not know what we're really feeling. We don't know if we're constipated. We don't know if we're flatulent. We don't know. So we just go along with stuff. So it's the same thing with this knowledge stuff. Like, you can have all the knowledge in the world. If you're a bad person, you're a bad person. The knowledge is going to come out eventually, and it's going to expose that you're a bad person. You see what I'm saying? And you're not doing this for no thing. You just happen to be real good at retaining information. And because you've seen me or you on TV and you done whatever, you think that this is easy, that you could just, it's not. And it's not as it's rewarding in the context that I'm following what the creator put before my path to do. But it wasn't something that I set out to do. It's something that I felt that I could contribute based upon a time where I felt almost like helpless. So I started to look within self and realize that what I can contribute is clarity, because that's what I'm searching for right now. So I know it's mad other people who want to be Moors and all of that and want to get that too. And as soon as I did that, 1,000 other dudes came out that was backed by the machine at that time, which they call the conscious community or whatever, that had just started going online. You see what I'm saying? And creating this presence and all of that. And when they couldn't destroy the Moors physically by making them look crazy with their little debates and stuff, they decided to just take it into a point and get Moors to destroy themselves by creating endless debates, endless rhetoric, endless feuds and stuff that really have nothing to do with nothing. And these people are just doing that to waste our time so that way they could do it. And then there's another contingent that is creating these false narratives and stories about Moors and stuff like that, because they want people like myself or other Moors that's in the community to come out and actually say what it really is, so they can learn, so they could get the real knowledge. But because of their hubris, they don't want to just hit a brother up on an email. You know what I'm saying? They want to get it, dissect it, and regurgitate it, spit it back out how they think they can do it. So that way they can get likes. So that way they can feed their family and do whatever. And there comes a point, I think, now where we're so much seasoned that you can kind of see that on people now. It don't have to be every time somebody getting exposed and all that. This stuff that you've noticed about people beforehand, that makes you a thing. And then when it does happen, you're like, oh, see? Like, we could all see these conscious community train wrecks when they was happening. We all view them. But in essence, we were all voyeurs of the Black males and Black females' destruction. And we felt it was justified happening to them based on what they did to us. But in essence, all they really was doing was trying to come up. You see, if these people were straight selling dope, people would forgive them quicker. You know what I'm saying? If niggas was in jail, these people committed murders and came out, they would sometimes commit them and try to forgive them quicker than give them the benefit of the doubt of them trying to actually come back to the community and say, oh, well, you know, I did this and did that. So that's why a lot of these dudes is being shut down now. A lot of these females is being shut down now because the internet is cleaning itself up. That's what this Elon Musk thing and all of that is about. It's starting to get to a point where you're going to be faced again with an opposing opinion. And for the past year or 2 years and a half, they've been able to squash any separate opinion. So again, I don't even have Twitter. You know what I'm saying? Well, I have it, but I don't use it because of what was happening.
I'm not very versed.
Yeah, more. I don't have none of that, and it's kept my life more simpler. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have 50 million because praise be to Allah that people who support me put me in those arenas to be seen and shared and stuff, which then helps what I'm doing or whatever. But I'm doing more stuff with the actual people day to day behind the scenes than I'm putting up on the internet, because people don't need to always know what I'm doing for the people in the community. The people I'm helping in the community need to know that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's who it's for. I'm not arrogant or ego driven enough to think that what I'm doing, I'm gonna save the whole world by myself. And these dudes be out here talking and making you feel like yo, let's get it, let's do it now, whatever. And that is just talk. They not on it like that. I know what I can do based upon what I can do. I can't do that for nobody else. You know what I'm saying? And whether it's the Aboriginal movement or Tonkinist movement, we can do it. I just laid out a plan. Like you asked me, I laid it right out how we can do it right now. But it takes people who understand that we can do this, and you can be Wampanoag, and you could be a Seneca, and I can be a Moorish Alawite, and he could be a Camp 13 Hebrew, and we can make this happen. All we got to do is give money to it and let the administrative body of these things that we create make it happen, like any other business, any other corporation. It's easy.
See, he wants to be from North Africa, a Moorish Alawite.
Want us to do.
That's Mauritania.
Stuff as a minority or black is different than when you get it under stuff like BIPAC and these other things that people really don't understand, that are worded, big up to my brother Rex, that are worded in a way that turn you off from it. When if you really get into what these grants and what these things are really talking about, it's really talking about us as indigenous people, indigenous specifically. Yet, you know, people like labels and groups and pageantry and costumes and stuff. So they want to get behind what's popping. You know what I'm saying? Like this dude got mad more likes, so he must know what he talking about. That's how people still think. We don't think like that. So we're gonna win. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't think the way everybody else do. If everybody else is thinking this way and that thought is leading them to the edge of the cliff and your thought is taking you to the oasis, we're on the right side of history. And I think we are, because of stuff just like this.
Absolutely. Now, you know, I'm seeing a lot of, and maybe people that are making comments, you know, they're trying to have the default conversation. Are we Moors? Are we not Moors? We didn't call ourselves Moors. The point I'm trying to make the show is that we need to move past that argument. No, I'm not even asking you that. I'm saying we need to move past that debate, because there's more pertinent things that need to be discussed than us debating whether or not we are or we're not. We're all suffering under the same oppressive regime, right? So we need to be having conversations that are going to provide remedy for that. And then once we handle these things, then we can have those other family conversations. You know what I'm saying?
My thing is, you are what you feel and you present yourself to be. When I say that we're Moors, I'm saying that based upon the last ruling empire globally that was holding it down for so-called humanity, bringing out of darkness, was people that looked like us, right? And they themselves were referred to as Moors because they carried on the ancient so-called Egyptian, ancient Mayan, Phoenician, whatever culture or high priesthood of Ainu that we today refer to as science, physics, physics, mathematics, whatever. And we carried that into whatever society that we decided to birth into. So if you feel that you're not that, that's fine. Whatever you choose to label yourself as, that's cool. That don't change the fact what I see based upon the research and the information and the life that I've led and what it has shown me, not just in this country, but being this, like this in other countries, claiming this, saying this in other countries, and they telling me, yes, you're right. I didn't even know there was still more left in America. Like, but yeah, but I'm also this. I also have Tusalagi and Southern Creek and all of this in me. Oh, so that brings you to the Native American? No, the American Indian, because the Native Americans were the ones that were brought over through the Siberian situation that happened in the 13th century, which is why we had to get people like Mansa Musa, Abu Bakari, and them to come over here and help us hold this shit down. There's books on this shit, so everybody knows but us. That's my big thing. Like, we are still trying to find a reason to be separate. I look at it like this: if you feel that you're a Moor, you are. You know what I'm saying? Therefore, now the journey becomes, how do you justify that and make that understanding real for yourself, where it is a viable lifestyle option, the same way it is to be a Hebrew or a Christian or whatever. But guess what? That's only one aspect of you, because people have Moors synonymous with Islam as if that's the only thing we are, when I just told you that we predate all these religions being referred to as this. Not because Romans called us Moors, because this is what we called ourselves. Because this, again, was related to the ancient priesthood that was coming down to all of the different world cultures that eventually was stewarded by us and culminated in 492, that they erroneously referred to as 1492, which then led to the fall of humanity, the fall of all of the Americas and everything else. So if you feel like you're not a forebearer of civilization, i.e. a Moor, because that's what it really is, then you're not. Case closed. You could just be an Indian or be whatever. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that either. All I'm saying is, when it comes to the proper context of where to apply this thing to get your money and your land and your inheritance back, you need to know what that is. Okay? And unfortunately, or fortunately, the Moors,
how calling yourself a Moor get you some money back?
I just laid it out.
You want to talk about this, Duke?
Has anybody laid it out that simple to you before?
I mean, like,
these guys are concealing shit. They're concealing it. They don't want to. They don't want us to win. That's what we gotta understand.
That's obvious. And so let me
after this one, I got a flash.
Yeah, that's fine. So basically, yeah, I don't definitely want to keep you too long. I just really want to I definitely want to thank you for coming on here.
Thank you.
And as I stated, people want us to get into the debate conversation, and that's not
get into the debate. Like, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, that's not where I want to go with this. I wanted to speak on what. So just give me your overall wrap up on the condition of today's Aboriginal movements and what could possibly be outside of what you've already, you know what I mean, like, because I actually wanted to get into talking to the psychology of people today, but we could possibly do that another time, because I think that has a heavy effect on the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've been through a lot as a people, and you know, we're so just basically just wrap it up. Give us your overall opinion on the current Aboriginal movements, primarily the ones who are forging the way in terms of being vocal about us being from this land.
I think any Aboriginal movement that's moving forward and striving to bring the conversation back to us being from here as autochthonous individuals, I'm in full support of. Whether they like Moors or not, you're still kicking divine and national movement.
My man.
Whether you see it like that or not, because whether you accept it or not, the prophet in them was the first one talking about that. You dig what I'm saying? So we just really parroted what was already basically said.
The prophet mother told him, sir,
that is now transcended to the entire country. Think about that. That message was for everybody, but at the time, only the Moors got it. How everybody else get it. at a time where they done convinced everybody else that they from somewhere else. They're making us all think we immigrants. How I'm an immigrant when I'm born in Brooklyn? How I'm not a American Indian or have American Indian blood when my grandmother is Washoe and all of that. But because I put on Fez now, all of a sudden that part of my bloodline is dead. Like that don't make sense. That's what I'm saying. We're all things. Why are you trying to limit yourself to just be one situation? Now, when it comes to your political situation, that's where the Moorish thing can come in, because Moors, because they have a religious society, because they have a tenant system, and they function under Muslim customary law, which doesn't have anything to do with necessarily being a Muslim. It has to do with the type of law that they practice. That is a couch for the ancient laws that we was doing. And under that, it says that everybody that live around us is treated as such, like us, whether you us or not. So I'm not excluding nobody from the human family. So what, you going to exclude me now because you done read some book that was written by some dude who's a Freemason who really got a fez in the closet, but because he wearing feathers at the powwow, you think that he got the real skinny on it? But then when I shake the nigga hand and give him the lion grip, let him know I see you. And the fact that I'm open, because my prophet came and got rid of all of the secrets. He deaded the secret societies. That's why you could go on Amazon right now and get a book on Freemason for Dummies. So if that's the case, why niggas still joining that stuff? I tell you why, because that is what allows them to keep this puppet game going. And they don't want humanity to reach its highest level of itself, because then it will transcend humanity and become something more.
That's true.
They don't want that. So they want all you niggas locked down into some religious system, which again is not a bad thing. It's only bad when it's concealing everything from you. So again, man, our biggest issue is ourselves. We're getting in our own way because we're still constantly trying to support each other's theories of who we are instead of just being who we are. If you don't feel like you're more, then you're not. How about that? If you feel like you're more and you are, hit me up, houseofbella@hotmail.com, or I could put you in touch with somebody else who may be noble and all of that to keep you away from the dirty Moors that's out here trying to do skullduggery. The same way I could keep you away from the dirty Hebrews or the dirty Christians or the dirty RBGs or the dirty Egyptians. See what I'm saying? I don't care what they are. If they dirty,
we need to add something to the list: the dirty Aboriginals.
Thank you, the dirty Aboriginals. You know what I'm saying? And again, my only issue with that.
Whoa. That's how y'all feel?
If you're Aboriginal, that's the name of the thing, cool. But if it is that, it's supposed to represent some sort of nation. Right now, the only nation on earth that can be called the Aboriginal nation, right, is in Australia. These
Bullshit.
are the guys that gave Julian Assange his passport when they was trying to get him out. That's the only ones on the planet with their own passport that say Aboriginal nation on it. So unless you got some joint like that, and you're using the term Aboriginal, you're using it in the aspect of a descriptive, meaning that it's not literal to you.
And you're using more as a descriptive, sir. Lenape is descriptive. Choctaw is descriptive. Seminole is descriptive. I can go on and on. Tuscarora is descriptive. What the hell is y'all talking about? More is the descriptive term of dark-skinned people by them. Stop the bullshit. Hey, yeah, we're gonna shut this. We're gonna go ahead. Hey, man, listen. Check this out. I can't listen too much more of this, y'all. Listen. You can't say one thing that Aboriginal is a descriptive term, because if you guys don't know, we never said it was nothing but a descriptive term of what the first inhabitants of this land. And I do recall about an hour and 15 minutes ago, Asir, the Duke of Tears, said that Aboriginal tied you to this land. Now, man, come on, bro. Come on, man. We're not about to do this, bro. And I know that I just had a conversation with that guy right there to the left. Yo, I specifically asked him about where his people was from, right? And he said that his people was in Siberia, what is called Siberia now. We got to start making these distinctions 60, 70,000 years ago. And that they migrated here. And before they got here, they sat on an ice bridge, right? So that Ja Bricks in the building. Ja, what it do?
Peace to the God, man. Peace to the God. What up, though?
All well, man. All is well, man. We just edifying these guys, man. Listen to this, taking it to this is
Man,
crazy, bro.
yeah. I tried to watch it, man. But the guy on the right, the Moore guy, he's saying the shit in reverse. But he is hitting on the whole religious thing, but you being a religious means you still under the jurisdiction of the U.S. corporation, though. So there's no autonomy in a religious organization at all. And there's no remedy for being a Moor on this landmass. Only two governments exist on this landmass: the United States government and indigenous governments. That's it. If he want to talk the whole Moorish thing, then he's going to have to go to Africa and create his African tribes and governments and Moorish things over there. You can't have a Moorish government on the United States soil. Point blank, period.
Facts. But he said he was a Moorish Alouette, and that would be a Moroccan, what is called Morocco now, but it wasn't called Morocco back in the days, Marrakesh and other things, right? But he's now he's saying, and he's right about this, if you're African American, right, or you're Asian mixture, yeah, you would have, right, different stories, different bloodlines and different things, right? Once again, I challenged Asir Dukateers to trace his bloodline to West Africa, North Africa, Central or South, or even Eastern Africa. I dare him, because he just, remember when dude told him about it, that's when he first found out about it, when he was a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, identifying the way he identifies, right, it takes you away from the land. Even if it's a part of you, because you see what I'm saying? It takes you away from it.
Yeah.
And
Now look, he could be both. He could be both, right? Hypothetically speaking, he could be a Moor from Africa, half Moor from Africa. He could be half indigenous from here. But in order for him to receive his remedy, he's going to have to tap into his indigenous heritage here. There's no remedy in the African part that he's talking about. There's no remedy in that. In order for him to get remedy in that, he'll have to build on in Morocco. He'll have to build on that landmass that he's saying his family is from in Africa. The only way he could get remedy, the only way you could get remedy, the only way anybody can get remedy on this soil is to be aboriginal to this soil. If you're not going to claim your indigenous aboriginal heritage to this soil, then there's no remedy. So if these fellas, if they talking about remedy, there's no remedy in being a Moor on this soil whatsoever. Now, like you said, he probably can't even claim it. You know what I'm saying? He probably can't even trace it back to that. But even hypothetically speaking, if he was to trace it back there, there's still no remedy in that on this soil.
I mean, it seems like, once again, it's like double speech. For turtles, especially when you're talking about remedies. Remedies how? Like, to me, I don't see them. You say, what work are they doing? Right? I think, see, once again, we had this conversation about what people think work is. First off, if we're messengers, messiahs, and we're putting out the messages and waking the people up, that's a strategy. We're waking people up socially for political, right, as well as
yes, sir,
financial empowerment.
yes, sir, yes, sir.
If we don't
Because
have the
yeah,
right mind frames of the people, right, so we're waking up thousands of people, potentially millions of people are catching these vibrations, right?
yes,
And
sir.
these guys seem pressed. They seem, because y'all remember, they wasn't worried when it wasn't this many of us.
Oh yeah.
Now they seeing the tsunami. They was just, you know, they try to suppress the shit. Y'all trust me, man. These guys,
Because look, now,
not
this
Duke
the dude,
Tears, shout
yeah,
out Duke
nah,
Tears,
the
man.
other dude. Look,
Yeah.
yeah, the other dude that you're talking about, right? The turtle guy, right? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you call a gatekeeper, quote unquote. He's not really a gatekeeper, but he wants to be. They want to be gatekeepers. You know what I'm saying? They want to be able to have the say so in anything that goes on dealing with indigenous people on this landmass who are melanated. Now, when it comes to
Fact.
the pale faces and the invaders, they don't got shit to say to them whatsoever. The reason why they don't have shit to say to them, and the reason why they're not going to say nothing to them, is because they're operating off those pale faces' permission. So when you're operating off their permission, your goal is so hypothetically speaking, this just a false scenario, but just for conversation's sake, right? Behind the scenes, they could be like, look, you know what I'm saying? This is a privilege that y'all got, but you can't bring everybody. Everybody can't get, you know what I'm saying, a hold to this, because if everybody gets a hold to this, then this messes it up for us in our existence. Because the more, like you said, y'all waking up thousands of people. The more people wake up to the truth, the more their lie disappears. They can't hold on to their lie anymore after that. The more of us go back to our heritage, the more they become exposed. Now that they become exposed, the whole thing that they got set up and the whole agreements that they got with this government, all of that is going to start to disappear. And the reason why it's going to start to disappear is because the true people who's supposed to be in those spots are waking up to their lineage and waking up to their heritage that they need to inherit on this landmass. But you can't keep a lie forever, though. So they're banking on this lie. Yeah, they're banking on this lie, and they're happy that they're black and they're able to be accepted with the pale faces and the invaders. They take pride in that. So when they see other dark people doing it, they want to play. They basically want to give you the rules to be Indian. This is what you have to do to be Indian. If you're not this, if you're not that, if you're not this, if you're not that, then you're not Indian. Because they're under the assumption that we are all denationalized. The same way the government treat us. The government treat all of us like 14th Amendment citizens. If we get pulled over by the cops right now and they see our skin color, they're going to harass us based on our skin color. Why? Because we're 14th Amendment citizens. Now, if we know our jurisdiction, and jurisdiction is just communicating law, right? If we know our proper jurisdiction and we know our proper status, they can no longer treat us like 14th Amendment citizens under the law. But we have an assumed status. They assume we don't know who we are because most of us don't. So that's the same thing that they're doing. They assume we don't know who we are as well. So they're assuming it was only us talking about this, and now there's all these people. They're assuming we don't know who we are. That's what they're doing. Now I'm talking about the turtle dude and all of these people. They're assuming we don't know who we are. So based off them, yeah, go ahead.
Well, a lot of times, man, he said, Dukatir said something earlier. He was talking about more science. And he's like, all things is more science, right? Or comedic science or Black science or Negro science or Egyptian science. You get what I'm saying? But these terms are descriptive terms of dark people. Now, we read earlier that just in North America, in every square inch of this thing, it was mounds and pyramids that are still there today, but it was even more things that was here that they've been covering up that's ancient before common era times and things of that nature, whatever, right? My thing is though, right, that as smart as these two men are, right, do you not think that they know about etymology, especially when words like Indian and Moor, you know, because they tend to know the etymology of Aboriginal being a descriptive term, but they don't know that Moor is a descriptive term, that Indian is a descriptive term, that Lenape is a descriptive term, right? And that we never said that we were that our bloodline is Aboriginal. This is a descriptive term. When we call ourselves Aborigine, it's still a descriptive term of being the first inhabitant there. And you could be a Arapaho, you could be this, you could be that, but it's still, that doesn't take you away from being indigenous or being Aboriginal to this land. You could be indigenous, but don't mean you're Aboriginal. Yeah,
they
and don't at all.
They don't. And let me explain to you why. Because it's a simple word called colloquialism, right? That's how we communicate. So if I be like, my nigga Chief Holiday, you know what I mean. I don't mean that your nationality is my nigga. You understand what I'm saying? It's a colloquialism. So a lot of times when people get privy to certain information, they forget about colloquialisms or they don't comprehend what colloquialisms is. So, like you said, a descriptive term is basically a colloquialism. That's all it is. It's the common way or the common thing that we're describing right now to describe the people we're talking about, right? So a person that don't know they're Aboriginal, we're going to say black, right? We're going to say melanated. These are all colloquialisms, right? They're not comprehending the colloquialisms of certain words, and that's where the disconnect is coming in at. Is them not comprehending that certain words are colloquialisms. Even certain words that connect you to a tribe can be a colloquialism as well. And that's what they're not understanding. That's what they're not comprehending. So that's where the disconnect comes in at when we're having a conversation with these people, because they want to pick and choose what words are acceptable and what words are not acceptable. Versus understanding that if a person is saying that they're Aboriginal, then in law, that means something in law.
That's right. That's right.
It means something in law. So
we broke that down. We showed it.
It means something in law.
It means something in law, y'all.
Exactly. So what kind of conversation are we having? Are we having a nationality conversation? Are we having a law conversation? Or are we just having a casual conversation? And based off what conversation we have, these words mean something in each and every one of those conversations that we're having.
Facts.
Period.
So we would not be using a Webster dictionary in a court of law.
It depends. But no, not in the court of law.
No, not in the court of law.
Not in the court of law.
Now, if we make it to the Supreme Court, does now the language turn to Latin? Is my question, brother.
In the Supreme Court, no, the language doesn't. I mean, these
in
words
federal court, because even when you're in federal court, they're throwing stuff at you in Latin.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? Okay. Like the procedures and everything is in Latin. So by the time you get to Supreme Court, everything's in Latin. Why is that, brother?
Absolutely.
Hey, we're gonna do. You know what? We got to interview tomorrow. So
I know.
But we talking this right here. We're gonna be on music tomorrow. Yeah, but yeah, go ahead, brother. Yeah. Let's get to it.
So in the court of law, it's certain things that are Latin, but when you learn law, it's kind of like those words are English to you. Yes, they're Latin words, but this is just the language of law. You see what I'm saying? Like you said. It's in Latin to a person that don't understand and comprehend law. They're like, oh, this is Latin. But when you understand law, like, for example, a quo warranto, right? Corpus dialecti, right? All of these
Habeas
certain
corpus.
type.
Yeah.
That's what I said. All of these words are Latin. You're correct. But when you learn law, these are just the words that they speak in law. These are, I look at them as law words. Yeah, they're Latin, but I just look at them as simple law words. When we're talking law,
But why
these are the
wouldn't they
words that we're
translate
using.
them though? Why don't they translate them though?
I mean, because they already have their meanings. So these are the words, like how some regular words we have when we speak English, right? They have their definitions. These Latin words have their own definitions in law already. Like it's like those are the words that they speak. It's not
So
like
it wouldn't be the same definition as literally the 1828 dictionary. So they have a different
what wouldn't be
legal. I'm sorry. Say it again.
What wouldn't be? What wouldn't be the same definition?
If some of these words, if because once again, if we're going to use a descriptive term of the people that were here, it would be in Latin, right? So that would predate 1828. Is basically what I'm saying. Because in 1828, this language that we're speaking was formulated.
What
See
would
what I'm
be
saying?
that word? What word are you speaking? What specific word are you talking about? That in Latin.
Indian, Negro.
What is that in Latin?
What we talking about? Negroes? We're talking about Negroes?
Indian.
I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if there's a word for Indian other than Negro or Merino. You see what I'm saying? Like, 'cause these are still interchangeable words.
My point is, most of the times it's going to be the procedures in Latin. Certain procedures are going to be in Latin, but if we speak in Indian in law, that means the Aboriginal inhabitants of North America. That's what that means in law. Indian in law
Right,
means
but
the Aboriginal inhabitants. That's what it means in law. So when we're talking to somebody in a lawful way, and we say Indian, if we're speaking in court and we're talking to them and we say Indian, that's what that means in law. Indian means the Aboriginal inhabitants of North America.
And that's according to the ADRIP and UNDRIP.
That's according to the Black Laws Dictionary. That's according to the Black Laws Dictionary.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? So it's English words that they use in law, and these words mean something in law that if we're using them colloquially, they wouldn't mean that. You know what I'm saying? They use English in law. It's not like they use all Latin. No, most of the procedures are in Latin. You see what I'm saying? But also they're using English words in courts as well. It's not everything is not in Latin. It's just procedures it's Latin terms for these procedures, like a corpus delicti. You feel me? Or quo warranto and things of that nature. You feel what I'm saying? These are procedures that we have to enact in order to gain certain jurisdictions or lack of jurisdictions in court.
That's what's
like
up.
jurisdiction is Latin. You feel what I'm saying? Like jurisdiction is Latin. It's a Latin term. So I'm saying,
right.
like,
I mean, but that's what's so funny though, man. Like, even though our money is Latin, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is? I think we're looking at this thing all wrong, bro. I really do.
It's not as it being in Latin is not as a big of a deal as it may seem. It's not that big of a deal that it's in Latin. It's just, can you comprehend the terms that they're using in court? That's all. That's all it is. Can you comprehend these terms? If you can comprehend these terms, when you learn law, you learn these terms. So if you could comprehend these terms, then you could have a conversation and you could protect yourself. And if you can't comprehend, then you can't protect yourself. Jurisdiction means to communicate law. That's it. The power to adjudicate.
Yep. So, hey, man, like I said, we got an interview with you tomorrow. We're going to go over some stuff, man. Yeah, we're going to talking about your mixtape. I know a lot of people don't know about that, so we're gonna be talking about that tomorrow. That's out already. And we're gonna talk about what you got coming in the near future, and then we're gonna premiere a song tomorrow, y'all. A nice little leak. But y'all, man, I think y'all gonna love it. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy tomorrow, man. But hey, we're gonna pull up a song, another song that you got out right now called Integrated, man. You got a video for this too, man. So you want to say anything? You want to introduce it from the clip?
You said what?
You want to say anything about the song Integrated? Come on.
Oh yeah, so yeah, so basically this song it's called Integrate, but it's about not integrating. You feel me? Like it's about us being autonomous. It's about us doing all our shit on our own, and it's basically about, when we had segregation, we was the richest. You know what I'm saying? We had Black Wall Street during segregation. We had we had all of these prosperous things during segregation. So, that song is just to encourage our people that, let's do our own thing. So basically, what I like to say is that I'm the first rapper to talk about autonomy on a song. That's about it.
Yeah, that might be true. That might be true. Now that I think about it, might be true. As somebody said that when you said something in the battle, it said you might have been the only person that's ever used that word.
It was arbitration. It was arbitration.
Jurisdiction. They be like, we some jurisdiction. What is you saying, man? What is happening, man? You know what I'm saying? It's so far over people's head, man. It's crazy. Yo.
Yeah, but it's going to knock, though. You feel me? But I make sure it knocks. So as long as the beat vibing, you feel me? It's going to be in your subconscious. Now, I just enhanced your vocabulary. You ain't know it.
That's right. Well, man, let's get to it. Cut. Let's pull it up, man. It's integrated, man. Integrate, but not integrate. Like Two-Hawk and your boy Turtle Gang. So I want to say once again though, shout out to Sir Ducateers, man, because he did tell some truths up in there, man, and like I said, and it was kind of interesting because I guess Turtle Gang didn't want to have a difference of opinion with him. He just wanted to kind of interview him. So, but yeah, I definitely know that they have a difference of opinion. A lot of the things that Ducateers was saying, it's totally contradicts what Turtle Gang is pushing. You understand what I'm saying? So, like I said, it was definitely a lot of double speech there. And we got to have this conversation because our people are definitely confused. And words that they're using are the things that they're using to confuse us, as well as the weapons that they're using against us. Just words. We're talking words. Yeah.
Facts.
So, yeah. So, shout out to Job Bricks, man. We got Integrate. Let's get it. Cut. You killing them. Yeah.
Let's get him out. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up needy, you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that real shit. Dog, you benefit. Took her on a dinner date. Now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about autonomy, dog. We ain't tryna integrate. Nah. Man, we ain't tryna integrate. Was broke back then, now the youngin' seeing different kick. We don't go off feelings, we just make sure that the business straight. And if you ain't an intellect, then you can't get a penetrate. Local need you, now I'm getting love all in different states. Gotta need you, if you ain't got scars, then you can't relate. Preach the niggas, I'm just trying to make sure that my people straight. Woke nigga in a sleep world, trying to keep awake. Man, I'm just trying to keep awake. Bodies dropping in my city, damn Perry, keep awake. How another black man, your op, make it make sense. When the system got y'all niggas going through the same shit. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100, let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up need you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that bro shit, dog, you been a fake. Took her on a dinner date, now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about autonomy, dog, we ain't tryna integrate. Say you shoot, what's your resume? Let me see the proof. Drilling shit, where your gang at? Let me see your troops. Getting money, pull up stunting on them. Let me see your coup. Genocide, they pointing weapons at you. You don't even shoot. Real nigga, how you say you real? Your peeps, love your peeps, family man. Rhyme, feed your family, nigga. Fuck the streets, sliding on each other when the government the enemy. If we come together, we got power in the beef. For real, in the beef. You ain't getting money, ain't no reason to be in the streets. Striving to be legends, we ain't trying to be a memory. And now you ain't my nigga, you my Niji Aboriginal. Every since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100, let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, I ain't trying to penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up need you could dinner ate. I ain't buying all that real shit, dog, you been a fake. To go on a dinner date, now we on
the interstate.
Might be a rookie game, but I've been a great. And we autonomy, dog, we ain't trying to integrate.
Job Bricks, man. Tomorrow, 6 Eastern, man. It's going down, man. It's gonna be crazy, y'all. It's gonna be a movie. Yeah, Job, man. Like I said, man, we just out here plugging away, man. I know for a fact that we must be doing something, and we must be moving the needle and got these guys really worried. Because not only the Pan-Africans, you guys seen them the other day, they went out their way like a 4-hour video, not to even say the word Aboriginal or Indian the whole time. We're talking about native, once again, they're pushing a native concept, a native Johnny-come-lately, Europeanized stories. We predate this. I don't understand why nobody's understanding that. And what Cut read earlier, that's it's what we like. We're not going back tens of thousands, 20, 30,000 years. We don't have to go back that far to prove our point. Even with anthropology and paleontology and archaeology, we don't have to go back 20, 30,000 years, even though we can show you evidence of human activities, like the footprints we showed in New Mexico, that they say go back 23,000 years, but once again, it could be 230,000 years. They're always gonna put the time periods and to fit their paradigms, to fit Clovis 1 and 2. Oh my God, we have to create something different now, because now we found something that's evidence of 50,000 year existence of humans in America and in the Americas, right? So now they got to have a Clovis 13 conversation that some Europeans had to come here, some Africans had to come here, somebody else had to come here to America, when we saying we've always been here and nobody ever came here before us. So when that guy was talking about Turtle Gang, was talking about his family and how they attached to the pale skins and they, all this other stuff, bro. Like that's the poem right here. It's not even about skin tone, bro. It's not about that. I'm not even a colorist. I don't care about that. It's about just telling the truth, and people who push the colorism game, and that's what these guys are doing. Two Hawk and your boy, they definitely pushing pale degeneracy. And that's just what it is, man. So y'all can respect that and check it. DJ Cut on the ones and twos, y'all. Hey, man, we're going to open up the panel, man. If y'all want to come on, man, we can have a conversation, man.
That's another form. Look, all throughout history, you know what I'm saying? We always had black people that wanted to be white people, right? We always had sellouts. We always had coons, right? It's the same thing with what we doing now. And that's what we gotta realize. Like, it's black Indians that think they native. It's black Indians that want to be incorporated with them. They want to be accepted by these people, just like we had black people who want to be accepted by white people. It's the same thing. It's an integrationist mindset. It's the mindset. They want to be accepted by people. When they look in the mirror, they don't see themselves in the mirror. They think that they them people that they want to be in the mirror when they look in the mirror. And it's going to be in every generation, and it's going to be even when we get our autonomy, it's going to still be the same thing. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be people on our side that want to integrate with other people. And we got to realize that, we got to pay attention to that, and we got to understand that shit is adverse to what we trying to do. Period.
Now, just for the record, now I just, not to talk about anybody's wives and things like that or whatever, but it just has to be said, when we talk about your boy Two Hawks or whatever. Once again, it's like he wants to be accepted into pale. I call it pale degeneracy. Some people call it white supremacy. I call it pale degeneracy, right? And it's more accurate when we're talking about the pale skin being a degenerate, recessive trait, and all these other things, right? I go with what I can prove. I don't go with anything else, right? And we talk about morphology, and we talk about the craniology and just skeletal remains and the measurement, craniometry, the measurement of bones. This is how you identify whether it's a monkey or a human being, right? And once again, when these people are talking about the out of Africa hypotheses and the theory of evolution, and they're talking about they're from Africa, they're tracing themselves back to a 7 million year old monkey. Not humans, a monkey. So I don't really think people really pay attention, bro, like to the conversations. It's that serious that the people that we're fighting against, they're standing on, even in the legal standpoint, we're totally in the rights. I think we just have to have more people. You understand what I'm saying? In a collective,
so you saying that
socially saying it. You know what I'm saying? That which would turn the legal aspect around.
You're saying that these Indians, right? That these Indians that we talking about, right? Quote unquote Indians. You're saying that they're saying that they come from an African monkey in Africa. That's what you're saying?
Well, when I asked Turtle where he was from, he said Siberia, and he believes in the out of Africa hypothesis that ultimately his people came from a monkey in Africa and then migrated out of there. Okay. And he was talking about different species of humans. And, and that shit is not proven. There's no monkey people bones nowhere, y'all.
He wants to be pale. That's why.
Yeah.
He is pale.
He is pale.
That's a side effect of what you mean pale.
I mean, you see the guy? You see Turtle Game? That nigga's pale.
I see him. I see melanin.
I mean, you're light skinned, but he's pale. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's a difference in light skinned niggas and pale niggas. So that nigga pale. He can pass for pure male people. You know what I'm saying? Like, he can go down there and be moving around with these guys. When he opens his mouth, of course, he has to do Jersey accent and speak like that or whatever. But
but he wants to be. Well, whatever he's mixed with, he want to be that other shit. He don't want to be whatever made him. He don't want to do with no carbon. He don't want no sauce with none of that carbon. That's what he want. So of course he gonna say he comes from Africa. Of course he gonna say all of that type of shit because he don't want to really be what he is for real. Because if he's saying his folks came from Siberia, we know who the Siberians is. Those the invaders that. In the Temple of Warriors, you can see we locking them motherfuckers up. Them people. This is
right, but I think but I think they're taking time periods though. Like writing, like they'll say stuff like, "Well, we were Siberians 60,000 years ago, and we were melanated, and we look like we look now." And I'll be like, not like you, sir. It didn't look like you because of the measurements and the recreation of the skeletal remains 20,000, 10,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago in what is called Siberia now, are niggas. Period. Big nose, big lips, locks. I'm sorry, y'all. Like we've been doing this so long that I think I got to go back and redo those shows. I swear to God, I think I'm gonna have to go back and redo them because I think y'all forgot that we've shown you guys these people all around. So even if it was niggas walking or sitting on some ice somewhere, it'd have been some niggas, right? But one thing about our people, us here, that we knew we had boats for thousands of years. We showed that BBC documentary when they did the reconstruction of Louisiana, and I forgot the doctor's name, but she went and showed the boats, and they talked about the open sea boats and depictions of the open sea boats at a level that was around about 150,000 when we're talking about going down. Like once again, there's layers, and deeper you dig into those layers, it's like the earth has rings just like trees. So you can count the rings and they tell you how old the tree is. It's the same way where you can count the strata. It's called strata, right? And the further you go down in the strata, you can date. You say, oh, okay, well, we went down this far in the earth, and we found human activities that's 100,000 years, 200,000 years. You want to know how they know it was untampered with when they find these things? Because it will be encased in stone. You know, like when they're like, okay, you got sand on the top of the earth, right? It's sand and grass, it's loose. But when you start, the further you go down, the harder shit is. Do y'all know that? So that's why you have to have a drill when you're drilling for oil. Because now the further you go down, the dirt has packed together and formed stone. Right? So now the deeper you go down into the earth, you have to start digging. So they know that, well, we found this tool, we found these things, and it's been encased in this volcanic stone, this lava, right? And we know that this volcano was active at this time. And like I said, it's a lot of cross-referencing with what we're doing with the new technology we have now to bear witness to our ancestors being here for thousands of years, bro. You see what I'm saying? So this is what we're dealing with. We're just dealing with a bunch of bullshit. We got Truth in the building. Truth, what it do?
What's up?
What up, though? What up, though?
Peace to the God, nigga. Just got kicked out of somewhere, nigga. I've been kicked out of
Say what?
Just got kicked out of somewhere, nigga. But I'd have been kicked out of motherfucking better toilets, nigga.
What? You just got kicked out of a actual place?
Nah, motherfucking bitch ass nigga Turtle, bro. He got a motherfucking mouth head up there with him talking about this my brother, but got me in smoke for me and Tayshawn. Fuck you, bitch ass nigga. Fucking William
y'all was on his channel?
Yeah, bro, cause his bitch ass up in there like last time, bro. He capping, throwing rocks, and then as soon as nigga call his bitch ass out, he wanna hide his hand like he want throwing the rocks, bro. So me and Tayshawn jumped up there, bro. Then on top of that, you know niggas who letting that nigga be long-winded when nobody muting this nigga cutting niggas off. This bitch ass nigga up there trying to mute niggas cause niggas on his helmet, bro. How the fuck you got a fucking cracker ass fucking meth head up here talking about some he Lenny the not babe, but you got smoke for me and Tayshawn. And you keep saying your people migrated here, then when niggas call you out on that, I didn't say that. Nigga, you sound worse. Nigga, you the Indian Jabari, you bitch ass nigga. Man, I'm heated, chief. Fuck this whole ass nigga, bro.
Yeah, I told you that nigga don't want to be melanated at all. He don't want shit to do with being melanated.
Bro.
What up, though? Nah, you good. He don't want shit to do with being melanated. That's why. He don't want shit.
All this, we come in different shades and shit. Nigga,
I told you that's a cold word for integration. That's a cold word for sellout. That's a cold word for being a coon.
You literally got a deformed nose face white boy up there that like he smoked meth for breakfast, bro. Talking about this nigga Lenny Lenape, bro.
Yeah.
Like straight cap, bro. Then study playing this. Oh, we come in multi-shade.
Nah,
then I just
fuck out of here.
I was like, man, bitch, ain't y'all the same ones that motherfucking teamed up with these bitches to go against the Pequot, you hoe ass nigga? The nigga booted me, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
heated, Chief. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm ready to do
Man.
some punching, bro. I want to punch the white boy, bro. I don't want to be fighting with my
Chill,
own
family,
nigga,
chill.
bro.
Ain't nothing. Fuck these
Cuts
cone
and
ass niggas.
salute. Hell no. I mean, bro, it's that bad though, man. It's really that bad. It's really that bad. And then they have to make these excuses. It's just like somebody that's with one of them, and then they try to basically. It's like they trying to include their better, their other half or their significant other into. You know what I'm saying? And include them in or don't exclude them in, you know, don't exclude them from being a part of what we got going on. But how it is that they like they are trying to be a part of the pale skin stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Like I said, it's all pale degeneracy, and they are pushing it. Now, my thing is when they talking about, you know, like Turtle and Two Hawk, right? Who are they against? Besides us.
Bro, we tried to get the bitch ass nigga to pull up the nigga. I got the motherfucking the link, nigga. Amani Bates sent it to me, nigga. Try to get the nigga to pull the link up and share the screen for motherfucking the word nigga. The Oxford Dictionary. You already know what it say, Chief. You feel me? My man
he
hit
know
the link.
too.
He hit
know
the
too.
link and started saying, I don't know how to share screen. I don't do this. I just don't. Bro, you was just sharing your screen with Two Hawk, bro. Stop playing. Pull that shit up.
He know what it mean, man. But once again, you would say that to Two Hawk, and then Two Hawk, he'll probably have something to say about that definition. Well, it's the Oxford, and we're not talking about that. Blah 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 blah. All this other shit. Once again, bro. Listen,
that nigga don't know what he talking about. That nigga say a bunch of words he think big that he ain't really saying shit. That
Bro,
nigga
he
ain't
got
really
the
saying shit.
same talking points as these tablecloth ass history
That
books,
nigga
bro.
ain't saying shit.
He reading a European version of what an Indian is, bro.
Exactly. Because
no, Tayshaun asked him what an Indian mean. He sideswiped it because once again, he's not gonna want to answer that question.
And this
He wants
time
to.
he had to, bro. And then
What
he
he say?
slipped up when he realized what it say, bro.
What did he say though, man? Before he read it though.
He got to reading it, then you can tell he stumbled on what Tayshaun wanted them to read, bro. And then he like, man, yeah, man, you know, it's just descriptive terms and you bitch ass nigga, bro.
Of what though?
Bro.
Like all these mad Indians around here, right? Who don't you're not qualified to be arguing with me. Period about Indian, my nigga. You just found out you was an Indian last week. So how you gonna argue with me or Truth or anybody about this term when somebody asks you a simple question? What does it mean? And you know, niggas used to be like, oh, it means the children of God or the children of the devil. And it doesn't mean none of these things.
This
I
whole
need to
ass
know.
nigga say that the Lenni Lenape is the grandfather of everybody, including said they older than the Mayans and the Olmecs, bro.
Shut the fuck up, bro. He ain't say
Swear to fucking God, he said
He ain't
that
say
shit,
that,
bro.
bro.
That's what
Bro,
Tayshaun
didn't we
said.
just tell him that the Lenni
Lenni
Lenape was just created in the 1800s? Didn't we just tell him that?
These
Didn't he just
niggas,
get
that's what I
that,
said.
bro?
These niggas wanna
Bro,
they wanna run this shit. They wanna run this
we
shit.
need the Lenni Lenape origins with a picture of him and the dude from Goonies and shit as the motherfucking thumbnail, bro. So he can know we talking to his bitch ass, bro. We need that out you, Chief.
I want to definitely see that video with old boy though. I got to see that.
I sent you the
definitely
link,
see
bro. I
that.
texted to you, bro.
Oh, that's what you sent me. Yeah, you was LOL.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what it
Yeah, bro.
was. Shit.
Hey, use that screenshot his thumbnail for his ass, bro. It's him and the meth head Goonies up there, my nigga. I mean, Chief, you gotta see this motherfucker. His face is deformed like a motherfucker, bro. My nigga look like he's the pro. Why the fuck, girl, man, nigga?
We got Mr. Brooklyn in the building.
Yo, these niggas don't understand that. Yo, we coming for their ass, bro. It's about to be finito. All that sellout cool shit, that shit about to be finito, bro. Like these niggas thinking that these pale people when we come in for that check, when we come in for these benefits, they gonna get real nervous, my nigga. I promise you that. They gonna get real nervous, bro. They gonna get real nervous. So they thinking that these pale people gonna hold them down. They thinking that these pale people gonna do all of this shit. But when we come for our shit, I promise you, them pale people ain't gonna hold them niggas down. They gonna be on their own. Them niggas gonna be isolated.
These niggas they ain't even got the Tonto Indian with them, bro. They got a motherfucking European, bro.
Of course.
I mean, but he just said it though. He just said that Verrazano, that nigga said that Verrazano came here. This Tuhawk said that Verrazano came here, or New York, and seen all different shades of people. My only thing is though, right? If that's the case, then right, and you know, there's an argument, right, and they tried to argue this that pale skins were already here as well, right? And we just heard the other dude Sanchez say that all races of people came at the same time from the North Pole and blah, 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 and all this other stuff, right? But the truth is, right, that when we're talking about science, recessive traits are not only recessive, but they're new. They don't predate the dominant gene, man.
Thousands
like,
of
why,
years old.
Come on, bro. Like, why we gotta have this? And so when they have this conversation about like the Australoid and the Negroid and the Caucasoid and the Mongoloid, right? And that's why I tell people stop saying Mongoloid, because that's an 1869 term that they're writing back in history. They're throwing it back in history. And then when somebody talk about that the only nation that could be Aboriginal is Australia. Well, they stay bullshit. That means that they didn't do no lookup. They didn't do no understanding on what Aborigine mean. But if they did, then they would know that we was Aborigines for a couple hundred years before they discovered them in the mid 1800s.
Oh yeah.
So I don't understand why we have this conversation now. Like, this is crazy.
You know what they do? They like to look somewhere else on the landmass and pay attention to other people to take away from our shit, just like they did with the pyramids. They looking in Egypt, but we got older shit over here. That's what they do. They gonna find some group of people to take the motherfucking attention off what the fuck we got going on over here. They gonna do that. They always do that.
And the Australians going through the same thing we going through. Now, we know the picture that we done seen to them all these years, but if you click on anything about Australian Aborigine right now, bro, you're going to see a fat Mexican, a motherfucking European, bro. They barely even show you the ones that we've been seeing for the longest with the blonde hair and all that shit and dark as fuck. They don't even show you them no more.
Bro, I was on Clubhouse with some pale Australians. They was telling me they was Aboriginal. I'm like, what the fuck? How the fuck is you Aboriginal? You pale? The hell? They like, yeah,
because the niggas
they
like
did a
turkey,
mixing.
Bro.
Yeah, they did a mixing with us, and they mixed and breeded us out. I said, well, y'all, that's not Aboriginal. Y'all not Aboriginal.
Like I told the nigga, bro, when a motherfucker say, a nigga asked me one time, what you think about half breeds, true? I'm like, well, nigga, I'm mixed. So how was that baby raised? All right, cool. That's gonna be the first question. Who do that baby procreate with? If they go and procreate with another European, and then especially if it happened a double time, then they already chose their side, nigga.
That's a fact.
You don't get to go that way and then get the benefits of this on this way. Like, no, nigga, it's one way or the highway, nigga.
And that's what they did over there. They breeding out the whole melanin. They breeding it all out.
But you know where they got it from? They got it from America, brother. America was doing it for hundreds of years before they started doing it in the 1900s in Australia, right? So it was a book called Rabbit Proof Fence. I gotta check it out. It's a movie too. The movie's good, but the book's better, right? And Rabbit Proof Fence basically breaking down, basically the breeding out of the Indian, the nigga, right? The Indian problem, the nigger problem, the Negro problem. They always knew this foundation of eugenics, but that comes from America. They like to blame Hitler. They like to blame all these other people, but they started that shit here in America. Just wanted to let y'all know that. And once again, when we talk about these Indian schools, right? that's what it was about, was to indoctrinate us, but also to breed us out. Now, I call it the Blake Griffin effect, right? Shout out to Blake Griffin, but Blake Griffin is mixed just like your boy Drake is mixed, right? And if they choose to procreate with a pale skin, now their child will no longer be. You know what I mean?
I
Like, you
got
know
one
what I
for
mean?
you. I
So
got one
that,
for you. Hey,
they're
hey,
going.
Holiday.
That's a degenerate.
I got one
It's
for you.
going down. You're going
Look up,
down. It's recessive traits.
yo,
Go ahead, brother.
look up Lonzo Ball daughter. That's a perfect example. Look up Lonzo Ball daughter. Now you know Lonzo Ball father is LeVar, right?
Right.
Lonzo made it with a pale woman. They daughter don't look not 1 ounce black at all, my nigga. At all. Like nothing. She looked like a white woman. His daughter looks like a
That's
white
tough.
woman.
Yeah,
Well,
because his
just
mama
know
white.
that
That's
truth
crazy
is
thing about it.
just know truth is mixed, and both of my kids' mama is motherfucker as black as this goddamn string, y'all. They look just like my mama, nigga. Shit, fuck they talking about, nigga. Have no
Hey, but
motherfucking
look though,
sunburn
but in that
face.
case though, those dudes love their mama, right?
Yeah.
So and so you can't really be like you know what I mean? Like unless their fathers say, hey, look, bro, I know I did this, you know what I'm saying, but I need y'all to go this way. Like we talk about this, right? You know, we got to have a reverse eugenic mindset, right? For all you guys that swirl out there, when you have babies with these people, you got to teach your child to, you know, procreate in the opposite direction. How about that? Like if LeVar Ball would have told all three of his boys, right? Because once again, it's about protecting your wealth, LeVar. See, I don't think people understand this shit, right? This is how they've always taken our wealth, and they have always used their women to do it.
And niggas like Turtle Family and shit, nigga bit the
There you go.
cheese on a rat trap, nigga. Hey,
Every
fuck
time.
that nigga, bro. Fuck all that unity shit. Fuck these bougie ass fucking Indians, nigga. It's like, nigga, if y'all got anything to say about us and y'all trying to bring any of these motherfuckers in, nigga, we looking at y'all like the Democrats, nigga. Y'all get no votes, nigga. Get the fuck out of
Hey,
here.
hey, real quick
Nigga,
before
your
y'all get too
community winning,
my bad.
nigga, your whole community kicked out, nigga.
What did you
Hey,
say?
real quick before y'all get too far from the Australia Aborigine shit. So y'all just
Mhm.
piece something together for me because last year I seen this Facebook page and it was called African Australians. And it's got like 8,000 people in it, right? And I clicked it and it's a bunch of Aboriginal Australia, the black Australians in this group. And I'm like, when the fuck they start calling these people African Australians? That's my first time seeing that shit. And y'all just pieced that shit together for me, saying that if you look up a Australian Aborigine today, it's gonna show you some mixed people and some pale people.
And
So
Tayshaun,
that's crazy, bro.
Here go the kicker part though, right? All historians, all archaeologists, and geneticists, nigga, all agree that the Australians are not Africans, nigga. And
They
that
agree
it's
that
a
they're not African.
Right, right,
They
exactly.
and
I've
they
never heard of
agree
people
that
so
call
they not
themselves
so but
African.
but
so where the fuck did this African shit come from?
well, it's based off of the ones that are the majority there. They don't like Aborigine because they use the term Aborigine negatively. Once again, if just like colored, you know, colored, no colors allowed, no Aborigines allowed. So they don't like Aborigines. But what they do like is called black fellas. Now the ones that they show us, y'all know with the straight hair, look like, you know, mixed a little bit. Those are the products of the of the of the schools. They're not the majority, y'all. Just like the Native Americans not the majority here, those ones they're not the majority there. The ones that are the majority there are they're black fellas, and they look like brown, like regular Aboriginal people. Like they don't look like them. They got afros. They don't look like these people at all. But the problem is that they're
Chief, you kind of went out, bro.
Yeah, he went under.
Yeah, he went under, bro.
You see that bitch ass nigga booted me, bro?
Yeah, that nigga was a whole ass nigga for that. He finally got me out of there too.
He got mad because I called his cousin a meth head, bro. He like, look how you came up here. Nah, nigga, look like you got smoke for us, nigga.
I told that you fucking European from the jump. Like, nigga, I ain't even talking to you. Like, you stay out this shit. I'm talking Turtle Gang. I ain't got nothing to say to you,
And then this
sloth.
old goony face ass had the nerve to have a Cleveland Indian hat on.
Right.
Chief, you back? Oh no.
What's up, True?
What's up, Mr. Bruckner? What's up, nigga? I've been calling you, nigga, man. You need to give me a
What's
call.
good, bro?
Peace, God. Peace, God.
Man,
Peace,
peace to
Ty.
God.
What's good?
Nothing, man. Talking about
How
these
y'all doing,
bougie
man?
ass Indians and shit, accepting all these adopted motherfuckers. How the fuck you gonna adopt somebody you don't even get a check for? Stupid motherfucker.
That whole video he was just showing, that shit was crazy. Man. But how y'all been doing, man? Y'all alright? How the
Yeah,
families?
man,
Yeah,
good, man.
everything
How the
good.
family doing, Mr. Brooke?
Man, I've been, I found out I had some problems going on with my kidney, but
You
I'm
good?
huh?
You good?
Yeah. I've been going back and forth to the doctor doing what I gotta do, you know what I'm saying?
Man, I'm about to get you one of them Dr. Savvy flushes out there, man. Get that motherfucker healthy and repaired, bro, man. Make sure you call me, man.
Yeah. I've been meaning to too, True. Matter of fact, I just told my wife I had to call you.
Man,
You
it's
know,
all love, man. I
she
know,
down,
man.
she
This
down in
motherfucker got
Kentucky,
shit to
but
do.
huh?
Nah, I'm saying it's all good, man. You know, shit, nigga, it's life, man. Niggas got shit they gotta take care of, man. I want to see you back in full strength, bro, in good health.
No doubt. Yeah, I was telling her that, she down in Kentucky, so I was telling her, that I needed to call you. So I'm yeah, man, it's crazy how because I was all set up to do one thing, and I was supposed to have been down there in Kentucky for the Derby and everything. Me and Chief had some shit set up for that, and then I
Man,
wound
listen,
up.
health is more important than all that family
Mm-hmm.
stuff, bro. It's more important than that. It's gonna always be derbies, and you know what I mean. So we ain't
Oh
worry
yeah,
about that. Long as you good, man. You know what I'm
That's
talking about?
all that matters.
Yeah, I don't care about that, bro. At
yeah.
all. You know what I'm talking about? So we ain't got to talk about it, bro.
Real
Like, you know
shit.
what I'm saying? But I did want to ask you though about just everything that's been going on because you I don't know if you've been keeping up just in general about this little dust stuff that that's happening right now with Two Hogs and Brother Turtle Gang and just the rest of the bougie Indians that want to be Native Americans, brother. Can you kind of address that a bit? From your perspective.
I think it's crazy to be honest. How it's like you want it's almost like you want a motherfucker to kiss the ring. You know what I'm talking about? It's like because some of the stuff that I hear him say or heard him say, it seems as though he's a little. I think he's jealous because he's not getting that attention that say you or True other brothers might get at TV and at Power. You know what I'm saying? He's seeing all of this going on, and he basically said it. You know what I'm saying? You got those out there that's making all the noise, but the ones in the background ain't making no noise, but they the ones making the real moves. How can you say that? Because you don't know what these brothers is doing. So
Man,
to
that
me,
nigga's a stock boy at Target, man. Shut his bitch ass up.
exactly. This is my point. Exactly, true. You know, how can you say that though? You can't say what this man is doing or what that man. First of all, we men, we don't speak on what. Well, for me, I don't speak on what other men do. You know what I'm saying? I just wasn't raised that way, right? So if there's somebody that I have a problem with, or if there's a situation that I have a problem with, I address that person. You know what I'm saying? So if he has a problem with anything about this so-called community, then why hasn't he stepped to somebody and said something to them? Why is he going to other people trying to make noise? It's you know, to me, it's all bullshit.
Hey, Libra in the back, Chief. Hey, Ab bought him on his shit, bro. And we talked to him and Two Hawks and shit, bro. And it was all based on some other video them niggas capping about us and shit. And just like I just told him before he booted me mid sentence and shit, was like, hey, how about this, bro? Just keep our name the fuck out y'all mouth, nigga. Cause like ain't nobody even thinking about y'all, nigga. Y'all over there with mouth head white motherfuckers and shit, talking about some kumbaya and shit. Nigga, we ain't with none of that shit,
Exactly.
nigga.
You
Nigga, we ain't no Native
you in a fucking
Americans, no
tribe
none of that
with
goofy shit.
you in a tribe and your chief is a pale face. What the fuck is that? Come on, make that make sense to me.
Well, you heard what he said. He said when Verrazano came, they had pale skins in their tribe, bro. So there you go. Pale skins to what did he say? Tawny? Like he didn't even want to be like Negroes. Like think about it.
Hey, he told me to
That man's brain has been
be in the same tribe from the same tribe old dirty
Hey,
bastard is
he
from.
say
And I
it's
never heard old dirty bastard come with that type of energy.
old dirty bastard Shinnecock, man. That's a whole nother sect and shit, bro.
well, we know what
But
he
they same
said. You know,
people.
they all from the same
Not about New York, he's
area.
from
Right. It's all from
Right.
the same area. So once again, these are just more descriptive terms about the same people, just different
Hey,
areas.
Chief.
See what I'm
Hey,
saying?
Chief. Hey,
Shit
but
like
you
that.
said something important though, bro. He said Tawny in a way that'll have you
okay, that was
thinking
my
like a
bad.
tan Italian or some shit. He ain't want to say Tawny in a way what it means. He said it in a way where you think like a motherfucking Italian in Sicily and shit and just think
Yeah,
like
like he don't
this,
want it
bro.
to be niggas, man. He does not want to be niggas, man. That's like, hey, bro, it's like watching this shit and you be like, bro, this is crazy. Like crazy. Like how do we even put up with this in this 2022? Like, bro, like you say, she shouldn't even be able to come outside no more at this point for pushing this dumbass shit. Think about it.
Don't
This man is, bro. They believe in everything that's not true. And then he turned around and was like, their origin story is Turtle Island. I was like, bro, you can't say Turtle Island's your origin story if you came here, bro. You understand what I'm saying? You can't have it both ways. You know what I'm saying? We got
hey,
Libra Son in the building. What up, dude?
Peace to the gods.
Man, salute to
what
the
up, Libra?
God.
What's good? What's good?
Chilling, man. You already know, Libra. What you been up to?
Man, chilling, man. Taking a back seat. You know what I mean?
Hey, was he trying to get I see it to say something fucked up about the Aboriginals?
Yeah,
Nah, he
man.
didn't. Did he say that? He didn't really say nothing.
Who was that, Mr. Brooklyn? Who said that?
Huh?
Who you said something?
He, old boy was interviewing, what's his name? Turtle or
Oh,
something.
Yeah. Turtle
Interviewing
Azure.
Asir
the Duke.
Dukateers.
yeah.
Hey, you see, he kind of got quiet when the sword wasn't agreeing with him about who the real people is, though, at that one point.
Yeah, no, he didn't want to say nothing. He was like, "Well, yeah, he didn't want to even get into that conversation. He didn't even want to get into it. Like he gonna
So,
come in there and be speaking like with him. Nah, shout out to the seer for that, bro. Like, and then
man,
he
look,
also said that we could be more than one things, and that's another. That is absolutely true. You
that's the
could be a Moor and a Christian. Did y'all know that? You could be a Moor
Yep.
and a matter of fact. If you go on with a chronological order of the Abrahamic religions, then it would have been a Hebrew Moor before and a Christian Moor before a Muslim Moor. Respect to the checking, man. I don't know what, and that's why those Moors were fighting against each other. Respect that a checking too.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Come on, y'all, stop the bullshit.
It's
But he said he was
crazy.
Alawites though. He's identifying with being Northern African and Assyria. That's why I push back right there, brother. You're never gonna do that. You're never gonna be able to prove that you're North African, brother.
Yeah, but
And yes, it's spitting too.
even him saying it though, Chief.
Yeah.
Even saying something like that just let you know that all these Native Americans are believing in evolution out of Africa theory. You know what I'm saying? And the slave trade.
Facts.
So
Even that
where's
meth
this
head,
Aboriginal wisdom at? I don't know,
even
man.
that meth head white boy said he was an African, bro. Tay Sean, you heard that shit?
Wow. What you say, bro?
The meth head white boy, when he was like, "Yeah, man, I don't like starting Africa. I'm an African." Hey,
Yeah, he did say that shit.
No, but I gotta watch that one tomorrow, y'all. I gotta watch that. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I was on there for a minute. I made that nigga jump out there on the limb too. I said, I asked that nigga. I said, so the Lenape, are they older than the Maya, the Olmec, the Toltec, the Inca? He said, yeah. He said his people predate them. I said, shit. So I started naming. So look, so I went to my go-to source. I went to the American Indian Encyclopedia. So I was like, these people had built apartments. They created sports, basketball. They created barbershops. And he was like, that's not true. I was like, well, shit. What did your tribe contribute to the world? He would not answer that question at all. He danced around that shit the whole time. And he
What
finally
you
kicked me
asked him
off.
that shit
Like
like
it's bad.
100 times?
I asked him that yesterday.
Bro.
He
He
still ain't
danced
answered the
that
question.
shit.
That what y'all build, bro? Nothing.
And he damn sure didn't want to read that definition of nigga, bro. He kept bug dancing around that
He
shit.
danced out of that too.
And I had Tayshawn drop him a link in the back because he booted me by then, bro. He ain't want nothing to do with me. I kept calling his cousin the meth head.
Hey, bro, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, but I'm glad that it happened though, man, because now they got put in the same bucket. They put themselves in the same bucket. You know what I'm saying? They just killed themselves, man. That's all.
And we do not have no hate for no Native Americans. I'm gonna say this, because y'all remember the brother Jay Nightwolf. Jay Nightwolf. Y'all remember Jay White Nightwolf? Remember we really liked old Jay Nightwolf. Until we went over there and was listening to him, and now that that we're talking about we're the first and we're Aborigines, nobody likes that, including Jay Winters, right? Nobody wants that
because they take it. It takes them off the board. You see what I'm saying?
Shit, he had that bald head white dude up there. Shit. Motherfuckers think because they talk like this and like, hey, man, boy, you don't get your Mr. Curly looking ass the fuck on, nigga. Hey, Jay, what the fuck you doing, nigga?
And that's another thing too, man. They always try to make it seem like they trying to tell us what we have to do to be us. What the fuck is that?
That's that side now the shit.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm just saying, like, they gonna try to give us rules. Oh, well, you have to maintain, just
these traditions and all this
Ring
old
shit.
Not doing it right. Yeah.
you
What do
know.
you mean?
You know what I'm saying? Like you see these Europeans still walking around wearing these motherfucking clown shoes and clown giddy up they've been wearing, you know what I'm saying, since colonial times, supposedly. You don't see them walking around like that. They not maintaining traditions. So what the fuck do it look like anybody else to do that? Like that shit is crazy.
I think he was more mad because every time the white boy tried to say something, and Tayshaun shut that shit down quick. Like, shut your bitch ass up, nigga. This family talk.
Oh God.
Oh God, we wouldn't let that
Yeah,
nigga
like,
say
what is
shit.
you
We ain't
talking
asking
for?
him no questions, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. This family talk, nigga. Get your mouth smoking ass the fuck on.
Like, what is you talking about, bro? This has nothing to do with you, sir. Where's your people
I
going
missed that
in
one.
Poland?
What show is this on? Because I missed this, man. I gotta see this shit.
Yeah, that was the night. He probably still alive right now. That was early, like an hour ago now.
Hey, man, he pressed. He's spending a lot of time and energy on this, ain't he?
Hey, I want a lot of
Hey,
these
'cause he's
niggas to
drowning.
give us our props, bro, because they would get no views if we ain't jump on they shit.
That's true.
But they drowning though, man. They drowning right now. You know, like
But
it was said earlier, man. They want to be gatekeepers to the information, but their information is bogus. Like how you gonna be a gatekeeper on some bogus ass information?
none of that. It's more of us than y'all, and we stronger. What is y'all? What is yo? What is the problem? You can't. It's they talk as if they trying to stop us. That's how Jabari was talking too. Well, him and Jabari. My theory is that Raymond Two Hawks and Jabari Osanjay are the same person, right? And so he plays different people. Yeah, go over there and change his hat and hair real fast, and you know what I'm saying. Put some glasses on, and they come over there and be like, he's Two Hawk, right? But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is right that these niggas they know, bro. Like you have to. How is it that no is no way that it's a script that's being. Y'all, I'm convinced that these guys know, bro. I'm convinced. They cannot be this dumb, bro, or oblivious. Like you understand what I'm saying? Because it's too many. For people to know what Aboriginal is, right, and to know what a Tanshan is, right, and he didn't even push back on the Tanshaners when Asir said that. This is a Tanshanist nation, huh? This is an Aboriginal nation, huh?
Hold up. So explain to me, when did Turtle Gang start calling himself Aboriginal? I'm trying to figure that out.
No, he didn't because yesterday he said
No.
he was an
Yes,
immigrant.
he did tonight. He called himself Aboriginal.
Oh yeah. Well, he might have. Somebody probably said something to him. Was like, "Yo, hey, bro, you know."
Yeah, he said the natives are Aboriginals or some goofy shit. I don't.
No,
Yeah,
I'm just saying. No, he was, because he kept on mentioning the Aboriginal community and was trying to place himself in the Aboriginal community. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah.
a
Just
fact,
Okay.
bro.
just for the record too, Daniel's son is an Aboriginal, but he is not a part of the Aboriginal community and making it. Just like they're not. So I just want to point that out. I know people be like, "Yo, they're conflating everything," and it's just like Ratatouille and everybody else running around here. They love speaking for the Aboriginal community while talking, "Oh, those abos over there doing this and doing that." Fuck off.
Talking Indian talk, but want to speak
Oh
for
yeah, all that
Aboriginal.
Indian shit, bro. You niggas need to fuck off, man. Stop.
On top of that,
Go
though,
over there, do your own thing. Don't come over here taking credit for nothing. Don't. And then when shit ain't going, apparently how you wanted to go, then you want to. Oh, the abos is getting this and this and that and the third. Why ain't y'all talking? Ain't nobody checking for no indigenous niggas. Ain't nobody checking for you Native American niggas. Ain't nobody checking for you sellout ass, coon ass Indians. Period. Cause y'all ain't doing nothing for nobody.
they
Nobody.
mad because can't no pale person be Aboriginal nowhere. You feel me? That's like me jumping on this bitch saying, nigga, I'm a full-blooded Aboriginal, bro. I'll be lying, bro. My dad mixed, nigga. I'm mixed. I understand who the fuck I am, but I also understand who the fuck I was raised with and how I was raised, and that's what matters. You feel me? But you got a bunch of white people, bro. Fuck all that raised the Indian way, nigga. By default, they chose their side because they procreated with another fucking foreigner, nigga. And now they a foreigner, nigga. Ain't no more of that Indian blood in them. I don't give a fuck what the fuck they learned, nigga. You can teach a motherfucking dog to roll over and shake hands, nigga. But if you don't, nigga, he gonna be a dog. Like, come on, man. What the fuck we doing here, man? On G shit, bro. You can teach a fucking dog to shake hands, speak, sit, all that shit. But if you don't teach him that shit, nigga, he just gonna be a goddamn dog, nigga. That don't make the dog behavior.
Hey, true. After you teach him, he's still gonna be a dog.
You fucking Cane Corso looking motherfucker. You goddamn albino German Shepherd.
You know what I'm saying? So, but I don't know, bro. Like, it's crazy, man. Man, listen. Yo, I don't know. When the brother said he was from Siberia, he don't understand. That's checkmate. When they say that they're attaching themselves to that, and even like they brought their culture here, I'm like, okay, well, what culture did you bring? What language did you bring? What did y'all build?
And then got mad because we weren't agreeing with the migrant fucking story. Nigga, fuck you talking about? We always been here, nigga.
Right. And to say that they're the oldest people, well, guess what? You said yesterday, Turtle, that your people came through the land bridge, ice bridge, right? That's what you said. Right? That means that you're not the oldest people here, sir.
You're a foreigner, period.
Well, I'm just saying, though, that's still, when you said that, he said that when they came here, it was people here. So we're saying that we never came here. We've always been here.
But Chief, who are these people that these motherfuckers always be claiming they mixed with?
I mean, Turtle. Apparently, he's mixed with the Polish, the Germans, man.
No. I mean, when they always talk about that people was here when they got here, they never tell you who the fuck these people are.
I don't know. It kind of seemed like they want to believe, Turtle, for instance, that he wants to believe that the Native American Tonto looking person was here.
Yeah, but they the Tonto. So how the fuck is the Tonto gonna make?
I'm just saying, he's not all the way Tonto. Like Tuhawk and what's his name is not all the way Tonto. So they feel like they
I know they mix with African. I
Bro,
know, but
yeah, they say that's what they say. They blackness come from Africa.
They from Africa. So he mixed with African, European, and what you call it. Oh, ain't that old boy story? So once again, I'm not mixed. And I submit this right here when we say that we're mixed with different people. Well, first off, but everybody comes from us. So we're gonna have these different traits in us anyway. So just because somebody down the line somewhere fucked on pale skin or whatever the case may be, that ain't got shit that don't define you. We are of these people here. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't be like, oh well, you're 75% Aborigine, so you can only get 75% of what? What are we giving you 75% of? See what I'm saying? Like, yo, you could be 100% of Aborigine and then not contribute nothing like most people are to America and to our society because we've been alienated against it. And you're not doing nothing in Africa because of the proximity. You know what I'm saying? So you just an unproductive motherfucker. See how that work?
Well, yeah, that's
real
exactly
talk,
how it
be
works.
real. You're an unproductive motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna do nothing. You're not gonna build a motherfucking thing in America because you've been disfranchised from it. But when you know this is your shit, you do move. You ain't gonna litter. You're gonna be like, yeah, man. You too can prevent forest fires. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna.
Chief. The problem is that niggas are so used to motherfuckers doing shit for them providing shit for them that it's almost like it's crazy to think that you give these motherfuckers some responsibility that they want to take on that responsibility. You know what I'm saying?
Terrible.
Shit is crazy, man.
Terrible.
I think motherfuckers like being in that position that they don't have to do certain shit. They comfortable.
Bro, that nigga just on some I'm Lenny Lenape, the white people accept me, and I'm gonna accept the contemporary history, and that's what I'm gonna teach.
Man, the thing is, listen, man, here's the real thing, right? The real thing is that these niggas have never been questioned.
That's the biggest, big fact.
That's a fact, man. Like, I don't think that they didn't even put themselves in a position to be questioned. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why I said, like, they must be really pressed because they don't even, other than going to Brother Rich or something like that, you know, where they got a good, you know, feel me? Dude done been on Sarnettas.
Well, because look, they
don't
talk
let
to,
me on there.
Listen, bro, they talk to people that they know that's not going to really question them. You understand? So they had it going on for a minute because they had nobody to question them. So they was feeling themselves and shit. You know what I'm saying? But as soon as you start questioning their shit, then all of a sudden they lose their marbles and shit. You see what I'm saying? And that's what's going on right now.
Hey, Libra, he was up there talking with hella confidence until Tayshaun jumped up. Then I jumped up, and that nigga stumbled the fuck up. And the white boy wanted to throw up because we wouldn't let that nigga get nothing out. You feel me? Like,
I gotta see that shit, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch
and
that.
he couldn't handle the fire, bro. And it's like what you said, even with what Chief played today, when he double talking, tried to word some shit in a way that'll catch a nigga off guard to not fully understand what he really saying. And the sword didn't fall for that shit. When the sword talked about the original people, you knew who the fuck he was talking about. He wasn't with none of that mixing shit. Now, yeah, he throw the more shit in there. And you gotta understand that if you're dealing with that brother, he's gonna call you a more, nigga. You feel me? Point blank period. We know what he's saying. But at the same time,
and he knows what he's saying too. So we can have that conversation later. You hear me?
Right. Yeah.
I agree with that part. Yeah, we can have that later.
But this nigga though, they playing games, bro. These niggas double talking. They ain't, like how you just said, they ain't never had nobody to press they ass, nigga. They just been out there shooting threes that like they in the 3-point contest and shit, nigga. No defense. Now there's some defense thrown on the nigga. That nigga hit like 1 out of 6 balls on each rack. He have yet to hit the final ball that get you double points. And niggas is blocking that shit. Like, nope, nigga, we ain't following. We ain't with you on that migratory, nigga. No, y'all migrating, nigga.
That nigga shooting number air balls over there, man.
Yeah.
Shit,
oh, man,
garbage.
we the grandfather of the pop the fuck out of here, nigga. Oh, all the way down to Virginia, pop them Virginia niggas ain't fucking with
Hey, y'all remember how we was laughing at him though yesterday? You know, we was laughing at him yesterday. That nigga said something, we all just cried laughing, man. I'm like, bro, what did you say? You just literally said you skated across the ice bridge, bro. This is crazy. I couldn't believe it.
50,000 years ago.
Man. I couldn't believe it.
50,000 years ago, not the standard 20,000. 50.
Hold up, didn't he say they was also living on that motherfucker too?
On the ice for thousands of years, bro.
Yeah, he said that. Mm-hmm.
Like, come on, man. Come on, man.
That's why my nose is so raw,
man.
because of the ice age, and we lived on it, and I had to breathe and open up because the air was thin. Man, shut up. Hey, stop, boy. Hey, go get me a king size bed sheet out the back, nigga, and and put it in my cart, nigga. How about that, nigga? Fuck you, Tom.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, but it all needed to happen, man, because they just got their stuff out the way real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And I know. I hope people don't think I'm being petty because I keep calling him Target Stock Boy. But he tried to paint us in a way like we all thugs and drug dealers and criminals and shit, bro.
Who said that? The pale skin or
No, the pale skin couldn't get shit out, bro. Real talk, bro. We weren't hearing none of that shit that nigga was talking about, bro. Every time he tried to talk, nigga, whether it was towards me or Tayshawn, hey, nigga, shut your mouth head ass the fuck up, nigga. This ain't got nothing to do with you, nigga. You a fool. Period. That
so
nigga
you mean
shut
to
the
tell
fuck
me
up.
that Turtle was talking like that, bro?
Tayshawn.
Wasn't this the same guy that was just talking like he was from the streets?
I told him that. I said,
Come on, bro. Like I'm tired, bro. Him and what's the name was trying to act like y'all was.
Our own business or we got jobs, which is true. A lot of us either
That's a fact.
formed a way to get our own money legitimately in business, or we punching the clock, and that's cool. We taking care of our family. He trying to portray us like how the movies portray us, bro. Like we just in the projects, nigga, baggy jeans, fitted hats, the New York way, 40s and shit, nigga, buck 50s across the face. Like, bro, nigga, we ain't even do that shit where the fuck I'm from, nigga. The fuck you talking about?
But you know what's crazy? We represent for them. We represent for everybody that has been misclassified. Now, they'll turn around and say, yeah, we know that the misclassification happened to Indians. Okay, so if we know that happened to everybody, why are you excluding everybody?
Because he talk about the white Indians.
Fuck out of here.
Because they believe that they have something that they don't want to lose. They act like they really got something to lose. You understand what I'm saying?
I asked the nigga to tax. He said no.
He ain't even tax exempt,
The
bro.
nigga said no. That's
what I'm
tax
saying.
exempt, man. Come on.
That's what I'm saying, man. They
I told him, man, don't ever say nothing about your damn nation no more, bro. What the fuck is you talking about?
See, that's the shit that he don't even know how to do. You see what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
The only benefit this nigga get is just to try to attach themselves to some goddamn Native Americans, man. And that's about it, man.
Hey, man, like I said, you know, I'm not gonna get into the personal stuff, but it just goes to show you, you know, people's mindset. That's all. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to figure out where's this Aboriginal science at, like with these tribes. You know what I'm saying? It's like they claiming to know so much, but you mean to
Did
tell
nobody ask
me
them about inventing anything? Did they invent anything? Like just the slaves they went and got came and invented everything.
I guess they invented a pipe and shit. I don't know, man. What the fuck?
Man, nigga didn't even invent that.
I'm just saying. I don't know anything else they ever gave their claim to fame to. But at the end of the day, man, when you mention something about, let's talk about these mounds and shit, you see he try to overtalk you and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because whenever you bring them mounds up, they always trying to come up. They always gonna, you know what I'm saying? You know what it reminds me of and shit. Well, I ain't even gonna go into that, but it's, you know, people. You know how people, when they don't want to talk about certain shit, they start an argument and shit.
Mm-hmm.
That type of shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, as soon as you mention mounds and shit, here comes an argument. Or a bunch of over talk and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They don't like to talk about that shit.
They don't talk about nothing. We couldn't get. I got so many questions for these guys. I really do. Slavery. He went to Brown University, talking about two hogs, talked about the Indian slavery, right? And I'm like, yo, he just gone. But he also knew that it knows that they reclassify Indians and niggas, right? And these Indian and niggas are interchangeable. And he knows this based off of the information, that air quote, more air quote, Indians were enslaved in America
than who they brought here. He knows this.
There was a bunch of wars going on.
But it was a bunch of family structures going on too in the agricultural society. So ain't nobody sitting back watching. Like, you got 10 kids for what? To sit back and so you gotta feed, house more people.
And you come over here. You come over here with no money.
Come on, bro.
Come on,
Make it
man.
make sense, bro. You got 10, 15 kids, and you have 200 acres. You about to go. No matter what, slavery still would be the highest form. It would be the most expensive way of doing business. Okay, I'm just gonna break this down so y'all can kind of understand what I'm saying. Okay, if you own a person, you don't own them. Like, sometimes you own them 24 hours, 7 days a week, right? Now, if they're working for you, right, and they work for you, and then whatever they work and you get, and obviously you have to subtract cost, food, housing them, Yeah, I understand what I'm saying, right? That's expensive. As if they can just come work for you, and you give them some apples and oranges, or a couple dollars, you go on about your business. You don't have to house them overnight. You don't got nothing. You don't have none of these things. Y'all have to make this make sense. It is very expensive to own human beings, because human beings eat. Human beings get sick. They have babies, all this stuff. And so you mean to tell me in an agricultural society, right, that you're gonna have children, because you have wife stuff, you're gonna have children, and you just sit back, you and your children just sat back and watched other people work. Come on. Y'all gotta make that make sense, bro. Please make that make sense.
Chief, could you imagine?
Come on.
Could you imagine trying to feed 20 to 50 people, man?
Bro, the nigga said that they got 350 slaves from Barbados, but they treated them good. Nigga, you know, like, what are you wait? You where they gonna sleep at? Okay, you growing your food and all this other stuff, but 350 people, bro, that's a lot of food. That's a lot of shit going on. So now you own these people, right? So what happens in the off season?
Right.
You still got to feed them. Still got to house them. They still getting sick. They still having babies. All these things are happening. They plotting against your ass, because if it's 350 of them, then it's clearly not 350 of you. Because if it was, you wouldn't need 350 to go get them to do the work. Come on, bro. Like, ain't nobody listening. It was not, these people didn't have, let's say, for instance, when they started bringing, people in, that means you obviously don't have the bodies. We're not bringing nobody in to come work for us. That don't even make sense. We have the bodies. It's no seasonal work. None of that. Like, what? No. Like, so once again, slavery would be the most expensive way to doing business, as opposed to indentured servitude or just employment. Hey, I'll pay you a little something, and I'll see you next. When after y'all plant the stuff, wait till it come back to harvest it. After harvest, you come back when it's time to plant again. So on and so forth. So you owning people in an agricultural society, that doesn't make sense. It's dumb. It doesn't make any sense. And once again, it's a family structure. Now, families will work together, generational wealth, to work together. And I say it was perfect. Of course, no, all families wouldn't have been perfect. And people would have felt one son, like, or a daughter might thought that they needed to be, you know what I'm saying, to be the heirs of this or that or whatever, the control of this or whatever the case may be. You can imagine people wanting to break away and be emancipated, like Gary Coleman wanted to break away and be emancipated from his family. You know what I'm saying? Before his time. And that's what the Emancipation Proclamation is about, So they're just lying to us across the board. But Tayshaun, you been on their head though, bro.
Yeah, man. That's why I say I'm getting a new laptop soon. I'm gonna give y'all a break, man. Y'all been doing this for years. Niggas still retarded, so I'm gonna give y'all a break and start debating these niggas, start sharing my source and fucking these niggas up. Cause this shit is. I'm only 2 years in. I'm tired of this shit already.
Man, we gotta give you an MVP or something, Tayshaun.
Rookie of the year.
You been on their heads, boy.
Hey, Chasing Rain, Chaston Rains says, yeah, my friend showed me tons of photos of all the white tribes with blue eyes and blonde hair. Interesting. I don't know about that one, brother. Yeah, I definitely would like to see these pale tribes, bro. That don't sound like anything right there. Chaston. Shout out to the chosen one, CJ Curling in the building.
I mean, they could have had some. They could have had some in Africa, though.
They could have what?
They could have had some in Africa.
I'm not sure.
They damn sure. They damn sure had them on those maps.
No, but what I'm saying though, we said tons of blonde hair, blue eyed tribes. Where are you talking about these tribes at, Chaston? Like, where is this at? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, are you saying in America or in Europe somewhere? Like, yeah, we'd like to see that. Can you share that for us, please? Tell us where we can get that.
Well, another thing you have to look at too, man, is that when people first came over here, they were adopting our ways. You know what I'm saying? And when those Protestants came over here and those religious leaders started coming over here, they didn't like that shit. See what I'm saying? They didn't like those people trying to assimilate to our culture. And that's where that's where a lot of the problems started, because they didn't like that idea. They had people coming over here learning what it means to be free. They had a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? Because they looked at us as being diametrically opposed to their culture. So when their people started acting like, assimilating to our ways, they took offense to that shit. People got to understand that. So yeah, they might have seen pictures of or drawings of other people trying to emulate our culture. Yeah, that was the case. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
Because when they came over here, they was like they seen shit that they never seen before. So you think they didn't want a piece of that? A piece of that free culture? They didn't know what freedom was.
And they definitely didn't have any culture.
Exactly.
No classical music, no chess, no refinement, no building. Like even as in the 1800s, these are illiterate people. I'm just saying, y'all better.
Even in the 1900s, they was illiterate.
Yeah, y'all better get it together, man. I'm telling you, it's gonna get bad. It's gonna get even worse. But yeah, I think you're right about it. The little dust stuff needed to happen because it's been underlining for years anyway. With a lot of these guys, man. So
But I'm willing to sit down and have a one-on-one, whatever, with these guys and go
Well,
through some of the stuff and hash it out.
it always been the same argument though. It's nothing changed. You know what I'm saying? It's like you got some people that rather adopt the, you know, so-called Native American culture, and that's what they've been trying to, you know, that's what the divide is about. That's why they don't like the term Aboriginal, because it takes people out of that, you know, the people they trying to assimilate to, it takes them out of the equation, and they don't like that. I mean, that's what that shit is really about.
That's true. Put this link in there. Shit ain't. There's barely some blonde hair blue albums out here now. So, let alone whole tribes, bro. Says slavery wasn't practiced on this land. That is a fact. Slaves came to this land. Okay. Employment is enslavement. Marrying a man in husbandry is enslavement. Being an indentured servant is enslavement. Working for somebody is enslavement. Okay, so they love doing little tricks like, "Oh, we were enslaved." Okay, well, yeah, we did. We were family members. We some of us did work for them. Less than 10% of people worked for other people before 1900. How about that? Now it's the opposite. 90% of us plus work for them.
Well, it's just, I think, man, it's this situation whereas, you know, they just use words loosely, right?
Mm.
And just like they do a lot of words today, that, you know, they use them loosely, right? But the concept of race occurred in the late 1800s. So they didn't even have a concept of racism. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's another thing that they threw back in time.
That's interesting. Because they act like they would have been separating the black and white slaves from each other. Like, yo, you're a white prisoner, so we're gonna treat you just a little different than we treat the black ones. Get over here. And I've even heard people say, black people were chattel slavers, enslaved, chattel slaves, and white people were indentured servants. Have you guys heard that before? Press gold if you have. And I know y'all have. That's crazy. That's some shit. Oh man. Another thing I would like to ask Tuhawk him. How do they feel about Native Americans who owned nigger slaves, right? Let's see how he said about that. What he said about that. Once again, that's false. No Native Americans owned niggas as slaves.
I'm trying to figure out, when did they have any Native American plantations and shit, or farms?
That's what I'm saying, man. Like they had slaves. No, bro. And then they went out to Oklahoma with their slaves and let their slaves build. They didn't build nothing. We got to stop the bullshit, y'all. So Oklahoma was already inhabited by us. We've already showed a store that was there in 1712. Come on, man. What are we doing?
Well, all they had to do is follow. Listen, man, I've been saying this shit for years, but people act like they don't understand it, right? You follow the charters.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Follow the charters. And everybody keep acting like those charters don't mean something. Trust me. Those charters mean something. Because that's the roadmap.
Regardless, I'm a Yoki and I'm white. So explain that. What do you mean you're white? Because we don't play the colorism game over here. But if you're saying you're a pale skin, right, then that means Chasten Reigns, that you are a descendant of the pale skins who came here from Europe. No matter if you married into any of these tribes or anything that you call yourself, bro, no, that doesn't mean that, fam. That means that you just your people somewhere down the line assimilated with the pale skinned Europeans who came here, bro.
Yeah, and that also makes you a foreigner.
Yeah, well, I know that's one of the hardest things that we're gonna be able to try to make somebody, that's born here, has been here for a couple generations, and be like,
well, because
yeah,
otherwise, see, here's the thing, here's the problem, right? Because otherwise they'd think that we're playing the color game, right? But the truth of the matter is that we see you as foreign or aboriginal. You're going to be one of two things. You're either going to be aboriginal or you're going to be foreign. But you're not going to understand that. So we use the terms white and pale faced so you can understand what we're talking about.
Right.
And that's another disconnect that most people don't understand. But yes, that is how it is. Either you aboriginal or you foreign, period. Sorry.
Whoa. So what about if you mix?
You mixed, you just mix. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that part of it, like people have been mixing for centuries. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, you can have something against that, or you may not have something against it. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? If you're mixed, ain't nothing you can do about it. If you got mixed people in your family, ain't nothing you can do about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, I mean that you can talk about it, but guess what? You can't do shit about it.
Right.
You ain't gonna put people out your family.
That's right. Well, I have a one drop aboriginal rule. So I'm just saying, like, that, we had that debate. I'm not throwing mine away. So, we would hope that people would side with righteousness and side with their people. You know what I'm saying? And don't side with the other half of them. It's not like they can't sit back and see the bullshit. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, why? Yeah. Like, if you had a choice we all have a choice to be a part of the bullshit, not be a part of the bullshit. So I feel like the same choice is they can make the same choices that a air quote full-blooded person gonna make, because most niggas make that choice anyway. You know what I'm saying? So to be negative and go do that anyway for the money or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. That shit weird.
I mean, listen, man. Most people are not in the certain frame of mind anyway. So, you know, as long as they dealing with this artificial environment, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna do certain things, man, and they not gonna adhere to certain principles. You know what I'm saying? That has not been put down in stone. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, people they can say what they want to say, but at the end of the day, if you don't have any principles put down in stone that everybody can follow, you know what I'm saying? Or everybody can agree upon to follow. I don't know.
He said Chasten said that they fought with the Aboriginals, going into tribes, fought with the Aboriginals. I mean, yo, not saying that you know a lot of people did. Think about it. You break away, you leaving England, and you're a political prisoner, right? Or you're a prisoner, in any kind of way, right? When it
Wow, Chief. Yeah. I don't know what you're doing, but you got mad static, bro.
Nah, that's Brooklyn.
This the Brooklyn just hopped on?
Yeah.
Mr. Brooklyn.
Yeah.
What's good, bro?
You static on my end?
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
man, a bunch of static, bro.
Sound like you swimming. Like underwater with your phone. Like you're in the water. That sound like water, don't it?
Yeah, it's just crazy.
Like you taking a bath or something over there, man. In a hot tub.
Like you stuck in your trunk or some shit, man. What's going on, man?
Do you still hear?
You still got a lot of static, bro.
Yeah. Dang.
Yeah, Mr. Brooklyn, you're gonna have to come back, bro.
So man.
So what was that last comment, Chief?
I don't remember. I think we was talking about.
All right. So when you're talking about people, you know, mixing and with all that kind of shit, right?
Right.
But even see, here's the thing, man. Nobody had a clue that they was trying to bring their whole goddamn continent over here. Shit, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm sure nobody envisioned that shit, man. Like, goddamn, when you motherfuckers gonna stop coming over here? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm sure that America didn't know there was a bounty on her head. You know what I'm saying? And motherfuckers just came over here and they still been coming ever since. It is crazy, man.
Real crazy, yeah. Oh man.
We've been on here 6 hours and 20 minutes. It's about that time.
Yeah.
Hey, man, you guys do us a favor, man. Like, share, subscribe. You already know, man. Support the real. Libra, you want to tell the people something, man, before we get up out of here?
No, man, this peace, man. And everybody just keep on studying, man. You know what I'm saying? Keep getting your understanding together, or overstanding, or understanding, whatever one you use.
That's right. Tayshawn, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still.
Okay. You still on the road? Just done for the night?
No, I'm home for the night. I'm off tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Putting in them hours, huh?
Yeah, man.
Shit, that's what's up, man. So yeah, Chief, man, I just get with you, man.
Crap, I'm gonna holler at you tomorrow. What, you got work tomorrow?
Nah, I'll be off.
Okay.
I'll be off. So yeah, so what's up? Before that though, right? So Mr. Brooklyn was saying something about the Kentucky Derby. So what happened with that?
Well, a few things, but health issues.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll try to pick up with you tomorrow.
All right, that's what's up, man. All right, Tayshawn, man.
All right, peace, Libra, peace, Chief, peace to all the American Aborigines, man. Y'all be safe.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Rain Alexander in the building. Shannon Porter, man. Gretchen Helms in the building.
And peace to all the American
homies in the building.
Aborigines.
That's right.
North, South, Central, conjoining islands.
Throughout the whole world, these cities were empty. Oh, yeah. Yeah, make sure y'all go get that Cowboys and Indians, man. Complimentary download, man. Y'all check that thing out, man. Go hard. And we also looking for talent, man. So holler at us, man. ChiefHoliday@gmail.com. Y'all see all the links in there, man, for opportunities, business opportunity, jobs, man. Tap in. We're looking for Class A, Class B drivers right now. Base pays anywhere from $800 to $1,200 a week starting out. If you're in the Midwest area, be home just about every night, man. So yeah, tap in, y'all. We got some things. We got some things going, man. So
Yeah, we also looking for writers, book writers, and script writers.
Mm-hmm. Coders, cartoonists, writers, editors, beat makers, whatever you think you good at. Holler at your boy, man. ChiefHoliday@gmail.com. Onlybuilders2022@gmail.com, man. We in the building. Good time, everyone. Yeah, Chaston, sometimes you gotta come up, man. We got to have a conversation. But yeah, we don't consider ourselves black and we don't consider other people white. Those are social constructs of hate. You know what I mean? But we definitely got to tell the truth when we talk about this whole concept of slavery that has been pushed on us.
That's also part of the caste system.
Yeah, all that's evil. You know what I mean? So hopefully we can all work together to eradicate racism and hate and all these things. You know that they do.
We need to break the caste.
That's a fact. So yeah, man. So we're gonna get up out of here, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Likewise, man. You know how it go.
Yeah. But yeah, we chop it up tomorrow. What is it, tomorrow? Friday? Yeah, we got a Job Bricks tomorrow, y'all. So y'all be on the lookout for that. Got a new record we're gonna drop tomorrow, man. Can't wait till y'all hear this joint, man. It's stupid.
That's
yeah,
what's up.
it's hard. Yeah, we're gonna keep
Man,
going, man.
shout out to Job Bricks, man.
That's right. Shout out to Trey Ali. Shout out to Threads 3000. Shout out to Mr. LV, man. Shout out to A-State Band Runners. Shout out to the Panthers. My OG, Free Jazzy Tuck, man. Man, CT, Finesse, California. What's on the project, man? Swipe 3 times, TYT Drizzle, Jay Jeter. Who else on this thing, man? Bobby Racksmith, Paul Flexbrook. Yeah, man. Peace to everybody, man, that do their thing too, man. Shout out to all the artists out there, man. Hey, man, you talented, man. We want to work with you, man. So tap in. Comedian. We're looking for comedians, actors, actresses, talent. We're looking for talent, man. So yeah, man. I think we're gonna be doing. We're gonna start putting on some talent shows or something. See if people will come through and showcase their talents or something. I don't know what we're gonna do. I'll do something. But yeah, definitely tap in, y'all, man. ChiefHoliday@gmail.com, man. We about to get up out of here, man. I'm about to pass out. Shout out to DJ Cut. Was in the building today, man. Appreciate him.
Yeah,
you already know.
Peace to DJ.
You already know, man. Shout out to y'all big homie, the one and only, the CEO, always holding us down.
Fact, shout out to sis. Shout out to Gretchen Helm, my other little sis.
Yeah, man, we appreciate everybody, man. Definitely do, man. So, just okay. All right, Chaston. Hey, well, welcome, Mirror. Welcome, Chaston, man. Like I said, man, we're lovers over here. We're not haters. But we are definitely here to tell the truth, man. Oh, also, if you guys you got any bar mitzvahs coming up, graduation parties, weddings, yeah, book your boy, DJ Cut. We'll do y'all parties. We could do them virtually, or we can pop up. You know what I'm saying? So definitely tap in, man. We're gonna be doing those, putting those together real soon as well, man. So be on the lookout, man. Like I said, tomorrow, I think we're gonna make the announcements tomorrow on the Job Bricks interview, man. So like I said, we're gonna be dropping some stuff tomorrow, y'all. So y'all be on the lookout for that. Say shout out to everybody. Get up out of here. Appreciate all the love and support from everybody, man. All anonymous. Appreciate you guys. You guys have a great, morning now. A lot of us. Catch you guys tomorrow. We up out of here.
Peace.
Peace. Oh, man.